Welcome everyone to the Pud-Cast. Let's see. We are doing once again. We're just gonna screw around again, and I also had a awesome idea. It was one of those dreams that actually were wasn't half bad. To where you wake up, and you go, "Oh, that's a cool idea. I'm gonna do that." So I'll talk more about that in a sec. We'll probably be joined by Danger, or T Danger, how I like to call him, T Danger. And I think we'll start off by just doing a quick tier list. Maybe we'll see. Like, that's dumb. That might be good. Wait, what was that? Okay, this is gonna be so stupid, but it's gonna be great. Okay, let's see. If I just turn this on, will it just immediately give me what I want? Give me what I want. No, it's gonna. Never mind. Okay. Remove that one. I think this one maybe, and then we're gonna add. What is it called? Window capture? Is that what this is? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do this, of course. These are live, which I feel like also brings a whole new meaning to this this website. Also, I like that there's some people on this list that are just like, what? Okay. Anyways, so apparently there are 21K people participating with over 400,000 votes on a smash or pass, and I feel like most of these are cartoon characters, unless you are talking about men. The men are the only ones that are real human beings. So this is gonna be this has got to be for the lulz, and I'm doing it for the lulz. But I think this is good enough. All right, I don't know what this character's name is. The goth from whatever Total Drum Island or whatever. Um, with most of these having plenty of Rule 34 material, I think I'm a perfect candidate for this Smash or Pass. So we have 24-hour clap, we have hard smash, we have pass, and then we have hard pass. Okay, so there is technically there's a couple animated guys, I guess. I know a lot of this is just a big meme, but it's currently live, and fuck it. Yeah, so whatever this goth is called, I forget. Glenn. Glenn. Um, let's just say, mm, with the style, it's going to be a smash, but only a smash. If there was a better, if she looked, there was a better rendering of her, I'd probably do like hard smash. Um, Sunde, whatever the fuck her name is, from Naruto. Um, Overall, hard smash. Excuse me. You know, big boob blonde chick. I mean, easy. Oh, is this Elastigirl slash Helen Pear? You know I'm looking up too much shit if I know her name. Um, which is also a joke because it's like, how do you know you can know the name without knowing all the weird freaky shit that you look up. Um, But yeah, this is going to be the hardest 24-hour slap. I'm gonna say slap. I don't know why I want to say slap instead of a clap. What the fuck? That's the hardest clap. I was gonna say 24/7, but whatever. Anyways, Omni Man. I mean, I'd say smash. I mean, if someone was to be like, "Hey, I survived Omni Man," they'd be like, "Well, that's crazy." But I'm also not in the most the most sexually stimulated by another man. Um, so we'll just smash it because because of course, just it's Omni Man. I mean, uh, um, is it Raven? Raven. Fuck, Raven. Why am I only thinking of like that's so Raven? It is Raven, right? What the hearing it out loud, I'm like, that's not a character. That's so Raven would have got a hard pass. This also gets where is that? 24-hour uh, clap. Um, good times. A little bunny. I am a little bit of a furry, a little bit of a freak. Well, I'm definitely a huge freak, but a little bit of a furry. Let's just say smash. Like, I don't know if the bunny part actually really does it for me, but like the design, proportions, and everything, pretty good. Um, what is this? Garnet? Garnet, I think, right? Um, I want to say hard smash, maybe. Yeah, let's do hard smash. Again, if she was rendered slightly different, maybe like if she looked literally was rendered slightly different, um, you might be able to sell me on her a little bit more. Um, and then also she's like a fucking gem or whatever, so it's like I'm not going into the lore of that because that all these characters most likely have some probable probabil problematic stuff. Velma Dinkley, I'd say smash, but over the years, she's kind of gone back and forth, like being like pass, smash ish. So we'll just say it's smash. Like I think this would be a very good baseline, um, where you're like depending on how hot she is depicted or not, because again, there's a lot of weird things where it's like she's the really dorky one or the really Indian one. It's like whatever. I don't really find that good. Um, and then if she's like on like the super like we got to make her look as fuckable as possible scale, yeah, of course. Um, no passes yet. Oh, that's why because we have got to the first pass. Animatronics. I don't even. Is this Birdie, Chicky, Cuckoo? I don't know. It's a Five Nights at Freddy's character. That's a hard pass, unless you have like a. I I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. But if there was something animatronically correct with the character, maybe I'd be like, okay, yeah. Then I would just feel like I'm just fucking a toy or a robot. Like literally, it's a robot. But I mean, like I feel like it could do that in this world today. Like fuck a Chuck E. Cheese animatronic if it had the parts, because then I don't want my dick getting all chewed up. Anyways, hard pass. Is this Chell or whatever her name is? Yeah, of course. But we'll do hard smash. There's almost no drawbacks. Now, theoretically, if she didn't speak English, I'd probably drop her down. But if she speaks English, definitely easily a hard smash. What the fuck is this Kim Possible character name? I don't know. This is another one of those cases where like rendering wise and like all the goth chicks, of course, on this list, all the redheads and goths are gonna just be high up. they're all mommy material, of course, too, and all that for the most part. And I like me some mommies. This one I'll say also just smash, depending on the rendering of her and whatnot. Who the fuck is this? Is this a? I feel like I want to say. At first, it looks like a fucking Ben 10 character. It looks like a Ben 10 Omnitrix on her arm, but then it's like, is this a fucking DC character? Because I don't know as many DC characters. Uh, it's got like a logo. It almost kind of looks like a Cobra Commander or whatever you want to call, like a Cobra Army emblem. I don't know. I mean, or maybe hell, at this point she could be like an Overwatch character or something. Um, looks like. I mean, that aside, I mean, I'd say that she's a pretty hard smash. Like hot Asian chick, it looks like. It's got all the cake. Bubblegum Princess. The way they render her, that'd be a pass. They render her just a little bit, like just like slightly just a pink human being. Yeah, smash. Like, but all if you want to get in all the weird things, I'd just say pass, but not a hard pass. Batman. I mean, again, you're fucking Batman. That's pretty badass, but also really gay. And since he's a normal dude, it would just I feel like it'd be a normal thing. I mean, this is Batman. I'm not talking about Bruce Wayne because that's just that would be again another like people would know you just had sex with Bruce Wayne. Um, uh, I feel like I must be gay because I'm like on the edge of just like pass because he's a man, but also the character is kind of cool. Don't worry, we're gonna get to the other character people down on this list that are real, fucking whatever these guys are called. Um, people that stream, who streams, weirdos. We'll just say smash for the just the fact of it, like it's fucking Batman. Just again going back to like Omni Man, it's fucking Omni Man. I don't know who this is. He looks familiar. This guy from Succession or something. I don't know. Fucking Walking Dead. Um, that's a hard pass for me. No offense. I don't like the old dudes. I don't really like the old chicks, but oh, it's Lois. Lois Griffin. Oh, Peter. Oh, my pussy. Peter. Oh. Oh. Um, which also sounds like my Marge, which we'll get to in a second. Got it. Redhead, big fucking schnoz. The way they render her, is just passable. But if like they render her a little bit better, I would have been like, yeah, hard smash. We'll just say high, high smash rate. Uh, Invincible's mom. Don't think I know her name. Don't think I know any. Even though I've watched all that show, I don't think I know any of people's names except for Invincible himself. Mark is the only person I can think of. That's the only name that's jumping to my head, which he's here down here. Um, uh, I mean, it's definitely not a pass, but I'd say smash. Like it's right again. Nothing, nothing crazy, but nothing bad. Um, Dexter's mom, which is literally her name. Uh, well, nostalgia would make me go, yeah, just put that up in hard smash. You know what? Again, the way she's rendered, I mean, I'll just say definitely smash. And then Big Heroes. I like how I know all these. It's like, okay. Um, the Big Hero Aunt, whatever her name is, Aunt Cass. Is that? Oh my man, I'm looking up way too much of the Rule 34 stuff. Um, And cast with the big ass. I mean, again, these also don't help that they're like 3D rendered, so that's like a cartoon with 3D assets. And this, I like this picture because I'm pretty sure that's an edited top parts. Like I'm pretty sure they wouldn't just be throwing that out in a Pixar movie. But yeah, let's say hard smash. April O'Neil. Again, this is they should all just be these like the slutty, skinky looking ones because then you can be like, really, if you really am into this, here you go. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna hit hard smash. We're gonna hard pass all these assholes. Fail to fetch. Oh no. Skip him then. Uh, yeah, hard pass on the animatronic dude. Uh, again, once I actually look at a real man's face, like an actual human being, I'm like, I don't want to have sex with a real man. Like, at least I can be like, oh, Batman, he's a superhero cartoon. Or put a mask on and he's a gimp. We're gonna do, and this guy also is like just like a drug dealer or whatever, from Breaking Bad, whatever the fuck his name is. Cool character, but like a hard pass on like smashing him, because I'm assuming also smashing and passing is what the kids would say. Are you gonna have sex with it or not? Um, Fucking Airbender chick. Yeah, I mean that's pretty. I think like if this was a real person that had these real measurements and whatnot, but also just from looking at it, it was pretty appealing. I'd say a hard smash. I don't care about the character at all. Uh, Nightwing butt. Yeah, the infamous Nightwing butt shot. I mean, again, he's not Batman, so guess what? Oh, you get a pass. I'd think about it for like a hot second. I'd go, hmm? And then I'd just be like, hmm. Um, then Dick Grayson, Mark the Dick Grayson. If he was more like a bit more of a twink, I'd be like, okay, maybe. None of these guys are twinks. Well, so I would just go, eh, eh no thanks. Jessica Rabbit. I mean, of course. This is Kim Possible. Again, I like my redheads. Again, rendering. I'll just say Smash again, just because it's like everything's all just at a passable level. I feel like it's March from the Sams. Oh, whoa, hungry. Hey, this is this is my impression of March from the Samsung. Sounds like fucking the what was that Tamagotchi life? Rossi, are you? Anyways, I'm just making horror sounds. Now this character is slightly different than like Lois. She's yellow skinned, piercing, dead stare eyes, and then a big ass hair coif, blue hair. I mean, whatever. Again, the way it's normally rendered, it'd be just barely a smash. Like I don't know, bottom. Uh, I'm assuming this means just Catwoman, but the hottest Catwoman you can find, sure. Uh, uh, but the ugliest one you can find, I feel like this would just be hot chick in a costume, like any cosplayer. I mean, any of these can be cosplayed by hot chicks, but I mean, Catwoman doesn't really have a whole lot of artistic. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, we'll just say Smash. I don't want to think about more. It's Patrick. Hey guys, it's Patrick. Of course we're fucking destroying Patrick. I don't know what I mean. He's a sea star or whatever they call him, whatever they call that in the ocean. And it's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't think he has anything. I don't think he has any pud. He just has a big dry asshole. Um, but it's funny that I would just put it up there. What the fuck is Jogo? Gojo? Go away. No, this guy again. This guy is also hot, like a hot guy. Like he's the hot guy, the blue dazzling eyes and stuff. So like, I'd I'd smash if he's on the leans on the Twinkie side. Again, see how uh oh, I'm not gay. Let's say smash. Yeah, he's kind of hot. Better call Saul. What is his name? Bob Bodenkirk. That's a oldie but a goodie. Um, no thanks. Sorry. Hard pass on Bob. I'd rather meet him and just say, love your work, because that's gayer. Um, or actually, I don't know which one's gayer. Me saying that to him or me having sex. PewDiePie gets the hardest pass. What the fuck is this? Dragon thing that would probably destroy me. We'll just skip that one. Is this Jacksepticeye? Is that what he finally is what he's finally looks now? It's finally what he looks like now. Um, again, hard pass. I don't care about. Again, these guys technically aren't twinks either, but like they're not good looking either. Again, I'm not. I don't know. Don't know who this is. Is this supposed to be Markiplier or something? Let's just skip him. There's fucking SpongeBob on here. Jesus Christ. Let's get this. Let's just get over with this. Well, and of course there's Wonder Woman, and of course that's a hard smash. I mean, big Amazonian bitch. SpongeBob. I don't know. I feel like you could fuck a sponge better than you can a starfish, but I thought it was funny that Patrick would be up here. Uh, also, I need to see what everyone else did. They most people hard passed. They can't see themselves fucking a fictional character, let alone one that lives under the ocean or on the bottom of the sea or whatever. Uh, but there's a couple people. There's a quarter of us have a good sense of humor. SpongeBob gets less. He get. Oh, people don't like SpongeBob as much, which is true. Um, I I don't know. There's something less killable in Patrick when it comes to how annoying they are. I want to go into a less of a homicidal rage if I had to deal with that person. So we're gonna break the cycle and say hard pass on the sponge. Even though again, I think the sponge probably easier to fuck. Walter White, I'm the one that cocks. Um, again, I'm not attracted to uh, what's his name? Fucking whatever. I just say, thank you for being the dad in Malcolm in the Middle. Not even being a good actor. Thanks for portraying a great character. Just saying, thanks for being the dad. Like, thanks for being a person, essentially. Um, hard pass on a real adult man. Pocahontas. Now this is another one of those where it's like the real Pocahontas. I mean, or this iteration, because of course it's going to be a smash. But like again, I don't know. Again, this one's a hard pass. This one's a hard pass. This one's a hard pass. There we go. 30% don't even, which are mostly men, old men, and inanimate objects. Pretty much what I'm not into for the most part. Which I don't think I discovered anything about myself today. There was nothing spectacular. Uh, and then of course I'd pass on like somewhat potentially, you know, gay coded slash bi coded thoughts. Because again, I don't know. Some of these are, of course, actually having sex with Batman or Omni Man or Patrick is more of a joke. but there's something about, I don't know, just the crazy, like, whoa, dude. Kind of like when you like say like, I don't like this famous person, but like they're just hot enough to where it's like, yeah, and then it'd be cool to be able to like, yeah, I did that. Otherwise, it's all just preference. Like I find almost all these female shaped drawings easily fuckable, and that's all she wrote. Again, I didn't really feel like I learned anything about myself or gave a shit about any of that. Let's see what else we got. Chips. I don't want to do 65 things of chips. Desserts. See, this is riveting stuff right now. I'm kind of just uh, burning time until I can talk to Danger, which is going to be the main focus of why I brought you all here today. Um, there's a lot of characters on this list. This one I'm just going to go like, I'm not going to comment on too much, but my decision will kind of give you an idea for like what are the considered the best, and then I also want to add some other like words like iconic or like really well executed, you know, whatever. Okay, so there's only 12K people doing this, and there's or not, excuse me, there's only 660 people doing this. Far cry from a couple, what was it, 21K doing the smash and pass shit. When that's funny. Okay. Um. Anyway, so we've got the xenomorphs from Alien. The alien. It's the aliens from Alien, dog. I put an alien in your alien so you can alien with the alien. These guys are, of course, iconic, pretty good, solid. I would say that they are easily A. Um, especially for like if you were using them again, they're villains, so like they're pretty much the scariest thing you can think of. I feel like for like a fictional killing machine that is more about it's more nature slash animalistic, kind of angle. It's like you don't want to fuck with them in any shape or form. Um, and I can't think of too many things past like personality or whatever might be like non-existent. But other than that, if it's like again, if it's like whenever you talk about like werewolves and stuff and zombies, it's like most zombies don't have personality, or at least are given personality. So like you have to just base it on like just a pure animalistic kind of nature that is that thing. I know I said I wasn't going to go into all of them, but like this is a good example of like they're great villains, but like and like iconic and everything. But like there's a couple little holes in there, like, and they can be brought back because they're just a race of things, not just like eight. Like if it was just like we'll get into it because there's a couple down here that I obviously, but I don't know, whatever. I can't really deny that. Is this Hans Gruber? Gruber, baby, come on. I mean, you gotta listen to me, man. I think that was like a really bad attempt at doing whatever character from the first movie uh, is doing. Um, Hans Gruber, of course, is iconic in an already iconic movie. So of course he's gonna get my opinion. The way he's portrayed by, oh, I forgot his name already. The dead. He's one of the many dead people on this list, I'm sure. Actually, there's quite a few people that are not dead that I'm looking at right now. Um, uh, fucking whatever. The iconic actor, uh, Snape. Is that his name in fucking Harry Potter? Um, I'm going to put you in A. Personally, I think he's awesome. Most people don't even know who he was, probably, so they put him in E. and they probably didn't like him. But he makes that movie really good. I think for because you always need a bad guy like in an action film that like gives you like the finish line where it's like, oh, we need to get to that character. Like I think it was clever how he is like intertwines throughout the movie. Anyways, I think he's underrated. I think if we're going by this, anyone who actually knows how well that movie kind of sets certain little moments up, uh, like I think Die Hard is. I don't think it's underrated, but I feel like people like say it's good, but they don't really ever like say like it's almost like they have to just go, oh, it's my favorite holiday movie or my own favorite Christmas movie. Or it's like whatever. Anyways, Green Goblin. I'm gonna say this is probably. I'm assuming these are all movie, obviously versions of them or whatever. So it's the one portrayed by the great Willem Dafoe, who is not dead as of this stream, and I think he's also very underrated in terms of like. But I don't think so. I think most people who are cinephiles and people who do like villains and who like character actors, because I think all these are going to be like a class act of like villain slash character like actors where they really like to get more than just because like I feel like villains you can also argue there's more entertainment in a good villain versus like an okay or average hero. Like an average hero is fucking eh, but an average villain sucks. A good hero is actually really good. Usually those aren't a thing. Usually you get mediocre, decent heroes, and then if you get a good villain with that combination, I feel like that's like if you get a great villain, average hero, you kind of get away with that. You get a good hero and an average villain, you really have to. I feel like if you're not like Quentin Tarantino or something where you have like this way of like making that work or whatever, I feel like it really does make a big difference if you have a good villain. Um, so going back to him, most people would agree, and these are probably little kids doing these uh, tier lists because I'm a little child. Um, Almost like half the people would say it's A, and I would agree. Uh, Great performance. Davy Jones. I don't remember everything about this because I don't really care for the Pirates of the Caribbean, but I like the effect. The actor's great. Whatever. I'm gonna give him an A as well. Like if there's one thing I probably would really like about that series, it would be Davy Jones. Like this is another example of like he's definitely iconic and really good. Of course, Magneto, Ian McKellar or whatever. A lot of people also look like like almost no one would argue he's not a good character. This is a great example again of like one or two ways you can either have a shitty character like executed well with a good actor, like the comic source or whatever. You're like, oh, here's a Magneto. Um, Again, I think Magneto's probably one of the better written and fleshed out characters in the Marvel mythos. And then Ian Keller, what the fuck, Helen Keller, whatever his name is, Dumbledore, or not Dumbledore, whatever his fucking name is, Gandalf. Gandalf is is a great actor, and I feel like he elevates it even further to where I would say, and if it's just this portrayal, I'm not even using Michael Fassbender's uh, iteration or whatever you call it, his Magneto. I still really like this one. I have like a soft spot for like. I feel like sometimes he can kind of get in the like mixed up in the shuffle of like a not so great movie. So like again, he's one of those people where it's like at least like got pretty good scenes and the movie might not be great, whatever. So like he just almost drops to a B almost sometimes. Like there's just ever so slightly there's moments where I'm like either they didn't get the best performance out of him, but like again, I wish he was I don't know Michael Fassbender's. Magneto is amazing. Also, they lean heavier into like him as like a human being, where like again, this is a villain trying to like just chew up the scenery more or less, not actually going, oh, look at my relatable backstory or whatever. Agent Smith, I whatever this character actor is, Red Skull. I'm really bad at names when it comes to like actors. Sometimes so it's like uh, Morgan Freeman foe. Uh, I don't really care for the Matrix movies and stuff, and I don't find him to be all that compelling. Like the first movie's good, and not even great. It's good. Like there's a reason why like there was some iconic shit in that, but like spanned almost a whole decade after it came out. Um, we'll just give him a B because I think he portrays it okay and everything, and I think he does everything that needs to be done. But like I never am left with like, oh man, like I think that's another one that might be a little overrated, where people are like, yeah, see, where people are mostly torn between like mid. It's like, could leave it out. Like, and of course it doesn't help that like he's technically like one of the characters, like the Smiths or the agents, I mean, that are all uh, kind of unison, or they're all kind of the same, you know, computer system or whatever, AI or whatever. So like him standing out a little bit is weird, but also the only way I feel like his character can, and I'm sure also it seems like even this picture, he seems like he's chewing up the scenery. And anyways, um, I forget, is this Quantum of Solace or whatever? I don't even feel like this character was good, but I'm assuming by the actor and everything, we'll just say he's probably a C. He's probably I vaguely remember his performance in that, and I don't remember the movie he's in or whatever. And I think most people also agree that he's E or whatever. But I think he's probably the most entry level villain we've gotten so far, where it's like good actor, okay premise. I mean, I'm almost feel like he might even drop down to a D at this point. I don't know. People are saying E, which is kind of, I mean, probably not actually too off, but kind of crazy that they're like, yeah, unanimous. Uh, so we've got Mikey Myers. This is interesting too because you have like almost 60% of the votes are like A, which I love the Halloween franchise, whether or not it's all good or all bad. Like I like a lot of those slasher movie franchises. The first one and the second one is okay, but like the first one's good. That's about it. There's better John Carpenter movies. I feel like you can move on to. Like this is like one of those ones where I feel like over time, even though Michael Myers wants to be in everything, and I know he is technically an icon with everything else, like with everyone else. I feel like he's an example of like he easily could have been a one and done, or at least not even a one and done, but like a couple sequels, and then you're like, just kind of fizzles out. I think if you're, we'll just say overall, I think he's honestly like a B. Like, I think again, he's great for like being that voiceless, dialogueless, you know, monster. I'm just kind of looking at all the random things that are in here because I'm sure I'm going to start running into things that I'm like, I don't know about this character. Um, but yeah, I think he's pretty solid for like, but he's not. I don't think he's better. Like, I don't know. Like his character, he doesn't really have one. Like, there's a couple little like background stuff that's kind of nice that kind of helps fill it in and everything. The first movie makes him kind of seem pretty iconic and scary and whatnot. And again, I love the first movie, and then either it's put in either his movies start to get bad, which then make make him look stupid in like in the process, or he doesn't elevate past like passable. Like I feel like again, I don't even consider him one of my favorite. And he's weirdly one that like they want to really put him in everything these days. When I feel like there's more. I don't know. I feel like the more exploitable characters that are like the Freddys and the Jasons are more exploitable. Don't get as used as much because I don't know. Maybe they don't have their rights or whatever tied up tighter or whatnot. But don't get me started on those characters. I'm sure that if they're down here at some point, I'm sure I'm probably seeing it right here. Um, yeah, solid B. Again, kind of like an alien, a xenomorph, where it's like there's some character, the performance doesn't really change too much per actor who portrays him, and so on. Uh, it's Darth Sidious or the Emperor. This is another one where it's like you chew the fat out of this character. Like the scene chewing is amazing. Um, I don't think he's as I don't know. I don't think he's as good as an A. Like I feel like a lot of people are overestimating that. Now, again, the actor who's playing him, doing the right performance, I still think he's like a B though. Like there's just like, and I don't remember, or I've never watched the last Skeet Walker, Pud Walker, because I heard he eats the shit out of that movie scenery, whatever joke I'm making. He goes full ham on that, but that's probably like the only thing that kind of sounds fun about that movie. In the in the at the very least, but like I think for like a secondary, like again, he's like like a Agent Smith or whatever. It's like solid, like you don't need to over like sell certain things, or you don't need to be the main focus. You can kind of still be like a secondary villain, or like clearly he's like the main villain's boss. So it's like, you kind of get naturally kind of knocked down a little bit. Where it's like it's like when you have like the corrupt mayor is the main villain, but then he has like a a sheriff deputy or whatever that. All right, Mayor, I'm a villain too, but I'm that guy that kind of is your lackey, but else is kind of whatever. Anyway, it's kind of that realm where he's he's no Darth Vader, and I saw Darth Vader's right here. So, um, what's this? What is his name? Ben Cloco? Ray Skywalker? I can't remember his fucking Adam Driver as, or this is just Adam Driver, angry Adam Driver. I drive. Um, I thought he was kind of interesting in the very first movie, just just surface level. So I'm gonna give him a D. It's gonna be a D for me. I don't. I can't really drop him in an E because I think if there's anyone I actually give a shit about in that whole fucking series of Star Wars movies, it's probably him. Just because it's slightly better performance than everyone. I don't know. I like his angstiness. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that he's a little crybaby. Wee wee. Um, is this? Oh, this is Hans Gruber in Robin Hood, the Kevin Costner 1990s movie. I want to say, and he's a sheriff of Nottingham. Is that who this is? It's got to be it. I don't remember that movie other than having a little Kevin Costner Robin Hood action figure from the as a kid back in the day that they just reused. I think what was it like what is it DC superheroes line? They just instead of it was a Green Arrow instead of Green Arrow. It's like brown brown man. Brown in his outfit was brown in the movie or whatever. So the figure was like green because it's Green Arrow from DC, but they just used the same mold because Robin Hood's an archer. They just took that because I think he has like a G on his belt, and it's like there's no G in Robin Hood, so or even Kevin Costner, I think, right? Yeah. So I don't know where that G, unless I'm getting that wrong. Maybe is there an A for Arrow? I don't know. Anyways, I just remember that being funny, little trivial trivia thing where they just reused that mold. I mean, obviously they had a Kevin Costner head on top of him, and they made it brown, painted him brown instead of green. But anyways, some of these are fun to talk about, like this one. More fun to talk about than these. Probably a good character, but again, it's fucking Hans Gruber. Um, I'll remember his name at some point, I'm sure. Uh, I'll say a D. Again, he probably is good, but I just don't remember. Now I kind of feel bad because I don't know if this character or this character are better characters. Like I almost feel like they might be in this range, the C range, where it's like, yeah, I feel like I'm probably giving it more benefit of the doubt. I feel like most people have never seen him or seen the movie and then don't know, don't care. Oh, we've got rain. Oh, I was born in the pod. Um, Again, that's not a character that's like meh by a good actor. So again, I think he's a C. Like there's little aspects of him that I'm like, you know what? That's kind of fun. He's kind of interesting. There's passable things about him, but then also within the context of the movie or whatever, you're like, all right, okay. I feel like you can only bring so much to that character at this point. From like he's no Jared Leto, Jared from Subway playing the Joker. Um, I forget. Is this another good actor? Uh, Marking Bard or Lars Larsenson or Vars Varkin Con Marking Merv Murnitune, um, where he's playing a Bond villain, which again he's probably a C because he's probably decent. Oh, Battle Royale, Casino Royale, um, Casino Royale. I mean that movie's pretty sweet, for the most part. You know what? We'll just give him again. Most of these villains, I feel like in the Daniel Craig Bond verse, were all kind of like middle of the road. Uh, Doctor Octavius. Um, Movie's good, character good, actor's good. Um, I'm gonna have to say A as well. Yeah, yeah, I agree with most people. And again, these characters and these actors, I feel like just do that nice little weaving in and out of like this could go real bad for us as viewers. Um, is this Caesar from the Planet of the Apes franchise? I haven't watched any of these. I know they've been probably out for what, for like the last decade or whatever. It's like I could care less. I didn't really care for them. I actually love how campy looking the original Planet of the Apes look. Like I actually like the monkey suits more. Like people being in monkey suits, I think that's funnier. Or like I like aesthetically, I think that's more appealing. Granted, I'm also coming from like that's ironically like I'm being ironic about that, or I know it looks bad, but I like it that it looks bad. And then they have these like realistic, like well crafted pieces of art that is these movies probably. And I mean, not probably across the board in terms of all of it, but like at least visually, the visual effects. No offense to visual effects people, but I could care less about Caesar Romero. Now that guy I can get behind. Um, I'll just say he's probably a solid. Well, kind of have to give my honest opinion since I don't really know how good he is. I have to put him in the D. I know of him, but he's probably a pretty good character. What did people think? Yeah, yeah. I'm not. I'm if I knew more, I could probably look at a B or C with everyone else, but I don't remember his ass. Um, Mr. Snuffle Nufflegus or whatever his name is. I don't know. It's fucking Toy Story, and I don't really give a shit about too much of the Toy Story lore or whatever. And I'm sure he was decent as a. This is also when I fell out of Pixar movies or whatever. I was like, give a shit about this character, but I think he was halfway decent. Again, for probably for a fucking Pixar slash Disney movie, he's probably a great villain. So I'll just give him a C. I think most people also thought he was either the greatest, the perfectest, oh so good. I'm like, yeah, but you're grading him in a fucking kids movie, so like either it's amazing and rightfully so, which probably is the case. I don't remember, or you just know that everything else sucked about, or everything else is okay, and he's also doing okay by comparison. It's Amadeus Mozart from the Watchmen movie. Ozymandias. I don't know anything else. Blah, 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 blah. The actor's okay. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if he was actually good at portraying his character or not. And of course, they had to pick this character, who I feel like is already kind of a boring character versus the more obvious like comedian. Like the comedians, the shit. We all know you have that character in a story, he's gonna take center stage until even after he dies. Um, so I'm thinking he's probably just like a D. I don't know. I can't remember him being any good really. Most people thought he was E, but yeah, D's kind of yeah pushing it. Where it's like it just barely squeaks in. Where I'm like, I'm sure he could probably fall into E, but like I feel like giving all these guys the benefit of the doubt of like there's probably like one redeeming quality that I'm like, okay, I don't know what this is from. Anthony Hopkins. I want to say it looks familiar. It's either from the Priest movie or whatever. No one gives a shit. I don't either. If it's not Hannibal, then I don't really know. I mean, he's a good actor, but it's like, does he have any other iconic characters other than Hannibal in terms of like villain slash like we meant to make him crazy, uh, iconic character. Is this from fucking Training Day? King Kong ain't got pud on me. Um, I remember him being a pretty good character in that movie, but I haven't seen it forever. And most people probably haven't either, because it looks like most people are saying like half the people who voted are like, no, don't really. I'm not going to look at the total results either. I didn't care about the results of the other one either. I don't want to know what freaks, how much of a freak people are about smashing and passing. But I think he's pretty good. I think he's probably also again, probably I would say he's probably a B, solid B villain, where it's like, because that's also like a police procedural, and like he probably just, and I don't, when you play those characters and you you've danced that line of like anti-hero or whatever, or a good actor meets a good character piece, and then the movie's okay, because I feel like he probably is the highlight of the movie, I imagine. So that's why he's at least got to be in a B. Sets everything up apart from that. We've got is it Lee Van Cleef? Uh, forget his names from like all the spaghetti westerns he's in, or all the westerns he's in, and I think he's a pretty good character in Good and Bad and the Ugly. If that's who this is, the guy after Clint Eastwood's character Blondie, or the man with no name. I'm gonna say he's also another B, where like I feel like Tuco takes kind of center stage, or kind of gets put in like above him from his villain slash interesting character. Like he's kind of plays the straight villain, as they would say. Like I feel like there's two types of villains you can get. Like if they're not going to be like in any way associated with each other, or like buddies with each other, because like villains either need to have a hierarchy that they rule over, but they're usually the ones that get center stage, and then the lackeys or whatever are hardly characters, or almost accessories to that character, like the main character, like the main villain character, like shoes are. Um, and I think he's one of those characters where like he's a hitman kind of character, like mercenary bounty hunter character, and he's the quiet, deadly. He's literally like death. Um, so like you get a far less in your face character with him, even though he's in the movie. And then like Tuco, I feel like it's just like he's also arguably also a, like, kind of an anti-hero or like a in betweener of like being a good guy slash everyone really enjoys his stuff. It's again, it's like when you always pair up like you have to like the serious scary one, and then you have to have like the fun, charismatic, like enjoyable villain. Where you always have like, oh well, Heath Ledger was better than Two Face, but Two Face was pretty solid as a character, but he had to kind of be played slightly different in order not to get like the same like same when you get samey when it comes to villains. It's like, oh, they're all angsty or they're all fucking whatever. So it's also probably why like the Emperor is a solid supporting character too, because it's like I just realized like Darth Vader isn't funny or like charismatic very at all. It's everything else that like makes him compelling. But like that's I think the one thing that he excels in, which is like the I'm gonna raise up this scene. You're like, oh, cool, that character. Oh, we've yet to meet that that type of character that's in a villain role. Anyways, this is probably what the Get Out people or whatever the fuck is that what that's called? Uh, Jordan Peele movie. Um, I didn't really care for these characters at all. I didn't care for this movie at all. So we're gonna just say E. I think most people thought it was E too, probably, yeah. Like I didn't find it fascinating at all. Those characters were not compelling whatsoever. Um, what's her name? Eva, not Eva Mendes, but like Eva Gordio. No, I don't even know if that's her name. But like smoking hot. This Sin City movie is not as great as the first one. This is A Dame to Kill, I think. But and her character is pretty solid. I would say she's a solid B. Another B. Like again, not the best villain in the series, but like probably one of the better. Like you can probably. It seemed like they anchored that like character as, or they anchored her as like the main villain for the most part, or at least it's an anthology movie or whatever. So like technically, there's some other characters in the mix, but I think she kind of also is like put on the front of the poster and stuff. She kind of carries the movie. I feel like for the most part. So I think it's a perfect example. I don't know this actor's name, but I love this character. This, again, I feel like this is the only these two characters are the only things I care. I mean, Johnny Depp's kind of fun, but I think he gets kind of old after a while. His character, his Jack Sparrow character. The first movie's pretty solid too. So I mean, like, I feel like you don't really need more than that. It's like saying like, I don't want eight movies of this, but this is another character that's like Tartugo, Barbuga. I don't know what the fuck his name is again either. But I think I'm a big fan of him as well. So I want to put him in A as well, just for the shit of like his acting and his character is kind of fun and whatnot. Again, whatever. But on that note, I'm going to. Danger wants in the call. We're gonna bug him. Let's bug the Danger.
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Ooh, hello. Welcome to the Pud-Cast.
All right, what have I missed? A fascinating looking tier list we've got.
The best movie villains. We have 17 hours in order to do, I think it's said at 350 characters. I was like, holy shit. So like, look at all that. And there's some pretty solid bangers on this list. I almost feel like I want to start like I know I'm gonna get into like a like oh I only got this far and I talked already way more than I should with like half these characters, even
Fair.
especially based on where they're at. Like these characters, I feel like the 2 minutes I spent was 2 minutes too long. Um, or trying to like oversell like iconic characters. You're like, whatever. But like some of them, it was kind of fun
Oh
to.
yeah.
Some of them it was kind of fun to like fuck with. Um, I just what's this character's name in the Pirates?
Barbosa?
Yeah, this is like Barbosa, Bardabo, Baldo,
Bartleby,
Baldobosa. I think
Billy.
I, I don't even know the actor's name. Do you know the actor's name?
Oh shit. Is that yes, I know his name. Is that Jeffrey Rush? Is that his name?
That sounds right. That actually is a pretty solid answer. I
I think that's his name.
That sounds really familiar. Um, what's the fucking Snipes? What is his actor's name again? I always forget his name for some reason off my.
Alan
Oh,
Rickman.
that Rickman, Alan Rickman. Uh, let's see. I couldn't remember his name. I was like, I'm gonna have to just ask Danger.
You
Um,
just bite the bullet.
yeah, I'm
Dan,
just
he
gonna wait.
shows up on here so many times.
I know. I just noticed that too. I was like, well, I mean, he right so far he's on here twice already. And I think we're also gonna get
He's gonna keep going.
Anthony Hopkins as well is gonna be here soon. Anyways, but I think he's a pretty good. Like this is a good villain, even though I'm not a big fan of
Yeah,
the Pirates movies.
I like the first three.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
It's definitely one of
I could
those
probably say
franchises.
that. Yeah, I did the thing too where you're like, I don't know, some of these characters like you can only get away with them being in like maybe a trilogy. After a while, it's
Oh yeah, yeah.
either the movies themselves are just gonna get shittier naturally, or like the characters are just gonna be like, and why is this
Well, I
character
mean,
still alive, or why is this
Pirates
villain
of the
still alive?
Caribbean. I mean, Christ, I could just talk about
Sure,
Pirates of the Caribbean for
yes, yes.
months. But no,
Oh,
there's that. That is
sorry. Only
the
in regards to best movie villains, please.
keep it in the
Relevant.
rails.
Yeah, keep it
Keep it on the
relevant.
track.
Anyways, but yeah, most
But no,
people
that
agree
that
that he's
movie
kind
is
of in the
such
middle. There's a bell curve there,
a bell
but
curve for.
for this character, because
Oh oh oh.
these are people's opinions on the character, as I also am doing my own.
Oh, fair
So
enough. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
always fun to just be like, I think he's a solid character.
You know,
Like
so far I don't disagree with what I'm seeing on this
I
list.
think him and Davy Jones are like honestly for me is what saves that like at least like the franchise as a whole.
Oh yeah. Well,
But
that's one of
also,
the highlights of that.
if you were to do what you just said, where it's like the first three movies are good, I'd be like, does Davy Jones end up in what the third one at least?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
he's in 2 and 3. I say, but that's
Oh, is he
one
in
of the
two? Okay,
highlights
I
of
couldn't
that
remember if he did.
franchise. Yeah, that
Yeah.
he gets introduced in 2, and then
Okay, because
it
it's like
all
I feel
comes
like he
to an
wasn't
end.
only like he's one of those movie the ones where it's like they kind of leave him to be more like iconic basically. Like he's more iconic in the
Yeah.
third one versus like his first appearance that vaguely
Oh,
is
no, all
generic
I
or
was gonna
whatever.
say, though, is
Anyways,
that Pirates of the Caribbean is a perfect example of lightning in a bottle, because there's
absolutely.
no reason that movie was based on nothing but a
Yeah, like
ride.
for me, the first
That
movie
that
is
first
like it
arguably, that
is what
first
you
movie
would
is the best.
yeah you would say the same thing where you go, oh, that is kind of like this works weird. Okay,
Yeah. In a weird way, it really does work, but it's an idea you can really only take
it,
so
and I
far
think this is what people
before it
forget
just starts to get silly.
with when you have franchises. You forget that like the first movie that it's anchored from is it's that it was a solid single standalone idea
Oh, yeah.
that everyone could totally like
It resonated.
basically they could take that 2 hours and totally go with it, but then you somehow expand on that and you kind of start to actually see how thin that material or that like universe gets thinned out
Right,
or
right, right.
like not every universe can be. And again, uh,
Well,
I'm
that's why
this is my
the,
opinion so I'll say it, but it's not
oh, yeah,
everyone
yeah.
can be Star Wars or like
Like
the
this
Marvel
well, look out,
Cinematic
this guy's got
Universe or
opinions.
whatever where like technically the material can stretch, but like I don't know, I can't imagine Pirates of the Caribbean being very stretchy. Like I don't know why I'm using that as like my way of looking at it. Like how spread
Well,
thin the franchise itself. Like you're gonna like
I mean,
look at it
spreading
and
anything too thin, I think it's the
yeah.
problem with the MCU now, is they're just it's too much.
Well,
It's just
I think Marvel MCU in general has room to be like expanded on and can easily support itself going further out and not break because it's so brittle on the edges. But I think because you make stupid moves after you've expanded a salt like again I'm thinking like I don't know why I'm using a metaphor of like being like a thin uh
no, that's the
what is it
idea,
like
though.
a thin dough that like it'll break towards the edges and
Yeah,
stuff because it start drying out and thins out.
but yeah, no, it's because the people running the
But they
MCU,
started
rather than letting it build, grow,
well, they
they
started with a
form it
solid
into bread,
core.
and that's what makes it thick.
Yeah, I thought
But
that,
yeah, like pizza dough.
and I
They
think
started with a
yeah,
lump pizza
and
dough,
now they're trying to add
and rather
they're
than
trying to add onto the fragile edges that are just going to break off, and then it
no,
shows.
that's the
Yeah,
problem is they're
yeah.
not adding any pizza dough. They're the pizza that they
Oh
have.
yeah,
They're
no,
stretching it,
it's no, they're
stretching it.
eroding currently decent material or whatever,
Yeah, they're
like
ripping holes in the
passable.
dough and trying to patch it with cheese, and
Yeah.
it's like, guys, no,
If
no, no, no,
well,
no.
if we let the cheese ooze over the sides, like I don't
But
know, which would
technically
be
the
like
cheese will
special
patch the
effects or
hole, but
something.
that's a terrible way to make a pizza.
I don't know. I kind of like the idea of cheese kind of oohing over the sides of the crust. I hate crust.
Damn, you're a lasagna guy. That's what it is.
Are you are you reading my mind, or are you just judging me with just because you
Okay.
know me?
Okay. Well, then we
Because
might we might
guess
be.
what? Lasagna is like my favorite fucking dish. That's like
Well,
if
lasagna is fantastic.
if we're doing like the category of Italian dishes, like
Here's the thing, though.
like
But how
pizza
do you
is a
feel about?
solid second. Spaghetti, it should be it has to be third, but I kind of don't like spaghetti to be honest. Like
I'm
every
fine with that. I don't mind
everyone I feel like
either.
everyone grows up with it, and you're like it's noodles, and then like and most of the time it's like made poorly. Like I know pizza can be made poorly, but even I'd argue poorly made pizza is
I've
better than
definitely
poorly
had,
than average.
yeah,
Like yeah,
watery, like
and
no good spaghetti.
most people
Yeah,
don't
no, I've
make
had
spaghetti good anyways. Like they don't attempt. At least with like pizza, you can be like, well,
because you don't have
I
to.
bought
That's the thing with spaghetti
I
is such
bought
a low
store
bar.
I bought store dough so that I at least didn't fuck that up, and it takes way too long. But then you just like you can, which then you just add shitty stuff on top, and it actually comes out okay.
You put
Um,
breakfast
yeah,
cereal on it.
like I can't imagine doing those little microwave meals that are spaghetti themed and being like, this is gonna taste good. But
Some of them are better than
but
others.
I'm also weird, and I'm like, I don't know, a Totino pizza roll sometimes just hits right, and
This is also
that's
true.
technically like a pizza or like a calzone or
No,
whatever.
technically it's closer. I was gonna say
Yeah,
technically it's a calzone.
calzone. Oh, I know what it is. It's a hot
I
pocket.
don't even think that's true. It's literally it's a tiny hot
It's a
pocket full of
mini
cheesy
pocket.
tomatoey
Yeah,
gurt.
and I know those aren't technically good, but anyways, I digress on the
Good enough.
dude. But no, like if you want to get me in
Trying
this,
to
if you
convince
want to
a
get me,
stoner that
if you want to get me in the
you're trying to
sack,
convince a stoner that pizza pockets aren't that good. It's I don't think it's
yeah,
gonna work,
exactly.
man.
Um, if you want to get you want to be my lover, you got to get me in Olive Garden.
You got to get
Get
with
me
my man.
that lasagna, baby. Like that is
Um,
comfort food right there, 101.
Okay, so like, here's the thing. How do you feel about Chicago style deep dish pizza?
I don't think I've ever actually had it.
It's okay.
I might have had
Look,
like
man.
what it would be like the closest thing to like it being some like attempt at it in like a microwavable whatever, like those like Red Baron ones that are like single ones that kind of have a they aren't it's not
Oh
that's
yeah.
not it, but I mean like they
No.
try to emulate this like thick sides or tall sides and
Right.
whatever,
Right.
right? I've never had an official like I kind of want to
No.
go
It's
to like a place that literally knows that like this we do this and this is our thing.
Chicago deep dish
Yeah, like
pizza.
an
No, you're right.
actual
You're right.
Chicago
I'll be honest with
because I
you.
don't even
I'm
see a
not a
lot of
fan
options for that
because
at other
it's so
places.
ridiculous.
So like
Because it's a
how do
ridiculous
I
way
yeah
to
how
serve
do
pizza.
I know Pizza Hut for a while there was like a big thing with like that was like a how like the McRib is back, that kind of thing. I think Pizza Hut
Oh yeah,
sometimes goes
yeah.
like the
Well,
Chicago
it's because
deep
they
dish
have
is
to serve
back,
it.
and I
They got to
remember
serve it
that
in a
being
special dish,
like
and it costs too much money.
yeah I feel like that was like the fast food equivalent of like if anyone's gonna have deep dish easily it's gonna be Pizza Hut, but I've had pizza a couple times.
I mean,
I've gone out of my way
doubling
to
out
get
pizza.
Domino's the last couple weekends or like Friday nights, and I don't think I've ever seen a Chicago choice. So then I don't pick it because they don't make it. So I just go, oh, I'll just like I love
Yeah,
like the New Yorker style right now is what they're doing with like Domino's.
Brooklyn, the broad. Yeah, that's real pizza.
Like those are pretty solid.
Style broad pizza.
Yeah. But
Real
if you
pizza.
so to answer your long to finish that long answer to your quick question, sit me in front of a good uh, hell a decent deep dish and I'll let you know. I'm assuming I'll
Yeah,
probably like it because
it's
it's if you like you're trying to
literally
probably get to the point of
made.
like it's pizza infused with lasagna, right?
It's almost literally what it is. It's like if you gave someone all the ingredients for pizza and then you were like, make a pie.
They're like just fuck the Fuck the white stuff in the noodles.
Make a pie.
Yeah, you're like okay, because yeah, no, I imagine that's
It's
like I am.
like in a
I can see
tin
myself
dust.
enjoying it
After
based around
I think you probably
doing that
would.
exact thing, right? Because I mean, because that calzones and everything, they're all basically the a dough, a sauce, and a cheese and a meat. Usually is kind
Oh
of the
yeah.
those are the ingredients for almost every Italian dish. It seems like, or at least the stereotypical ones.
Why they're so good.
So you probably can get me on all of those. So, but I always still this day I'm still like I don't know, spaghetti is kind of overrated. Like it's great for like
I don't disagree,
I think it's great for
but
giving
if I
to
was
kids
offered
and shit, or
spaghetti
like
right now, I'd
and my parents
probably
made
mass produce it.
my parents made
Yeah.
the fuck out of like pasta.
Yeah.
My dad does a decent job of trying to make it actually like halfway like enjoyable. Like you can
It's easy to do. That's
the
the
thing is
thing.
you
Yeah.
can also like if I hate the fact that like you can easily fucking like I call it like sleep cooking. I don't know what else to say it like the most half-ass. Like you can easily half-ass
Oh,
spaghetti.
it's
So
a set it, forget it.
you literally do
That's what I just did. I did it
microwave
with ramen
microwave
20
your
minutes ago.
noodles and spread and squeeze some ketchup on top, and you've technically
Literally
got
ketchup.
spaghetti. And I'd be like, well, fuck yeah, okay. Same with,
Smash up some hot dogs.
but you could say that about like you could get a bagel, put a little ketchup and cheese on it, and you go, well, that's a pizza. I'd be like,
Dude,
okay,
you're
I
not
guess
wrong.
bagel
I
bites.
would not like it.
Oh, so I mean, that's the sucky thing
Bologna
about
on there?
those.
Get out of here.
Yeah, that's the sucky thing is like technically I could like you could reduce it all down. Like you're eating an instant pot, like little instant ramen. Well, that's Asia in in a little in styrofoam. Asia is probably made out of styrofoam at this point. Anyways, got
Asian
him.
human pot.
Anyways, I mean, I like, but again, I would always do the. I'd rather have like authentic, good version of that than what you would consider like I'm. I'm on welfare or food stamps, and I need something that's under a three-digit number.
Noodles and tomato sauce.
Yeah,
Done.
I
You
mean that's
just
why
say it.
I could easily just crack open a bunch of Chef Boyardee cans and just in this giant thing and go
Well, I
works for
do
me,
that from
works
time
for
to
me.
time. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, no, I do. Have you ever mixed them? Are you a madman? Ever mixed them?
Of course,
You ever
dude.
mixed the
Absolutely.
lasagna and the beefaroni together,
You, dude,
or
are
the
you
lasagna
kidding
and
me?
the mini ravioli together? It's almost like
Dude, look,
how
you're
do you make the
dangerously close.
yeah how do you make the best two
So,
things combined?
wait a minute.
Whoa!
It's Veterans Day.
It is
Do you work
officially
tomorrow?
Veterans Day. No, we're gonna do something after
Well, it sounds like what we're.
after Corey gets off of his fucking work, because again,
Wait, he
apparently he
works?
works. And I was like, you work? You work on Veterans Day, dude?
Fuck.
That's fucked up. I said the same thing.
I mean,
I was like,
granted, I
what?
would,
That's
but
fucked up.
the only reason I'm not working tomorrow is because I never work
Now,
Mondays.
I was well, yeah,
So.
but do you get paid for those holidays?
No,
If you're
no,
on, yeah.
no,
See, I think I get.
no, no.
Funny enough, I think I get paid on this holiday, even though, like, it's that thing where you go, if you were scheduled to work that day and there's a holiday that lands on it, you get paid for those. Granted, without disclaiming all this to the world, but being part time and so on and whatever, I think they can afford to be like, here you go, it's time and a half for fucking 4 hours of work, and you're just like,
Yeah.
oh, I can see how you can afford to do that. If I
Here's what we're
like,
gonna do tomorrow for Veterans Day. We're gonna find a
yeah,
documentary about the Italian front in World War II, and we're gonna get a bunch of Chef Boyardee in a big pot, and we're just gonna dump
stop
it all
it.
in there.
You don't
And
even know.
yeah,
I have yet to eat my one can of Chef Boyardee that's in my literal reach right
and
now.
we're about to buy 12 more
And
and dump it
I
all
might
in
have
the
just set
same pot.
myself up to when you said, "Hey, are you a lasagna guy?" I You already set me up to I'm gonna eat the fuck out of this lasagna.
Yeah,
Or no, it's not lasagna. Oh,
that
it's beefaroni.
Pavlovian response. I
Oh,
rang
dude.
the bell, dude.
Oh shit. I just had a brain blast. Jimmy Neutron brain
God
blast.
damn, dude.
Beefaroni. You heat it up.
Yes.
I also got pita. Uh, I just call them pockets because it's funny because they got pockets in the middle.
Yeah, the way
But
it opens up.
yeah, it's the pita. It's bread,
Yeah,
but
put
whatever.
beefaroni pita.
I
Eat
just like
it.
saying
Eat it.
pita
Put the
pockets
beefaroni in
because
the pita. Eat it.
it sounds like a pet loving
Look,
vagina.
if you were under the impression that you were talking to a man that hasn't eaten a ravioli sandwich,
I was
I
gonna
don't know how to
say.
tell you.
So I'm
Like,
like
I don't know what to tell you.
I'm gonna scoop beefaroni into a pita
Yes,
bread.
and it's gonna change your
Yeah.
life.
I feel like
You're gonna
the
start
only way I can make
going to
that
church.
better is if I made an app, like if I just found a way to toast it all, like a panini, basically. Like if I
Oh,
could figure out
I
how to
mean, yeah,
paniniize it,
yeah, that'd be tricky.
where
Panini-ized.
like you, well maybe, well I guess
I think
if you toast
just toast it.
toast it first,
Yeah,
cut it open, dump in the already hot
yes.
beefaroni. Dude, this is the best part of the stream right now.
Yeah, I know, I'm
This,
literally like, this is what I
yes.
came here for.
Yeah, it's coming up with the single man's life
No,
hacks,
no,
food
we're
hacks.
just living life. It's 21st century luxury. Okay, you got to
Part of me,
recognize
part
that
of me thinks I might be able to get away with if I toasted it and stuck in the microwave, like it still wouldn't get all soggy because it's already kind of toasted. Because I was thinking like
yeah, yeah,
what you do is you line the pita because you don't want the sauce to make the pita bread fall apart. I'm thinking it's already toasted, so that helps. But I was thinking you put cheese inside, line it with cheese as much as possible, and
yes.
then microwave it a little bit to where like you melt the
No,
cheese,
you could even like you
right?
could lay a slice of cheese in there probably,
Oh, like slices of cheese would be probably a
just
quicker
like
way.
on either
I'll have
side.
to kind of experiment. I feel like there's like probably like a perfect
You
way
got
of
a lot of
doing that,
options.
like executing it, but like the idea makes it sound like there's some
Yeah,
tricky
base
little
form.
like if
Yeah, base form.
it's like
Putting
it's the classic
beefaroni
case of
in
like, well, if you don't do this one step, you've pretty much fundamentally fucked the whole thing up. But if you
yeah,
but it's easy. It's like all you had to do is flip those, and then whoop. Now
yeah,
you put the jam and the fucking peanut butter on the outside of the bread, and your hands are
no,
touching all the inside
no,
stuff,
no.
and the inside of the inside of the bread or the inside of the PB and J is nothing but bread.
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
you
Sorry,
insane?
pal. You innovated wrong. My bad, dog.
Yeah, but oh man, imagine that. I kind of actually have never thought about doing that, but it'd be kind of funny to do. Make it in like when people make the joke of like I'm gonna be in, like a human that looks like inverted. It's all their intestines and stuff all hanging
That would
outside.
change your life in the opposite direction.
Imagine that food version with PB and J,
That's the opposite.
where you
That's
have
what I'm saying. So
your fingers are
yeah,
all fucking just gripping up, and all this stuff is just
so
dripping everywhere. It's just
in life,
the worst like thing you could think of, but it's great.
you are presented with many options.
Hmm.
And right now you find yourself at a fork in the road. And the two paths you are looking down are Inside Out PB&J and Beefaroni Pita Pocket.
Oh no, they're separate.
One of these things, no, 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 I'm telling you, one of these things will change your life immeasurably for the better. And another one of these things
Oh
will
well,
change your life immeasurably
one's a
for the
sane man's
worst.
dinner, and another's an insane man's dinner. I'm just glad I never thought of this until I just talked it out with you, because
Yeah,
I've eaten many a PB and J sandwiches or any type of two pieces of bread and something in the middle of it,
yes.
and then just imagining all the elements on the outside, so where you're just your dirty mitts.
I
I mean,
know.
your hands aren't always dirty, but like
Yeah, mayonnaise all
they're
over your
dirty
hand.
by default. Yeah, it's just like it'd be silly to be like you put mayonnaise on top and then the bologna underneath. I don't eat that because
It'd be like
I don't
taking
like
one piece of
bologna.
bread.
But it's
It'd be like
still
taking
but
one
you're still
piece of
trying to
bread
think of
and
like
putting bologna
all
on the
you're doing is
side.
just holding on to the elements of that, trying to eat it, and then just be like, but then also
No, no.
since there's nothing sticking the pieces together, I feel like they'd be sliding around more because there's no
It's
friction
like
in the
treating a
middle.
shit salad like finger food. I don't like this.
Yeah, you're like, oh, let's just find the worst way to eat something, you
Going
know.
to a salad bar, eating with your hands straight out of the salad bar. I don't like
I
that.
mean, I mean, I would say you could technically do that. There's nothing wrong with that.
It wouldn't arrest you immediately.
Yeah, no, people would definitely be. Well, no, they probably would because I think at this point that those are like there's like laws against like unsanitary whatever. Like why people when they were licking the tops of ice cream and whatnot, that actually became like a
Oh, that was a problem.
yeah, that actually became like a health code violation thing or whatever, and people were just like, nope, they
But
got to go
most of those
straight to
were
jail.
fake, though. A lot of those were fake, though, because most ice cream, when you
Oh no,
Google it, authentic people.
I just say I'd hope that most of those people were just doing it for the bit, and then like, oh okay, I'll put it in, but then I'll buy it. But then there's always that one or two like psychotic people that are like they just straight up just
They
do it.
actually commit
Yeah,
to, like, yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
and you're just like, oh fuck.
It's
Those
fucking
ty-
cereal ice
then
cream lickers.
then you forget that like those people exist. Oh shit. Uh, I
Please
got
leave
like
safe. Thank
every
you.
other day. I think I'm only gonna die from like the most retarded thing. Not like
Did you put
or once a month, maybe
giant
once a month. Once a month,
cookies
I
in the
think of like,
licked ice cream gallon?
yeah, no, only once a month.
That is some like Final Destination level shit.
Yeah, you should only think about that once a month. Go, oh, what if I bought ice cream that someone licked and then I died from their fucking cooties?
Well, then what you do is you go to the store when you go to the grocery store and buy the ice cream. As soon as you pull it out of the cooler, you lick it. And then if you got any diseases from it, you'll know by the time you're walking around shopping for groceries, you'll feel it kick in, and you'll know whether or
Yeah,
not you're going to die
that's
from
how
it.
it works.
So it'll be fine.
Science.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay, so the real reason I have you here, because we're not finishing this bitch. I don't care. Um, so
I prove it.
I've been sick basically since last time we've talked.
Oh, dude, I was sick all week,
Oh
like 2 weeks
yeah.
ago.
Oh, maybe you gave it to
Yeah,
me.
sorry, not this week.
Maybe you gave it to me.
It was
I know
after.
everyone's been sick around me. I feel like
Well, yeah,
so.
no, literally, yeah. It's that time of year.
Yeah, so I had a full like basically. I didn't. I always like saying the first day you're sick is technically like the second day because I feel like the first day is like that day that you kind of go, the fuck, what's that? And then
Oh yeah,
you're still able to do physically do things and so on and whatever, and you're just like,
it's that next day when you wake
yeah.
up and you're like,
The next
oh
day you're just like,
no.
it's basically, am I sick? That whole day that you're questioning if you're sick, most likely the 12 to 24 hours after that question that you ponder, you go, oh, I am sick. Fuck, okay, because I started feeling that last Tuesday, and technically we saw each other Monday, but I wasn't feeling bad then.
Was I over there Monday or Tuesday?
Wait, what?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, same time. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't remember
Whatever.
if it was
But I
Monday or
mean,
Tuesday. But
we,
yeah, same thing.
yeah, not just the stream, but anyways. But I was just like, oh yeah, like
Yeah, yeah.
so like Tuesday night I started being like, my nose is running and sniff, and like I have to like force it back up way more than I usually do. That usually means I'm sick or I have like crazy allergies, which wasn't the case, or at least wouldn't usually pop up at this point. But yeah, basically from
Oh yeah.
Tuesday night, basically that the other half of the day, Tuesday to about, I would say, maybe Friday night or last night, I officially felt like today I'm fine. Like there might be a little bit of like a, you might hear me going, but that also might just be me.
It's the
And I'm,
leftovers.
yeah. Um, but I'm not, like I went back to work Friday and I was like, I'm fucked. Like I'm not sick, but like I'm getting too old for this shit. Kind of like sweating, doing the simplest tasks. And I'm like, oh, I've yet to
Oh
like, I
yeah,
have got
sure. Sure, sure.
that first day back of being like, because I probably wasn't technically fully over, but like every 30 minutes, I'm like, oh man, usually I don't start getting winded till the very end of the shift. But like,
Yeah,
I
first day
do
back
like,
is the
yeah,
worst.
one task. And I'd be like, I don't usually need a break between this one task, but I need a quick break. But yeah, anyways, I don't know where I was going with that, but
We're sick all week.
oh, that's where this is the unnecessary setup for basically having so Wednesday and Thursday, I think, were the days I just was in and out of reality and consciousness,
Hell yeah.
where you're just sleeping it all off, trying to sleep it as give your body as much time to sleep, no matter when and where.
Those are
Um,
good ass days.
they're good as long as you don't you can easily just go, oh, I have sick time, and then my job, luckily, I've never felt. I mean, I do feel bad because like I know sometimes there is like just any job, you'll be like, oh, if I'm gone, not all hell will break loose, which some stuff is like that.
Someone's gonna have to do more work.
Yeah, not everyone's gonna be happy with me, so on and so forth. Or I don't have sick time, and that's gonna just kind of make me feel like I'm just like I just have to accept the fact that I need to recover. But like fuck me, I guess I'm not gonna get paid for that either.
Oh
Um,
well, yeah.
where but it's like a combination of that too, kind of like the same coin where you're like, all right, well, as long as I get paid and not everyone is completely pissed off at me for being gone for at that point it was what that would be 48 hours or whatever. No, no, that's usually not enough time for most places to completely hate it. But like sometimes you take a whole week. That can really fuck with places. But anyways, um, I ended up having I feel like at least a couple like dreams where I'm like I woke up and I managed to keep. this is the long-winded way of getting to this idea where you wake up and you go, it's not actually a half bad idea, and then like you just wait for your, the cloudiness of like waking up, and either one of two things happens. Either as you kind of get out of that foggy stupor, you kind of start to like remind like, is that idea actually good or bad? And then you realize, oh, that was a bunch of random bullshit that I'm only just maybe because again, you sometimes you can get pretty emotional in like after you wake up, you can still be in that kind of headspace, like
Yeah.
emotionally, psychologically kind of thing, where you're like, if someone died and you woke up, and you're like, I'm kind of sad now, you know. They,
That's funny.
they killed my dog in that dream, those bastards. And then you're like, oh, I'm fucking talking about like a fiction, like a not even a real, like not even like a real dog I had growing up dying. It was just like a fucking Blues Clues dog or whatever getting shot in the head or whatever. You're just like, oh, there's
I
nothing.
hate dreaming about cartoon dogs getting shot.
Yeah, where you feel like you legitimately have for like a hot second there, you have like a legitimate emotional reaction where you're like not even like a movie way, like your mind,
It's your
your
dream,
mind does. At
dream
least my mind
quick.
does this. My mind does it to where it will convince me enough to where I feel like I'm literally a little bit of me like died inside. But when I wake up and I start to kind of come to, I'm like I like how I'm saying it out loud now, but usually I'm actually like I get embarrassed after that because I'm like, what the fuck, dude? There was nothing.
Oh yeah.
Like for one, I'm surprised I was like I managed to literally fool myself into being like, oh my gosh, I'm this emotionally distraught by it. But also it's like, oh, but there was so much dumbness to it too. So like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Like what?
That's just dreams though. That's
Why
what
is
they'll do that.
why is my subconscious doing that to the conscious right now? Because the conscious right now is really fucking embarrassed that
Why
like
is my subconscious killing dogs?
yeah. But there's other times where I'm like, oh, okay, that was kind of legitimately like there was like a whole story there that like felt like it could have. And of course, that's the blur, right? The whole like, is it real? Is it not? Like again, going back to like watching and being more like I always feel like it's more was it empathetic when you experience it in your dreams versus sympathetic when you watch it on like TV or whatever.
Oh right, right.
Like it's hard to empathize when it's it's all fictional and it's not geared to
Yeah.
you in any shape or form. Really, I mean, it is to the most basic human kind of
General sense.
levels, right?
Yeah.
But in your dreams, are like, that was exactly my mom's face. I know exactly what would piss me off slash scare me or whatever. And that,
Yeah.
or whatever. And those things combined made me wake up and go, I fucking hate myself. And I hate that I also, you know, actually feel so bad. Anyways, that's like the extreme side of
Okay.
those things. But,
Okay.
anyways, there's always, a lot of times it's always like you think about it, you're like, oh, all those things are silly. Like, I had three dreams, like, like usually you have like, what, three sets of dreams that are all kind of different. Apparently is what they say if
You
you have
can. Yeah.
like a full REM cycle, whatever thing.
Yeah.
Um, and then you end up like mixing them all together in your head at the end, where you just like reaccount like there was like a thing and that, and then it somehow shifted over into this, and then you're just like, what a weird journey. Like if that was like a 3 act structure, it would make fucking no sense, but it would be like
It's
one of the
definitely
more,
a college
but
thesis.
yeah, it'd be an interesting like art house fucking or whatever movie or just experimental. And then
What a lot of student films are.
the other reaction, so either like, wow, that was really stupid, and I'm kind of glad I didn't tell anyone this because it would just be that more embarrassing to go, I had a
Oh.
dream where I did this, and then you're just like, yeah, what the fuck, dude? And you're like, I know, I don't know what to think about it. I shouldn't have said anything. Um, you just start poking holes in it, and everything. And then the second one is you go, wait, that actually isn't half bad. Like it's not all there, but I'm not incredibly embarrassed slash I could probably see myself doing something with that in my waking conscious time. Like it's the good part of having dreams that you wake up and go, oh, I got to write that down. Even if it's like the germ of an idea, it's like sometimes that germ of the idea, like kind of like the same kind of eureka. I mean, I say it like everyone else has these, but I do this where it's like I'll be in the shower and I go, oh, and it's just like there's this little kernel of an idea that just like, poof, like somehow
Oh yeah.
in your
Shower thoughts.
yeah your meditative whatever the magic that is, shower thoughts, and you're just like, oh,
Those are definitely
if I write that
shower
one sentence down, like I think I can go from there. But that one sentence was like the catalyst for everything moving forward. So a lot of times do two. I kind of bank on that, or I just sit and go, well, there's so many elements, and what do I like? That's the two.
So you're getting a waterproof notepad for the shower.
Oh no, I just have my phone. I just stick my head
Oh,
out, stick my head out, grab the phone that's on the counter anyways in the bathroom usually, because usually I'm going to the bathroom before I take a shower. You know, you shit and then shower, right? And you're usually on your phone because that's what everyone does. They shit with the phone.
sure.
It's all the same. I walk in there with a phone and a towel, and I can get everything done, except for the actual like materializing the ideas officially. So it's like, oh, on my little notepad thingy on my phone, and it's like
I should
an an,
utilize that.
an idea where a guy fucks a girl, and then
Dude,
they're not,
unheard of.
but they're not really people. Whoa! And it's just like, there you go. And then I'm like, oh, I know what that
Perfect.
was from, and then you just kind of go from there. Anyways, that's not a good example.
The guy producer.
I intentionally make bad examples.
And that is a good example.
Yeah, it's a good example of being a bad idiot. So with that said, um, first of all, I want to trademark this stream just in case because I feel like if I say too much and someone steals it, the one human being that might come across this one day and go, oh, he hasn't gotten around to doing this, like
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised anymore.
snatchies. No one says snatchies. I want that to be the new
Yoink.
snatchies. Well,
What's the new yoink is snatchies.
yoink is actually kind of cool, and it kind of reminds me of like a
I'm a
cartoon.
big proponent. Yeah, big proponent of yoink.
I
I'm
like
very much
yoink.
a yoink.
Snatchies just is stupid. That's why I like it because I knew it
Snatchies
was.
is fun.
It sounded
Snatchies is like, yeah,
it sounded insufferably stupid coming out of my mouth, and I kind of liked it. Those are those types of ideas that you go. Anyone else who said that, like this, is, I guess how conceited I am or how egotistical I am. Anyone else who has said that, I would have been like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, fuck off. But since I'm so cute, I'm so cute. You know, snatchy. Like I
it's
can be.
so kawaii.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay with being. You know, ooey and kawaii.
Dude, sometimes you just gotta be that guy.
Hmm.
Sometimes you
Anyways,
just gotta get them snatchies.
so this would just be so this is why I can't do elevator pitches because that would be what the elevator ride was just all that banter, and then someone else would be like, all right, so
Well, if
you
the
whatever,
elevator was in disrepair, you'd be fine.
yeah, you're like,
If you were
oh,
stuck in there for 2 or 3 hours shitting in the corner, I think you'd be
well,
fine.
no, well, no, that's why you'd have to hope that you're like, I knew that this was going to happen. We were going to get stuck on on
You just always
a
carry around
long
like a
extended
stack of
thing.
documents.
You do the thing where you go, oh, I want to be that comedian that only like does all the setup for a joke, but then never gets to the actual quote unquote punchline. Basically, blue balls people, where you're like, okay, do you know how
Perfect comedy.
you know when you have like dreams and you're like, yeah, and then like you're building that up, and you feel like, oh, here's the idea. Eventually, it's like the premise, and you're
You
like,
just keep
ah.
segueing
And
for
then
15
all
minutes.
you're doing is you're just kind of laying out like basically the definition of like a bad dream or like what or being embarrassed by thinking of things and having emotional attachments to whatever. And then you're like, and I don't think I mentioned what the idea is yet. So like you don't even have like that little.
I
There's that
haven't
little
heard it.
crumb. You have that. Well, I'm saying you have that little crumb where you're like, oh, he's about to talk about a movie idea or like a story that would be materialized into a comic or something. Like give you
Yeah.
can you now. I've already fed that a little in your brain, to where you're like, okay,
I mean,
I
I'm
think I know where he's going to
personally
go.
familiar with your pitches, but that being said, for the general audience, I don't think they have any idea where this is gonna go.
Well, yeah, a lot of times it's like, well, it's a story idea, and story ideas means it can go in any medium, essentially,
Yeah.
like in a world kind of pitches, where it's like, yeah,
All about
that could be anything, like materialized in anything. Um, but yeah, I was like, oh, I'm so proud. I got to tell someone, and I'm like, it's danger, T danger, which is what I like to
it.
call you.
The
Um,
one and only.
he's got to have me talk his ear off for the next hour about this fucking stupid ass idea. Um,
I'll be the judge of that.
I know. I really hope that I'm under, even though I love the idea. I'm incredibly biased with this idea, and I really want it to be good. I like thing, but like at the same time, I'm like, I like setting things up where you're like that's pretty campy or that's pretty it's pretty cheesy, but I love it. You know, I
There are
feel like
both good places to
there's like
shoot.
a perfect beat that you hit, right?
Yeah,
From being like, you know, bad, cringy, and like a brilliant idea, but you self sabotage yourself enough to where you're like, fuck, like you put it in
there's a
the
difference
basically you
between
put it,
early Shyamalan and recent
yeah, yeah,
Shyamalan.
yeah, you put in the recent Shyamalan. I don't care about Shyamalan at all, really, to be honest.
And just
Like,
like he was good back in the day, and then he wasn't.
yeah, I didn't really care for him back in the day either. I feel like if I
Oh,
watched
I like
rewatched it,
Signs.
if I feel like I re yeah, if I rewatched Signs, I'd probably laugh my ass off. I also
That's
probably would
fair.
rather just watch Scary Movie 3 or whatever. You'd be like, it's a better Shyamalan
No, you're
movie.
right. That is the better one.
That
Damn.
I know, like that obviously works because it's parodying because you have to know the source material. But like, I don't know,
But
three.
Scary Movie
I
3 is
I
so
rewatched
funny.
Scary Movie 3 and there's just too much fucking hilarity in like
Yeah,
what they pick apart in like
it's just
Signs
a
of all
good
things.
movie.
Yeah, I mean they did kind of jump the shark in that one, and I feel like I went on a Scary Movie rewatch, and
You have to
yeah,
once in a while.
yeah, and I was like I don't remember like after three being like even remotely good, and I can't even remember. I think it was okay. Actually think it was better than I remember. The whole Tom Cruise War of the Worlds thing. I was like, okay, there's actually some funny stuff in
Yeah,
this. And then I think I
I
watched
mean,
like
I
I think there's
didn't
a fifth
dislike
one.
horror.
Is there a fifth one?
Oh god, there's probably like 8 at this point.
Oh well, there's a couple that I think are like what do you call it? Like the superhero movie or like epic movies
Oh,
or
the
whatever.
spin-offs. That,
I
yeah,
think those
yeah,
are
those
spin-offs
are yeah.
technically, so those are bad.
It's very much the same vibe
Those are when the
of
way
just like
basically
less.
I had to look it up. I think or I had to keep aware of this element if we're gonna go off on a tangent. Uh,
We're going.
I think the third one it was either the last or was yeah the last one. I think the Wayne's brothers even had anything to do with. So that's why
Yeah, I think
it's the only one that has
four. Yeah,
yeah.
from 4 and after
I don't
is
yeah
yeah
I'm
like
pretty
the
sure they
difference.
had nothing to do with them. So it's like I'm pretty sure that's why it's not so good. It's probably why people still to this day are like you know what White Girls is actually pretty good. You're like probably because the Wayne's brothers are pretty decent at what they do for that kind of stuff. Like I
Yeah.
love oh god what's the it's making fun of all the like 90s LA Ice Cube movies and stuff. What's that one called?
Um,
That movie's great.
all I can think of is like obviously the scary movies, superhero movie.
Yeah, they made one that was kind
Well,
of
they
making
did
fun of like
Meet the Spartans.
ghetto life in California. No, it was before Scary Movie even. It was like when their first kind of breakout.
Oh wait. We talking about Don't Be a Menace?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Don't Be a
What
Menace
is it? Don't
is
be a
great.
menace while you're drinking juice in the hood in South Central. Is
Do
that I don't know what it
we
is.
have a problem? You know.
I have to hang on. I gotta look that title up real
Oh,
quick.
does it have a crazy subtitle like that? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't mean. I don't mean. What's his name's movie? The one with the spaz or whatever it's called. Uh,
Oh, The Pest.
the pest. Is that what it is? The
John Leguizamo.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm very
It's
familiar with The
definitely not that
Pest.
one, but I love the pest still. It's also
Yeah.
another one of those where like it's not. It's kind of like
Oh
it's.
no, that's what Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. That's what
I
it
didn't
is.
even know it had that long ass title. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's yeah. The posters Don't be a menace, and then under it is the rest of the
Yeah, which I'm
subtitle.
assuming is like the
Don't be a
subtitle.
menace to South Central
I don't think
while drinking
anyone
your juice
ever
in the hood.
even references that. Like you need to remember that's what it is. It's not Spider-Man 2. It's Spider-Man whatever the joke I'm making.
Well,
Um,
it's the message of the movie. That's what I think is so genius about it.
yeah,
Just it's right in the title. It's
yeah.
just telling you don't act like this.
Anyways, I could speak again like you said about like um uh Pirates of the Caribbean or something. I can talk about whatever random side
Yeah.
comment. So I need this idea fleshed out more, and I feel like you're like a perfect candidate for this type of thing.
Mm.
Where most of the time I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'll just stick to like it being a thing I want to try and pursue, or not pursue at all, but at least I'm like, well, at least it lets me draw something, or I can write like a really shitty, not even a full script or a good script, just like I can flush it out myself, I guess. But every once in a while, I like those
Just learn how to write. Just learn
uh
how to take notes in shorthand.
yeah, I just
Keep
like
the whole
the
thing short.
what is it, writers rooms kind of style with
Yeah,
especially with like comedies and stuff like that where you're like you need to like kind of have that nice brain trust that you literally need the Manhattan Project, but it's for comedy or for porn or something, whatever the joke is, right? You need to have all the greatest minds in the room, you know,
sometimes it just works.
working together to make the greatest cartoon porn comedy movie of the
The
decades.
few, the proud, the gooners.
Yep.
That's our
So
recruitment commercial.
hold on, I'm gonna find a different visual for the stream because I realize I'm just gonna be stuck on this Marvel Comics thing. And I don't
We're stuck on that.
and I don't have anything other than this little notepad on my computer that I don't feel is the most compelling thing to show.
That
Um,
is so inappropriate.
yeah, fuck this. I'll just
No,
turn this back on. Where's it at? Oh, did I delete it? Oh, I managed to delete it somehow. Okay, whatever. Let me find the. I need to find it now. Where's this file?
where is this file? Oh, the screen went black for a second. You're getting wonky.
Yeah, I need to find.
You're getting wild.
I need to. I deleted my little screen thing that I always have up. I already forgot how I put it on here. Is it this? Yeah, I think this is it. Sucks to delete stuff like this because then you're like, where's it at again? Oh, great. Now I got to go looking for it.
Don't be deleting all willy nilly.
Yeah, there we go.
You have tactics to
There it is.
delete
Okay.
from.
This little thing I usually have. I deleted it accidentally.
Well, don't do that.
Oh, wait. Now what the fuck happened? Okay, there we go. Anyways, until I find a reason to turn it back on or whatever. Okay, so again, this might be one of those things where you're like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's not looped. That's why.
It's
I've
off center. Hey,
No, it's because it's not looping. Pause. I have to loop it. Fuck. Properties. Loop. Otherwise, it just plays it and stops. Here we go. Now it plays it infinitely. Here we go.
okay.
Because it's only a 3 second or like
Yeah,
a 5 second
it's a
loop.
bumper.
Mm-hmm. It literally has 6 seconds of animation. One glitch, little fizz. And that's about. And then it repeats itself.
I should put something like that together. I haven't even thought about that. I have my
I
little
know. Well,
background of like pause screens
I've
where I
I've
can
got a
do it.
guy for that. I
A guy.
got a guy for it.
There's a guy I know.
Yeah. You probably ask him
Oh,
to make you one. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about.
yeah, I could. Damn, I feel I don't know. I honestly I
Because I'm
feel like
pretty
that's
sure I
just in.
made him ask him, and he was just like, well, I don't, whatever. And then like this is what he came up with, I think. And I was just like, fuck
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I'm done. I'm
Dude,
sold.
in general, I want to collaborate with that guy like on anything,
Mhm.
but
Well,
I
we've
don't like this
mentioned him
act.
before, but I just for the bit, it's like you know who I'm talking about. Like you can easily
Yeah,
just
no, I absolutely do.
he's
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
Discord. Just tell him.
yeah.
I might need
But yeah, but that
I
being said, I think rather than asking him for something like that, I would rather
yeah.
just like just come up with a project and be like, bro, like let's collab, let's make something
It
crazy
would be
happen.
funny to do because this is like the one I've had for years now. Like I used to use it for my Twitch and stuff. Uh,
Mm.
like just gaming in general. Um, but now I kind of wanted him to do a Pud related one. Find a way to pudify. Call it.
Putification of four eyes.
But I also want him to do one that looks like it's Pog-Cast. So I want him to make like a Poghead Yo
Oh,
themed.
Paul Pud.
So there's two types. I might make him do. And I'm pretty sure it didn't take him too long. I mean, technically he did the pixel stuff, like that's the pixel art,
Mm.
and then I think
Yeah,
and then somehow he managed to do the animation in probably one of the many programs that he has, like a
yeah.
whatever. I don't know if this is a Photoshop thing you can do, but it being
The only
animated.
thing I could like give you like a video
Yeah,
editing program
like I know
to
how
do
to.
filters.
No, I can easily do the thing where you put a filter, like a layer, and you like overlay it on like a program, and you have like so you have like what looks like skin lines in your art, but that's a
Right,
static
right, right.
image, and it's usually like a transparent or PNG or something that you can make it kind of fit the
Yeah.
that retro look. But this is like, oh, it's like a little glitchy screen. Um,
So yeah, he may have just animated that
yeah,
leg.
actually, he's technically animated the skull, I believe. Like the skull, because I my original idea, at least for this skull, was I wanted like a Doom guy's face, but it was just a skull, and it, and
Oh
it
yeah.
and it animates. And I can't. I don't know if I can. I don't. So that skull is like a little like animated, like it goes like "Rah," like it does that like a little kind of, I don't know,
Jaw waggle.
like a little like yeah, like a little jaw thing. Because I was like, well, in like obviously in Doom or whatever, the Doom guy's like head, you see like the damage over time. It's like do that, but
Yeah.
like just make like a. But I was gonna add it to like the corner or whatever, or I was gonna make a.
Like a HUD.
I actually took a. At one point, there was a point where I had set up where I had the Doom HUD underneath, and I just put my character's like little skull, pixel skull on top of where that is, and it was just
Oh yeah.
so it would just animate while the rest of it was just the typical like original Doom HUD, and then it was just a little bit more interesting. I think yeah, he would look side to side and then like do some mouth jaw move, and then that was it. But then I think as far as it got, and I was like, that's good enough. Works for me. I'll do that. Like
Oh yeah.
I can use that, work with that. And so it would just be put in the bottom. And
Sick.
I think after a while, I was like, it's kind of silly looking when you try to play a game with that on. But when I was doing like drawing streams, it would just be what was at the bottom, like while the rest of the screen was me capturing. Usually
Oh right, right.
either capturing my drawing program or the camera that I like usually would have, or overhead camera. So then you can clearly tell that it's just a like the typical. It's more or less, it looks more like what they do for all the other Twitcher game, streamer things, where they always have a little HUD of some sort.
Yeah.
But I can't remember now. Like it's been long enough that I haven't done that extensive of a setup. But he always had fun little things that would I could add to that said experience to like, and that was his kind of his forte at that point, because like basically everyone asked him for stuff. So like uh, some other stream friends of ours asked him to do some stuff, non-animated, other things, and he just kind of was like, "Oh yeah, well, you need a banner." Like I asked him for my banner for my YouTube channel. Again, it's stuff that it's funny. It's like I would rather employ him to do that for that, just because like my head would just get too much into the details of it all, and I'd be like, eh.
Oh right, right.
But I also like that I can just tell him what to do, and like it's personalized enough to where I'm like a pixelized skull. What looks like a creature underneath a stack or a fort, literally a fort. That's why it's for Four Eyes Comic Fort or whatever,
Yeah.
Uncle Four Eyes Comic Fort. And I was like, yeah, and just do four eyes because literally the monster would have four eyes and you can't tell what it is, and it's in a fort of comics and books or whatever. So
Yeah.
those are always the aesthetics. It was either edgy Doom shit, video game Doom, or well, for the stream stuff, and then or like for Twitch, or like since Twitch basically was a thing, and then now it's right now it's anything that has to do with like a comic book monster that is who also just happens to be an uncle with four eyes. I don't know. Like it's kind of it's kind of grown differently because obviously Four Eyes has always been my moniker for a while, and it's like, well, it always
Yeah.
used to be like if I just basically had blackface for like a username. Blackface. It's the nerd
It's
blackface.
alright.
So it's like Four Eyes.
Yeah, no, you're taking it back.
I'm taking it back. Yeah, that was always the joke with that. I was like taking it
Yeah.
back.
I support.
And then Forever always kind of just helped kind of seal it as also like if you don't have like if I can't just like that's the short, but like Forever kind of helps. Obviously, four is also part of that word.
It's
So
brand new recognition.
yes, perfect. It's like you can't just be Four Eyes because that's like calling yourself just the N word or whatever. But you're like, but if you're called
Calling
Magic,
yourself dangerous.
if you're the magical N word, or whatever the joke is I'm making.
Oh,
That's a brand. That's a brand.
dude, I'll buy it.
Super speed. Uh, gin, uh, uh, turbo ginger. Turbo ginger is a thing. You can't just be
Whoa.
called ginger. The turbo ginger.
Well,
I mean,
well, the
that's
Ginger, that's different. How many Gingers do you
well.
know?
That I feel like you have to kind of explain that though. You're like, what? What are you saying?
Yeah, Ginger.
You're like, are you putting Gooner and ginger
No, it's
together?
just a Ginger. It's just a Ginger.
Just how you. It's just that the pronunciation. I feel like is slightly different.
Sure. He's a Ginger.
You're like the Pokemon. Yeah, I love the Pokemon the Ginger.
Dude, I feel like if the Ginger was like a fully realized entity, it would be a Pokemon.
It would just be an orange Gengar
It would be like a, yeah, it would be like a ghost fairy. It would be like a weird
with
double typing.
freckles.
Yeah. Yeah, it would just be a wad of orange freckles and
Yeah.
glasses.
Well,
And and it would be one of the Pokemon. It would be like Meowth. It would be one of the few Pokemon that could talk, and it
for,
would say stuff like, "Do you guys want to talk about One Piece?"
yeah. Well, it would just be
And
fucking that
that's the Ginger.
character.
You would hear its call in the wild.
Yeah. That would be like one of those inside jokes where you can do like an old meme where you have what's his name from uh
Oh,
Jimmy Neutron?
Carl.
Yeah, I feel like you have a crazy pixelized picture like 2002 like Carl image, which is super pixeled out, like really whatever that's called.
Like,
And then underneath it would just say the Ginger, and
destroyed.
and people would not understand what that meant. Like they would be like, "What is this
They
internet
they would know
like
exactly
relic?"
what.
Like
You could
I
find it. You
don't
could
get
find it.
this. I need to know I need to go to know your meme, and they don't even have it under that. Um, but no, anyways, that was like a
Find the
sidetracking
original
of
picture.
brand. Basically, that was my branding. It was always kind of like nerdy thing, but then I'll get it. I'll forever be someone with glasses.
Dude, I can't
Sorry,
believe
guys. I just broke the illusion. I need to wear glasses. Not my
you believe
glasses.
you'd be that guy.
At least I'm not a ginger. 'Cause
Yeah, we don't
I'm at least
associate.
not that. Or otherwise I would also call myself like the four-eyed ginger or something, right?
Oh, that'd be illegal. I don't think you're supposed to do
Or just the saddest human being on the planet. I'm just kidding.
that. Just
it's
crying
it's
emoji.
it's bad because I feel like all we're doing is just making fun of a friend of ours, and it's not making fun of it, gingers in general. It's like now I'm just making a fun of someone I know particularly. He's probably
Right.
watching the stream, and
I mean,
he's
it
probably
makes
like,
sense, but you're
"Eh."
also you're
Not really,
simultaneously making fun of yourself. It's interesting. It's an interesting dynamic you've got here.
dude. You have to be
It's
self-deprecating.
it's like it's like throwing yourself under the bus, but grabbing somebody off the curb on the way down,
Well, yeah,
just taking
You do
them.
that thing. You go, dude. I'm a loser. I'm a fucking nerd. I've got glasses. But like, at least I'm not a
And
fucking.
so are
But at
you.
least I'm not a soulless ginger. It's like, what is that? How you can be like, like a little bit of a like a what is that like a
Well, see, that's the South Park.
redeemable asshole or a redeem or
That's why we
is
have
that
to
what funny
domesticate
is?
ourselves with Ginger,
It's
because
just
that's the South Park.
it's being mean to a point where it's redeemable, right? That's
I mean,
comedy.
that's what being friends is. I thought.
Oh well, that's definitely like what is it? The camaraderie that comes along.
Hmm,
I gotta drop you one rung down so that you can meet me at the same level, and
exactly.
but then we're on the same playing field. But then at one point, someone else will have to then do the same to the other, or like the role, not the roles change, but the hot potato gets passed to the next person. And you're like, oh,
Yeah,
now they're under the bus, and then it's a revolving door of
it's like
yeah.
it's like the way politicians pick their teams. It's like I want somebody good, but I don't want somebody that's better than me.
Hey guys, I have the person who's running with me is someone I lambasted for the last 5 6 years, and I welcome them wholeheartedly to my
You know they'll
campaign.
stay in line.
You're like, I hated the guy's guts until I decided to make him my running mate.
We
You're like,
stabbed each other in a
what?
parking lot in Michigan,
What do
and
you?
now he's my VP.
Yeah, exactly. What? I don't understand. Did you just double talk essentially? You said something that also. How could you say something so true yet so bold?
I heard it, but like I don't get it.
Hmm. Anywho, so that guy I was talking about, I like because we've already mentioned him, but it's fun to say that guy. Um,
Oh,
yeah,
that's a fun moniker. We can lean into
no,
that.
I'd what do you call it? Throw him a text on Discord and go, "Hey, I have an idea," and one of two reasons: either has nothing better to do, so he'll do it then, and that's more or less the joke
Eh,
of this. Like again, going back to beating up our friends, or two,
'cause we're good at it.
or two, you'll give him something that he actually would be like, "Oh, that is kind of cool," or like I think I can work with that to where and he's the best way to him is creatively is to just be like boobs. And he's like, I love it already, and you're like, but
So
I need it for my YouTube or I need it for my Kick. And then he's like, what do you mean? You're like,
YouTube.
whatever it is, like it's a banner, it's a BRB screen or whatever. So you can easily find like what you want. It's kind of a weird little, it's like a compliment sandwich, like, but it's like here's how I can get you to do this. It's like boobs, but also I need like a YouTube banner. So it's the same thing where I go, you like the edgy, uh,
Please show me Bob.
you like edgy Doom Columbine joke insert here thing,
Fuck.
but I
Put
also
it on a marketable banner.
but I also need like a default screen that animates. And he's like, oh, I can do that. You're like, oh, cool.
What I'm really looking for is something that says commercial friendly school shooter. And we can call
Can
something
I get the commercial friendly school shooter vibes?
what yeah, what comes to
That's my
mind with that concept?
that'd be like those interviews where you're like, yeah, it's kind of the aesthetic I was going for, like friendly school shooter, like as a YouTuber.
Like school shooter, but like he was a popular kid.
Well, no, like, but he's like, he's just like charismatic enough to where you're like, dude, I can't not hate this guy. He killed a bunch of people, but he's fucking kind
The
of awesome.
captain of the football team snapped, you know?
Like Shane Gillis meets like Ted Bundy.
Like, dude,
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
a really funny mentally handicapped Down syndrome man who also is like has like all the privilege in the world you can think of. Like if there was here's
God,
my
we could, you know, if we got
here's my
Shane
stand up.
Gillis,
Here's
we
my
put
stand
this
up.
in his ear.
Ted Bundy is like the prime example. Like his face is underneath the definition of white privilege. There's my joke.
Dude, damn,
I don't believe
damn.
it would be the thing where I go. I don't believe white privilege is a thing.
Bundy privilege.
But if it did, we'd have to rename it to Bundy privilege.
Yes. Yeah, I agree to that.
Like the way, just the story of how he got away with all that shit seems like
Yep.
it's because you're like a white dude.
Hmm.
You stepped across the street wrong, and you were any other ethnicity slash gender slash orientation creed, you would have already died by the time you got to the other side. That's the only
Yep.
time I'm white. I believe in white privilege. Is like, oh yeah, look at all those white serial killers. We were just like,
Every time I jaywalk,
whatever.
every time I jaywalk, I look back at the minority losers stuck on one side of the crosswalk, and I go, "Good luck crossing,
Mhm.
fag."
I don't know if you could say that word.
I can. It's my Bundy privilege.
I like how people always go like, I got to be careful of YouTube, and I'm just like, do you though? I
I
mean,
mean, if
I guess if it
somebody's
is your
watching,
job and you lose your job and you can't pay for things, I mean, it is pretty sucky.
well, what I've heard
I
is
mean,
it's
that's
like
probably,
there's a certain time
but
frame
isn't
in
that
the
like the
beginning
rule?
of
I
the
guess
visa.
there is rules that works like in work that like nowadays that like make you can't do certain things. I mean, obviously, I'm not that big of a piece of shit, but like I think free speech works for the most part in the work environment. But it's like, but if it reaches this point, it's fireable, and I'm just like,
Uh-huh.
oh, okay. Because I do forget that like
That's why I don't even
having like
bother
yeah.
streaming on Twitch because it's like the way their rules are over there. Like even if like as a joke or just whatever, any kind of language comes out of my mouth they don't like, they'll just ban you. And I ain't about that shit.
Yeah. Anyways, I, I wish you could do the thing where you go, you can say whatever, but just don't show any like copyright and stuff. No TED
Yeah,
talks.
that's reasonable. Yeah, no, that I think that's totally fine.
But
Yeah,
it's like,
ripping off other people's material, I think, is more of a problem than just having a potty mouth.
yeah, as I say, it reminds me of like, what do you mean I can't do the George Carlin thing? Like that's
Bullshit.
We should. That's what we fight wars for, so that we can say every naughty word
Thank
in the
you.
dictionary.
That's what I was saying.
I don't like everything else is secondary. First and dairy, first and dairy, first and dairy. I want to be able to
Tertiary,
say,
secondary, tertiary.
yeah. I want to say all the most fucked up things. Hmm. So, with that out of the way,
Let's cuss.
yeah. And here's for the next hour is just going to be long strings of us going back, 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 back,
We're
you
just gonna cuss until the stream gets pulled down, and then try and figure out which word got us pulled down.
know. Oh, they'll probably tell you.
No, they won't. I mean, I would be interested to see if they did, but
No, well, the joke would be that they're so like specific on it. Like I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I know why. It's the fucking TED Talks. But before that, I didn't do anything else that I seemed
like
like.
you can say
Yeah.
fucker and you can say nipple, but you can't say nipple fucker. Oh, well, now we know.
Good choice of selection of words to turn into a compound word or a
Oh no.
hyphened word. No hyphenating
Ganger,
anything.
the Ganger's being a degenerate in the Discord.
Uh-oh. He's supposed to go to bed. He's getting up. Gotta get up in the morning, my
It's a
pal.
holiday. He only
Hey,
has to work half as hard.
there it is. That's the picture. You guys want to talk about One Piece? It's literally just. I forget you have that.
Yeah, no, I had to commit that to immortal form.
Mhm.
Make sure that future generations knew about this.
Oh, my favorite Digimon characters, Hawk and Tua.
Dude, I couldn't help myself. I hate it, but I also love it.
I hate it. Only.
Dude.
Okay,
Just like a woman.
so I just carbo loaded, so I'm ready.
Dude, time to start sprinting.
Sprinting with birds.
Oh, hell yeah. That won't give you cramps.
Yeah, yeah. Catch up with me, dog, with my
Yeah.
intellectual
Keep up with me.
agility. Okay, so I'm just gonna start with this is like the working title, graduation night.
Ew. Okay.
I know, ew. I the more I think about it, the more I was like, oh, this is like the perfect example of like, what I hate the most is like school related like movie slash things. Like not everything obviously that has school attached to it is bad, but I mean like the less there is, the better. Like like
Sure.
like it could be an element. It's like saying, oh, I don't really like war, but like war as a movie theme or like
I don't like
a tangent,
war, but I
it's pretty
do like
badass.
blowing shit up.
Yeah, it's like that's pretty badass.
I do like watching shit get blown up.
Like an action movie is like war without all the guilt because war tends to be like
Yeah.
usually
I don't, yeah.
based on true story or you
You
feel
don't need
some
to
type of
actually kill. Yeah, you don't
secondary.
need to actually kill four dudes. Just pack a tank full of explosives and tell me there's four guys in there and then blow it up. Nobody
Yeah,
has to die and I'm still having fun.
yeah, like the Rambo series is like that like thing where it's like it's just got like one foot in like PTSD territory and like an actual character
That's the
study,
70s.
but it's also like a character study and everything. But then you're like, oh, but then on the other hand, he just draws back his bow and makes a guy explode. You know, you have to have
Nothing
a
wrong with that.
little both there. Like I like Saving Private Ryan, but like at a certain point, you're like, this is a little too real for me, dogs. Like
Oof.
they're putting
Well,
they're taking away the actiony adventure part of it, and it's
well,
the
but that was that, but that movie,
documentary.
movies like that, like that's
It's like a
that's
documentary
specifically
thing.
made.
No, I
Yeah,
know. That's what I'm saying.
like yeah,
Like there's a point where like it kind of breaks the
supposed to upset
yeah
you because that is war.
yeah like it's yeah they don't want to get too into the campy or
Like
the unrelatable part of it. It's like
like Saving Private Ryan is a great movie. I never just sit down and watch that like for fun.
yeah,
No,
exactly.
not even close.
I know. Again, those are mostly what war movies are. Like
Right.
so, here's the two things so I grew up with a father like this. If I can't listen to guns going off for like fucking an hour and a half, like if I'm listening, if that's all I'm listening to is like the soundscape seems like, or like the soundtrack for the most part,
Yes. It's violence.
I know I'm watching the wrong fucking movie because I'm just autistic enough to be like, stop. Like there gotta be. I mean, there's gonna be obviously little quiet moments,
So
but
you'll
like,
care whose ass it is and why it's farting.
but it's one of those things where I'm like, is this whole movie just like is it, that's if that's all the movie is? I mean, I'm being way exaggerative, but it's most like that's
Sure.
like a good solid part of just the soundscape itself is that. I'm like, I'm okay. I'm good. But that's what's funny about like some of those like 80s like action films and stuff. Like there is like the occasional like Arnold with a rocket launcher going, like, yeah, that's badass. But he doesn't. But you don't hear him go, and then someone crying like bloody murder, and you're just like, oh, that's those soundscapes are way too real. Usually he goes, eat this bitch, and then and you're like, yeah, long enough for like, an applause and like that's fucking badass, and then it goes back to like, you're like, oh, this is kind of cute or this is kind of fun or catchy or whatever. Like, hell
Yeah.
yeah, I'm feeling, once for the boys and once for the boys. Like it's
For
more
the
like a
mid.
like boys with a question mark.
Oh Jesus. All right.
No, no, not what. What is that? No, I mean like it's questionable
I don't
whether or
know.
not you're well, you don't get like fuck yeah, fucking realistic war. I mean, some people
The
do, but
boys. I
like
mean,
like
well, so, yeah,
try
sure.
and
Some
not
people.
watch what those cheesy, campy like action films and not be like that's kind of fucking awesome. And there's like
Oh yeah.
there's like pockets of like fun there where like it's almost like comedy where you can be like okay, you don't need to make a joke every second the camera's running, but make it count. But the same with like
I
I
don't
just
know. I feel like
you hear
I don't
gun
think
if you hear
I
guns going
don't
off the whole time, it's like and I know that like that's the whole point. It's like I've listened to music that like people would say like that's unlistenable. You're like I mean that's a subjective thought. It's just asylum people being recorded. You know,
I do like noise albums.
yeah. To me, conceptually, I like them, but like it's not like you ever kind of go, oh, I could really just snap my fingers to that. But like yeah,
Oh,
like
I mean, I
and
could, but that would make me insane.
but like obvious like ambient stuff and whatnot. I mean, not even like what is it like palatable ambient, but like
Too palatable.
you have like machine
Actually, I
industrial
can actually sink
noise
my teeth into
metal.
this ambiance.
Some of that can kind of get I don't know, but I'm also that person too where that's where I'm at. That's how autistic I know I am. It's like oh I'll listen to like fucking concept album of like you're like okay okay. Granted,
Yeah,
usually those aren't like more than like a half an hour or whatever. But then also like if I'm not currently like this is why I brought up like my dad part was like if I'm not currently watching it and it just I can hear just the because that's usually what you can hear
yeah.
if you're not viewing it, you're in the other room. So you only can only assume that the movie's just a bunch of just like hard to watch because the audio is also hard to hear or listen to. But I know if I went in there and actually viewed it, I'm like, okay, my brain doesn't immediately just go, oh, what's all these noises? Oh, I hate it. There's consistent noise throughout the whole movie.
Just gripping your skull and screaming, running
You
through
know,
the house.
I if I want to hear this kind of stuff, I just go to like a fucking sawmill
I'm going to
place, just
hell.
or a fucking smelting place where it's like chaotic noises everywhere.
Yeah, I like my eardrum smelted.
Smelted.
Hang on just a
Um.
second. I gotta drop some in the kitchen. Hang on.
Oh, you're good. So to everyone who's listening to this stupidity, I had a dream that was interesting enough to try and build off into it something actually that would actually materialize. And going back to the school thing, like schools can have like you can have elements of school in things, but this is going to be a spicy take, and it's the Breakfast Club is okay. It's just okay. Stuff like that. Most of what was his name? whatever his name is. They're only okay, or they're made for a particular audience. The girls who are currently living those really gay, gay in a bad way, gay lives, which is
Let's go,
high
girls.
high school. Even though even though even though there's one that stands above that all.
Literally Mean Girls.
Yeah, yeah. You already damn it. You already stole that. It's just Mean Girls. Mean Girls is literally the only one that like breaks that whole mold. But there's always got to be at least that one, right? Where you're
It's
like,
ironic.
yeah, but it's also like just well done for how cringy anyone else could have
It's
like
got
took
Tim
that.
Meadows in it.
I know, and him wanting to beat people with a baseball bat,
Yeah,
like that's his last straw. I mean, that's a pretty solid. Can it?
it's very Tim
There's
Meadows.
very few principles that I'm like in a in a fictional setting where you're like, yeah, it's pretty cool,
I mean, he's probably the at this point like at least top five cinema principals
pretty relatable. Yeah, and most of the time they're villains or whatever, anyways.
overall.
So
Sure,
yeah, I mean,
he's fun as
not saying you
fuck.
can't like a villain, but I know that like that already falls into a tough category to get yourself out of, like out of a hole. So like Back to the
Oh, yeah,
Future and Breakfast Club are the only ones I can think of right off the top of my head that have worthwhile
yeah,
principles that obviously that
they're definitely villains. Yeah.
but they also yeah you can be like all right I can see what they're working with there.
Whereas I think yeah, the principal in Mean Girls is more of a
He's definitely a side character that's far side
he's not
more
quite an antagonist.
yeah that too.
He's
Well, that's why I'm saying he's not an antagonist.
yeah, but he's still
He's also
there's a level of iconography that
he's
his
also a
character
very
has.
secondary character. I feel like
Yeah.
even her teacher that is the writer of the fucking movie, Tina Fey.
Yeah, yeah.
She's kind of secondary or triple dairy. I don't know what that is.
Second,
Um,
second.
because it's like well you have the mean girls and then you have the like the basically the kids. Most of the kids, like even the parents and stuff, they don't tend to be too attached unless there's like a big reason for it. Like it's a school drama, so
Reason parents to be
the
involved.
teachers are like and the parents tend to be fairly offhands
Uh,
as a bad way of saying like they're little offhands
oh,
like because it's about this is why I don't really like that shit. Like I like horror movies that have like that high school like environment to
like
kind of
horror movies.
just set up, the setup stuff like that, where you're like, oh, well,
Oh yeah, just gonna make like
aren't you going to go to such and party? And then you're like, oh, okay, so they have to be in school to say that to then be at a party
well, see,
later
a
tonight to then be
slasher
cut to
movie really
ribbons. Okay,
depends on a slasher movie depends on victims, and yeah,
most of
dumb
them are,
teenagers
yeah,
victims because they're dumb
the
teenagers.
largest pool to grab from
Yeah.
is oddly legal age high schoolers. And I say that only because like not just because like they're literally going to probably be like 20, 30-year olds playing 18
I'm
year
fine
olds,
with that. I'm fine
but
with that. I'm
they
fine with that.
have to be 18. Like everyone in the scene, you're like, where's like the like 15
Well,
year old?
not in the script.
Where's like yeah,
Not in the script.
oh, it's like well
No.
in the script, the 15-year-old's gonna flash her boobs at
It's in the script.
Jason.
The actress is like 22. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. I'm
The
just saying
script,
that's
whatever.
the problematic part of it, where they're like everyone's
Who
18 in this high
cares?
school. You're like, okay,
They just announce it
so that
over the internet.
any
Attention all
so
students.
any
I'd like to report to you that
legality,
you are
even
all
in the fiction
18
world,
years old.
it's like saying
Oh,
no little kids. Oh, that's one of those weird fucking what do they call those? Like it's like a weird thing where you go like I'll say this and I'm gonna be dead ass. Um,
dead ass.
no children are ever killed in a story. You're like, what do you mean?
Oh, it's like no animals were harmed in the making of
Yeah,
this movie.
yeah, unless
Like
they
this thing,
unless they were legitimately hurt, which we don't talk about that. But no,
dude.
like it
What about like the
fundamentally,
Twilight
that's why you
Zone?
it's like saying like basically it's like a what do you call it? Like a rule you can't break, right? Like you can't kill children in a video game. That's what mods are for, right?
I mean, you can unless you're a pussy.
Oh no, like they literally don't allow that usually to happen.
Bethesda doesn't allow it. Other people
Yeah,
just make the good sense to not put children characters in the game.
yeah. Well, yeah, that's usually the line that's around. It's like Oh, hey, all of Los Santos are adults. There's not a
Yeah,
single. Well, there might be some references to
amazing how that happened.
babies. Like there might be
Yeah,
like, but
not too many kids on the sidewalk.
there's no prams in sight. Not even empty ones.
Thank you. No prams.
Um. Anyways, but no, I always feel like you can easily add high school elements into like your horror action whatever movie, and you're like, okay, that works.
It
Like
fits.
like Wolverines being like a bunch of high school kids or whatever, it's part of Red Dawn or whatever. Anyways,
I mean, you're correct. That is part of that movie.
so I have to do the thing where I go, okay, how like obviously I had this dream. I don't really have that's the part I didn't have control over. But then when I woke up, I was like, how do I kind of like make that where I like, okay, yeah, like this could be really stupid, right? If I put too much. But like the more I thought about it, like because I was like, oh, I'm like seriously going to add to it. Um, like how do I make that the idea of graduation night, the idea of like basically the premise without getting into the fun part is there's an incentive to do better in school, which is probably the gayest, dumbest thing I've ever heard. But
The
only
worst,
it's it's
worst
a it's a
message for
bad
a
it's a
movie.
terrible idea. It's terrible. It's bad message. Bad. The incentive to do better in school is is basically the what they do in the in universe. In universe, it's like it's all there's a was
Oh,
it a heavy a
shit.
heavy emphasis on doing good in school. Your GPA has to be pretty high and everything. And obviously there's like a thing where it's like, well, it's basically like Japan. That leads to better opportunities and stuff. Like, but what if you put that gay idea, that stupid idea? Again, sorry, I was a teenager in the early 2000s, so I used gay as a thing to describe things.
Stop apologizing for your language, faggot.
I know. Um, well, I just was thinking, I was like, there's got to be another word I could use at some point. Anyways,
Oh, like in place of calling
you
something
know,
lame.
yeah. Oh, that's cool. You're like,
You
well,
could call it corny.
yeah,
At the end of the day, if it's gay, it's gay.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
So,
Like,
what do you do to spice that up? You make it like a battle royale meets chopping mall and like
oh,
Starship Troopers.
well,
Anyway,
okay.
so it's like a in a world where like basically that same premise, but you're like senior year. This is also why the other working title would be called senior year, even though graduation night would be literally
Okay.
so like the purge. Graduation night is like the purge. Get it? Like the purge. Get it? It's there's a
Oh, I get it.
the meaning there's it's deeper than just so you basically the somehow I had this idea which is like there's nothing original about it. I just like the idea of like mixing all these things like Sam Raimi-ifying it would be fun where you do like oh a cabin in the woods horror movie huh what are you gonna do with that oh well I'm gonna make it fucking bonkers or have a bunch of crazy fun things in it and you're like oh that actually like breaks away from all the other stereotypical
To crazy fun
alone
things, and
alone in the
you're not
woods.
invited.
Exactly. So I was thinking, I was like, maybe do like a little bit of, because it's cool to make it kind of feel 85, 80s-ified, 80s style,
Sure.
that new, I call it the new retro look.
New retro wave. It's a thing.
Yeah, well, yeah, retro wave's good. Unironically like retro wave and stuff, where it's music that sounds like it would be in that era, but there's clearly no real example
Well,
of
I mean,
that
I think
actually
we should
existing.
first of all, we should admit, as
It's
millennials,
all
it's
about
impossible.
aesthetics.
No, it's impossible for us to like anything unironically. Everything is ironic.
Mm, yeah, but I mean, that's like it's like the soundscape you thought the 80s was, but it's like oh no, it's more just like fairly fairly straightforward in some of the sounds. Like the broody doo broody, you're like if you like hyper fixate on like the evolution of like music of that time and you personified it in a subgenre of music. Because like you could say, oh, that's like John Carpenter meets Madonna or fucking the Cars or something. You're like, oh, yes, but it's not. You know, it's got like a cyberpunky kind of vibe to it as well or whatever. There's somewhat modern sounding things added to it, even though there's like these weird like I'm not a music person, so I don't know like all the best ways to describe it, but it's like get that one
Various
set.
blinks and plonks.
Yeah, get that one sound that makes it sound like the '80s. You're like, what a
Well, most of that's like a
a little
synthesizer
old
and a
Casio
keyboard.
keyboard. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's shorthand for it. But yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, well, I want it to also be set technically in like, so it's also like Running Man or whatever. Like it's basically all these things would be all mostly '80s movies or '90s movies, anyways, and
Hmm.
like all these little references. So it's like peppered with all the like it's basically like the aesthetics of a movie I want to see. I don't like it, which is like a different category of like a comic book I want to see. Like I'd like to think I could maybe make this a comic book, but I have to see what it would look like.
Yeah.
And to me, comics have a very specific look to them. Like if they, I would if I would rather draw them. I don't want to make a movie out of them, even though you can mix and match. Like this one would be fun to do, where it's like a you know like the battle royale manga is pretty solid and pretty cool and fun. But I
And the
also,
movie's decent.
yeah, I like the movie too. So it's like that's a you know, not always do they kind of like Akira. It's like Akira's pretty good on its own, and then it's like animating it as like a cartoon that's pretty much one for one. Like they're both great, but like they kind of seem to be one and the same. Like so, if you can imagine that that'd be a thing, but to try and like break away from the aesthetics and stuff, and you're like, well, sometimes comic books have such an iconic look that when you try to like make that look like something else, that's why I always have that like hard decision of like, well, I just love the shit out of Sin City because it's the closest thing to the comic, but it's not. Like there's just this like beautiful
Comic,
mix
but it's
of those
not.
elements, right? But then you also go, well, the Spider-Man movie like looked like nothing they've ever drawn, and the outfit barely, just barely fits, not looking retarded in real life, on a real human being's body, right? So then you're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, because you're like, I kind of miss like the craft, the craftsman or the draftsman of the artist hand, as they say, in the
Oh.
visuals. So like sometimes you're just like, oh, that's a cool idea, but I only can see like live action people doing it, and there's no no stimulating aesthetics. So uh like here's like an extreme version, but like we try to pull like Eraserhead stuff where you're like, well, there's like an intentional like visual thing where you're like, imagine that, but without any of the weird quirky visuals. You're like, so probably even
So lame.
so probably a lamer movie than it,
Yeah.
like you still have like all the ideas. You're like, yeah, he'd be in, it's like trying to like, it's like half-assing the commitment to something where you're like, well, the scene is him walking to work. It's like, how do you make that not very filmable, or how do you make that really boring? Like, so it was shot on video, like at a anyone can do it, which isn't necessarily a diss on anyone who tries to just get something done. Like those low budget horror movies that like have no artistic value, but you're like, they're just trying to get
An
something
attempt
going.
was made.
Yeah, there was just something that tried to get on film. Um, and I've noticed that's the biggest thing with like the biggest catch for me in a lot of things. Where it's like I can't just have a death grip on like the stylistic approach to it, even though like the writing and everything, totally, you know, I still want it to be like a sound script, but like there's something about like I just got to have that look. Like, why do
Hmm.
people constantly remember that in Dawn of the Dead they like got like the wrong color of blood and it looks like Crayola red, like
Yeah.
food coloring, not even like transparent. It's like opaque red, like melted red wax,
Yeah.
and it was not. And they and again, this is like a weird little nerdy thing that no one really knows. Only the people that like me who do looked into it. But they clearly were like in the commentary, audio. They're like, oh yeah, we didn't mean to make it look so fucking cartoony. But then it's like George Romero's like, kind of like it though. It kind of stands out from any other zombie movie that either gets made after this. Like they have to go back to like everyone, when you fuck up sometimes that like it's actually kind of like an iconic thing that you're like, I do remember like the first time you get the character biting into the woman's neck in Dawn of the Dead. It's like
Hmm.
super red. It's like again. It also reminds me of like of the era when it's the fucking exploitation kind of. It's a cheap
Like
budget, but also
ultra real.
no, not even ultra. It's actually the opposite, where it's like
Yeah.
a
It's like cartoonish
yeah.
because it's like so
So they have the fucking like Jalo films and stuff where they kind of try and like the French like Suspiria, for example. My one of my
yeah.
favorite movies because it would be a fucking boring ass movie if it wasn't visually like engaging. Like there was like almost like because people like to say that there's like this dreamlike a feeling to it or whatever. It's like well yeah
Oh, definitely.
because you put like fucking gel whatever they call them for the lights and fucking light up a room in pinks and greens or teals and reds and you're just like that's fucking cool looking. Why does it have to look so good and all the ladies walking like crawling through barbed wire like what the fuck
Yeah.
like that movie is visually more stimulating than it could be and it could just be some like
Well, really, it
wine
leans
wine,
into the
wine
neo
mom's
noir.
murder. Oh no, I'm in a dancing
The
school that really are witches, and it's like oh I can see like Hallmark making a shitty movie of that.
Wine Mom Murders. I'm sold.
Yeah, you know, the wine mom murder series where it's like so artistically void of artistic void. I didn't know how to say that, so I just started repeating the words. Um,
Yeah.
of a void of artistic expression. Um, you know, Hallmark like a Hallmark postcard. Like I was
It's
talking
Indian.
to this about with the Ginger, and I was like, every once in a while you find like that one good one, but then you're like, oh, these are all like there's like a factory a robot AI now that probably just spits all this shit out, and then none of it's
Oh yeah.
personalized. Well, for one, it's not personalized intentionally. I feel like, but it also means that like none of it really lands. It's like, oh, this one with the googly-eyed monkey on the front, and then it says you make me go bananas or whatever. I'm like, okay, that's so generic as fuck. I just made that up, but I know I'm sure I saw that a dozen times. But then you're also like, I'm mildly tempted to pick that one up, but then I'd be like, no. Granted, I'm an artist, so it doesn't help that I'm like, even if I wasn't an artist, I think I'd still be this kind of guy that'd be like, I can't draw for worth shit, but I know that this would be way more funnier that I drew a shitty stick figure that says like hold this and it's like him with his penis in his hand or something. And you're just like, what the fuck is this? You're like, it's your it's sorry you got this is your sorry you got divorced card. You know, it's like what?
Wow.
See, none of those made sense because I was thinking about a weird reason why you get someone a card, but I also was just thinking about a weird
I think
image
sorry you
on a
got
card.
divorced. You good?
Like hold this and it's a stick figure like holding onto like and of course he's a stick figure so his dick is just a line as well so you can put that on a
Of course.
card. So just hold this and it's just like open it up it's like sorry about your divorce. You're like what does those two things have to do with each other? You're like that's the point, that's why I think it's funny.
Dude, that's a perfect. I think you just wrote a perfect card, dude.
See,
Are you? I
okay,
don't even
hold
think you
on.
realize that.
So that's what I do with all my creative endeavors is I make what an insane man would normally not capitalize on, which is
Oh.
making money out monetizing it. So I want to monetize this blast from the past of like John Carpenter esque universe where there's an incentive to be better in school because on graduation night for the seniors they all have to basically uh, withstand graduation night, which is like like the purge is the event, right? Like that's not like technically that's you don't you have to explain the story of the purge once a year. There's a day that that part right known as the purge, but then you're like, what's the purge? Like I know what that is. Like if you read it, like the purge as like a dictionary word is like to whatever to expel or
Yeah.
whatever to get rid of or whatever. What I'm
Well, I
not
mean, I
I
think the thing about the
so
Purge, I think
mhm,
with the, I mean, granted, those movies they keep making those movies, so there's a level of popularity to them.
mhm.
I think like one of the main drawbacks for me for those movies is that they really kind of seem like they're taking themselves pretty seriously.
Yeah, like oddly serious, too seriously.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know.
I
I
noticed that
think they'd
too.
be better if it was a more like wacky, fun kind of tone.
Honestly, I wish that was the case. At least if they did that like for the first one, and then they kind of lost the point. Like
I guess the first one
You
might have
know,
been more like that. I don't really remember too well.
I didn't. I always thought the
Just
idea
the
was
other
cool,
other
but like
2
they
that
never
I've
executed
seen
it
kinda
well.
like, eh.
It's like the idea of like Panic Room. You're like that Die Hard, but if it was suckier, like cool. You know, you know, no one's going to be winning any Emmys on with Emmys, any Oscars with Die Hard, but you never know. Jodie
But
Foster
they
might.
should.
Well, I yeah, but Jodie Foster got nominated. I don't think she did. But I wouldn't be surprised if she got nominated from Panic Room because it's that kind of
We don't
movie,
talk about her.
right? Yeah, because I might kill a president
Oh,
over.
shh, shh, shh,
I
shh. No, 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 you can't talk like that.
said
Now
I
is not the
might.
time to be
I said I
talking like
might.
that.
It's not a confirm. I'm not confirming shit, dog. I'm not that coordinated, dog. That's how I get away
I
with
mean,
it.
I know that, but the
Well, that's
2
why. That's
people
why I'm
listening on
also.
YouTube
Well, I was to say that's why I'm also prefacing that right after that. You mean I can't explain? It's like saying the bad word
actually, yeah,
and
that's
then
a
not
good
and then
point, yeah.
you would have to
If
explain why you said
anybody's
the bad
listened this
word.
far into the conversation, they'll understand you're not organized enough for anything.
Hopefully enough to make a fucking comic book or something. That's all I hope
Oh,
for.
well, that yeah, that seems okay, that's obtainable. You can
A
handle that.
movie, maybe not so much. Movies are expensive, but
But you need a whole team for that.
for
That's something
me,
else.
I like to do the next best thing, which is I have this idea for thing, and I made a semi not so but it exists thing that you then someone can go, hey, we want to buy this from you, and I go, oh, okay, and then they make a big franchise out of it, right? Because like we were talking about those movies that are made from comic books that who the fuck read that comic, right?
It
No offense to like History of
The
Violence or
Mask.
or the Losers. No, no, you besmirching the Mask. Mask is awesome. Comic book
I mean, yeah, but was that a mainstream popular comic?
enough for me to kind of scoff at what you saying that. I think
Yeah,
people
but
knew
you're
about the Mask.
never
It had a bunch of other things attached to it. I don't think people remember that fucking The Losers is a comic book. I think that
No,
might.
that's very true.
I don't even think that was like a Millerverse thing, because at least you could say, oh well, it's a Millerverse thing. Oh, Kick Ass. Oh, Wanted. Oh, fucking whatever. The other ones that are attached to them. So
Well, yeah, but those
yeah. But anyways,
those got pretty popular.
yeah, but they had the attachment of, oh, there's this guy that makes comics, and these are
Well,
his.
that's
This is
okay,
his
okay.
the Miller verse. That's why I say it that way. Like I'm
It's
surprised.
Miller time.
I'm surprised how much Hellboy is still relevant to this day.
Yeah,
And I love
they're
Hellboy.
dragging that on.
Like I, it's one of those things where like I don't care how much he is hated or loved. Like it's not going to change my opinion. But there are times where I'm like, how can he get like three movies, like three or yeah, like well, if you don't count the sequel, three.
4 at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Three completely separate, like what do you call it? Like
Instances.
yeah, like teams of people. Like because I don't. Funny enough, I also kind of count like yeah those two movies. Kind of they're the Del Toro verse. They're
Yeah,
all they're all made by him. So I count them as a
and it
kind of a
shows.
collection. That makes sense. I'd be like, oh wow, the first one did enough to make a second one. Like that's already crazy. Whoa. And I always thought that was like the level of like the extent, and of course he's going to get a game here and there, and made a car, made an animated made for TV, movie or whatever, because they had a couple of those and whatnot,
Mhm.
so on and so forth. But I always forget he kind of is more popular than you think, but enough to be like live action or bigger projects that like are way more expensive. Like David Harbour at his like highest Stranger Things point, like vehicle, like what the fuck? Okay, but then you're
That was
like,
an odd
but
move.
then I'm like, where's my Tank Girl like remake with Robbie Downey? Uh, what was her last name?
You want
Robbie
Margot Robbie?
Margaret Robbie. Um,
Mickey, Mickey,
if I
Mickey,
can't see your
P.
name, I'm gonna just Tim and Ericize it. A Robu Mubby.
Let's
But
put
yeah,
it in writing. Put it in
um,
text on the screen.
but yeah, I don't know. Some things you're just like, same with like Ninja Turtles. Like I'm not mad that it's so popular, but it's like I don't care. And there's so many iterations to it to this point where I'm like, I know what I like, and I'm gonna stick to that. And I can like basically I can have my cake and eat it. Where like there's so much of it that I can pick and choose and go, yeah, I like that. Like so, if you said like, oh, I like turtles, and you're just like, well, which
Oh,
ones? I'm like, do I even bother explaining the the diverse thoughts that I have about a franchise or an IP that has so like expanded to such a degree that I'm like, what the no, don't even get me started. Like if it was easy to just say, oh yeah, those comics, and this is like we'll just say it's like 1990. Like, oh yeah, those comics. You're like, oh the weird like black and white ones, and you're like, yeah, or I also like the movie. You're like, oh that's all you have to really work off of. It's like okay, but now that there's so
yeah.
many things, it's like what thousandth thing that they've made with turtles on it in it do you like? You're like you you make it up for me because that's also what I've noticed too. Where I'm like some days I don't want to go into like I don't like elaborating. Like oh you like even though I know elaborating would make a big difference
It depends on
if
the
I give a
topic.
shit. When I don't give a shit, I go yeah I like turtles. And they're like which Ninja Turtle or which Ninja Turtles, and you're like does it matter? And you're like yeah. And you're like okay well now that you've got that point in the conversation, I will then respect. I will actually meet you there and actually like go into a deeper talk about it. But if you're just like, oh no, it's just passing the time, like you don't care. I can tell you that I like the worst version of it. In my head, I know it's the worst, but you don't like. Does it
That's
matter?
usually the point in the conversation when I lean
Yeah.
over and just fart real hard.
A brewery? A brewery? That's not a fart, but it's like a How do
Close
you
enough.
how do you vocalize a fart with like a word, almost like a onomatopoeia? A brewery? Uh? That's an oldie, but a goodie. So, anyways, um, I was thinking you'll do a thing where there's this incentive again, but so what we'll do is we'll have this do a graduation ceremony, and it's like I don't know, like I don't maybe like an 8 hour event or something or deal. So it's a small window. It's like a baby baby's first purge idea that also doesn't create the most like there's probably a lot of plot holes, but it doesn't create an insane amount of like logic that's like oh a whole day for the whole country to shut down. Like how's that not fuck up everything?
Hmm.
Like to a, 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 a ridiculous degree. Like how realistic is that? Here it's more like it's like a hyperized, Hollywoodized version of exaggeration of like entry into adulthood, which could be the metaphor, the bigger picture, the cool sounding deeper meaning, which is not really
Okay, okay.
what I'm worried about. Like I don't mind adding that for the pretentious people. They're like, what is it really saying? That it you put prisoners on an island. You literally turn Manhattan into a prison. I mean that's pretty retarded, but it makes for an awesome movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing where it's like it's pretty dumb. It's a dumb idea, but it makes for a great movie. Again, I like to dance on that line of sanity, where you're like, yeah,
That could
okay,
be some cool stuff.
well, how do you get all these kids to all agree to do so? You're like, well, there's all these other incentives on the other side. Like basically the other adults are perpetuating it. Why does anything work in like the Hunger Games or whatever, stuff like that, right? Trying to think of those types of like why does snow piercer technically work in the bottle in a vacuum?
Why does anything work?
Yeah, but I mean that's where I go like that's where like the deeper part of it where it's like it's enough to to convince you to keep watching it and go I like this. I want to continue looking at this. Oh.
I want.
So to me that's the best like the biggest magic trick you have to do is like all the other stuff is fun. All the other stuff I don't have to explain or I don't have to like convince people. Like saying explosions, boobies, and fun and ha-has. No one ever needs to go. Well, why there are boobies? Why are you trying to make me laugh?
Did you just say haha TT pow pow?
Oh yeah, I was like, oh, those are technically all the things I said, but you personified them in the single noise that they make. Pow Pow, TT. What was the first thing?
Haha.
Haha, that's it. Yeah, haha, TT, Pow Pow. Yeah. Anyways, it's yeah, that's what I like to call the haha, TT, Pow Pow effect
Perfect.
or goal. You got to. It's like a Venn diagram where you have to get all those. You got to get the ha-has, the TTs, and the pow
It's
pows
like
to
a bullseye.
They all have to overlap each other.
You gotta line up the crosshairs. It's like
Yep.
triple.
Oh yeah, that's the best combination I can think of. Um, but yeah, I would just be like, okay, so like to get away, get to try and get the logic part out of the way. But it's like, yeah, you want to do a thing, or you go, okay, you have like you just like GPAs work, and this is another thing too, where I'm like, oh, I have to research how this works in real life to then try and make a fictional version of it because this is the part where I say like you need to do your due diligence. This is the part that would make me actually like I get
Do your
I
duty.
go oh this is the part I get paid for. I don't get paid to just do put boobies and pow pows on the screen.
You getting paid?
I could do for free. What I want to get paid for is the me having to look up GPA averages and whatever and figuring out how to make a fictional scaling of like so when you're on honor roll, which is what they call them, like the honor list, is the people who
Yeah, yeah, you're gonna have to do some
yeah.
research on that one. I don't know what that's like.
It's gonna be very loosely, but I just barely attached it to where it's like obviously the high. Obviously, I know what honor roll is, but in this idea, it's like, this is why I'm stealing a lot of it from battle royale, where it's like it's basically in Purge, where
Yeah,
they're just killing each other
yeah.
in a brief period. That then when they go out into the world, they go, "Why did I do that all for this?" And that's like, "Ooh," and then credits, like title, graduation night, or
TT
whatever.
Pow Pow.
Yeah, TT Pow Pow. Those other ones were working titles. That's the actual title. Uh,
Actual title is TT Pow Pow.
they, you're like if we put that as a working title or like the what is it called the projects that they don't want people to know
Oh,
are
they have the
actually
C, yeah, like the secret title.
yeah we don't want them to know that Spider-Man 59 we call it TT Pow Pow. You're like
Yep.
no it's reversed. You do the logical
Actually,
you do the
TT Pow
logical
Pow.
title as the secret project title.
You
Uh,
tell
uh,
everyone we're making a 59th Spider-Man movie,
just
and then they see a high school set, and they're like, "Oh, fuck this,"
Just
and they just
imagine,
stop paying attention.
yeah, it's just imagine if they had Star Wars as the working title or the secret title, and Blue Harvest or whatever it was ended up
What
being
is that movie?
being yeah the actual movie. Well, it'd be
What
the
the
same
fuck
movie.
is
The joke
Blue
is that
Heart?
it would just be Blue Harvest. Don't you know that's right? Isn't that's why the Family Guy special is called that?
No, I know that, but I'm saying like
Oh,
what
okay,
in the alternate
yeah.
reality where Blue Harvest really is the movie. Like what the fuck movie is
You
that?
do the thing like in Upright Citizens Brigade where they go, "I had the titular line in Star Wars." And you're like, "What do you mean you had the titular line in Star Wars?" They didn't say Star Wars. Any a line in Star Wars would have broken the illusion or whatever. It's like, well, I did. You're like, stop saying you did. Um, it's one of the oh man, I love that show. The basically what ended up being part of just this what is it the improv group that is known as the UCB or whatever. But they had a show, a couple seasons. I want you to watch it because that's where like most of my modern adult comedy comes from. That and Bottom, the British show.
Oh,
That one's mostly TTs, not a lot of pow pows,
okay.
but a lot of ha ha's and TTs. There's not tits in it, but like they're single horny middle aged men. I mean,
Heavily implied.
easily. I mean, basically they're just you and me. One's a bald specky cunt, and one's a, a long-haired, uh, uh, pathetic virgin loser, which is not you, but I,
There's
I
literally
look
only
more.
two things
But I
in
look
this
like the other. I
society.
look like the other one more. Like if I shave my head, I look like Eddie Hitler. This is his name.
Wow.
Is literally his name. I like when they no, it's some of the best writing. It's some of the stuff where I'm like
Okay.
they go Eddie Hitler, any relation, like to he's like to they're like to who? Adolf Hitler. And he's like, don't no, don't know that one or whatever. It's like, or like any relation, and he goes, well, I had a mother. any relations or whatever. Like basically they make a joke. I think his name is Eddie. Was it Eddie Elizabeth Hitler? I think his middle name is Elizabeth or whatever like that.
That's perfect.
Again, it's basically what I was telling you is Rick Nadal and Aid Edmondson. It's their
Oh, yeah,
names are
yeah.
weird as fuck. Basically, Drop Dead Fred and this other guy. Uh,
Yeah.
to give you like a better uh, whatever you call it, a
I know Rick
context.
Nadal.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Better context. They wrote and acted as like this duo group. It's like if say like Dana Carvey and Michael Myers was doing like Wayne's World as like a thing that they had their own, it was like their own trademark. Like they wrote all the material and they kept it, which they probably do to some extent. But I mean, I know it's technically
Yeah.
an SNL property, but yeah. So they had a thing called Bottom, but they've also done other shows where they work together as the two actors, usually in the shows or like the writers. So again, it's like that's why I keep making the joke where it's like you and me, you know, we both vaguely like to write and we both vaguely like to look stupid on camera. No, I didn't say act.
Literally the same
I
people.
didn't say actor. I said just look stupid on a camera. On camera.
There's a difference.
Yeah, there is absolutely a difference.
Not a very big difference.
But yeah, and then the other guy's name is Richie. Richie Rich is not that one. That's another joke. There's a running joke where he has a character in one series called Richie Rich, and then but he's likes to be called his character usually is Richie, like he's for whatever Richard or whatever is his name in most of his character iterations. Richard Richard Rich or something like that, or Richie Richard or something like that. He's got a name that just sounds the same. But anyways, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Good time.
I think it's a good. What do you call it? Like good inspiration where you're just like they all they talk about is wanting to. Well, one wants to talk about drinking all the time. The other one wants to talk about how he doesn't get sex. And I'm like, that's literally us. You all you want to do is get drunk. And all I want to do is get sex.
Literally the
The
same.
only problem is aesthetically they look the opposite. Like I wouldn't be the one growing out the hair and everything. I feel like or having funny haircuts. I just shave it.
Oh, yeah, I'm
And
already there.
yeah,
Yeah.
he usually is the Rick Maydall. Again, you've seen him in Drop Dead Fred. He's almost kind of
Yeah.
a gingery hair. He's got like that gingery hair, but he always has like big long.
He's in the redhead territory.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's always got that wild hair dues. Um,
I've had similar problems. Yes, I
yeah.
recognize this.
But Aid Edmondson, which you might have saw him in the most recent thing, is Star Wars. There's something else I think, but the new Star Wars, he's a fucking general or whatever. You wouldn't know it, but I was like,
Oh
hey,
yeah, yeah.
but I was like, oh, it's Eddie. Um,
I'm pretty sure I may have seen some of this
but
show before.
yeah, I'm sure I've sent you some stuff or whatever. But yeah,
I'm
he
gonna
looks
look it
more
up
like
either
me,
way.
where he's a blonde haired guy with glasses,
Yeah.
and then when he shaves his head, he's pretty bald, or he's so fair haired, like the stubble or whatever doesn't really show. So you're just like, oh yeah, that's that's me. But just all you got to do is flip the personalities with the bodies. Otherwise, but yeah, that's pretty good. Anyways, sidetracked along, but no, it's the titular line. Oh, I hate this blue harvest. Anyways, that's a joke I was making. It was like,
Damn.
what would be the blue harvest in the blue harvest? Because we know what the Star Wars is in Star Wars.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't.
It
Uh,
makes me think of like some
Pud
weird
Wars.
anime like Blue Agenda or something.
Yeah, there might have been maybe a small nugget of like, it's not just some arbitrary title.
Reference.
Yeah, just like, well, Blue Harvest. And you're like, the fuck does that have anything to do with it? Well, just don't call it what it is. Oh, okay, and then write that down. Because I think that's like, I don't think it's even the working title he would have came up with. It doesn't make any sense. It would have been Blue Milk instead.
Oh, dude, he's all about. Well, that's what they're harvesting. They're harvesting the blue milk. There you
I
go.
think you know what? I think I just cracked
You just
the
cracked the
Da Vinci
fucking code.
Code. Holy shit! Ah! I'm Tom Hanks, and I gotta not get killed by the fucking religious police uh, that control the world.
I like
the
National
Illuminati,
Treasure
yeah,
better.
the National Treasure Code.
I like
Anyways,
that one better.
so I'm I'm trying to figure out the logic is like you would basically survive the night and then you go on to being an adult out in the world,
Hmm.
and it's kind of a tradition for every senior uh, class to take on.
Well, clearly the campus
Yeah.
has to have like a big, like a wall surrounding like a big like courtyard, like a ridiculously massive like courtyard type
Hmm.
area where they're just running around killing each other all night.
Now you say that,
Or
and it didn't
maybe
come. That
even
didn't come to
inside part
mind.
of the building.
That didn't come to mind. But now that you say that, that kind of vaguely makes sense because then you can do like a Hogwarts thing where like they're kind of stuck
Yeah.
at the school, so like they have to do the school, but they can't just easily leave. I mean, not saying they can't
There's
easily
also kind of a
leave
Hogwarts thing in that
Hogwarts.
like at
Yeah,
Hogwarts all year they're like awarding points to the houses and stuff.
yeah,
But in this, the kids are just working to get their GPA as high as they can because it gives
yeah.
them some sort of like extra ammo. I don't know what it
No,
is. It gives
no,
them something
it
to get a
does.
high GPA.
I haven't got obviously to that point, but like, um,
I just told you.
no, like that was the thing with like it's kind of like the Hunger Games or whatever, not Hunger, whatever that. What
Just
is that other
slowly
one?
gaslighting you into thinking this was my idea the whole
No,
time.
no, no. Um, no, like when you get on like the honor roll or whatever list or whatever, I'd be like, you have like the valedictorian or whatever they call them. They basically have like the most advantage over like the people who are like I literally wrote in like dropouts. I was like dropouts. They would be basically like they would all be that they would have to be like they're. So my original idea was trying to break it just a little bit away from what you just said because that's like I'm not saying that's a bad idea, but like that is going towards that idea that I think most people would do where they're like, oh, so they just kind of corral them into this space that where like they have no choice. But I was just like something about the idea of the
It
aesthetic
could be
of
like a whole ceremonial thing where they like lead them out to the courtyard and like do a ceremony and like, all right, everybody run. And like,
yeah. But I know that like if this is like an ongoing thing, like it's not the first time they do it because I want this to be like a again like a reoccurring thing. Like everyone knows that the purge will show up, you know, uh, on this day, right? How do you make that work? That the best with knowing that people already have this meta comprehend, not meta, but it's not meta in this case, but they technically have the awareness. You're like someone will blow up their hands at some point during Fourth of July. It's just a fact.
it
We don't know where and when and who, but it will happen. Um,
will be a really gross video on
yeah,
Twitter.
yeah. Reference to recent events. So,
Yeah,
some sports team might win something and they might just do something
dude, that
stupid
was
enough.
that was something
Um,
else.
but no, it's the yeah. I don't know where, don't know when, but I'll find you. The taken of things. But no, I like the idea that you kind of pull it towards the classic, like act like you've never heard of like the like battle royale or whatever those other movies that
Yeah.
that came, like act like you're trying to like be like, well, what would I have thought of as inspiration for a movie that was in the 80s because it's already 80s coded right now at this point. And I was just
Okay.
thinking like, how would they would answer that? I was thinking the thing was so it's a traditional thing. Everyone knows that there's a ceremony night, whatever. Well, some people would just take it upon themselves to just flunk and drop out intentionally, right? And they're just like, fuck it and just, but you can't because unless you fled the state and whatever. But technically, every community around will just say the state of whatever,
Hmm.
right? Has a has a these yeah, like the whole state of California or whatever has this as their thing, and
Yeah,
then
a
you'd
curriculum.
yeah, but you
A
also
kill curriculum.
yeah, but they also get like they're also like it's the thing where you do the thing where you go it's one of the most fucked up things, but it actually makes them the like number one state in the whole country because of it as well, because it like it cuts the fat and
Oh
everything and
yeah, no, it would like
all
reform
all
society.
the
Yeah.
the desirables that are there and the less desirables get purged out into again into the rest of the country.
That is that's such a like that's a really good sort of like political like oh god, what's like a politically correct but like morally apprehensible term. They're not undesirable, they're less
I like
desirable.
that idea where you're like, this is really fucked up, but like the way you've put it in just the right
Yeah,
cat, like
really political,
you
like a
you dressed it,
legalese.
you dressed up that monkey just enough to where I want to make out with it.
Exactly, exactly.
Like you did something to make it really fuckable. That I really want to fuck
Didn't
that.
work, but then you made it work.
I really want to fuck that watermelon now that you put makeup all over it. Um,
Put that lipstick on that pig.
yeah, there you go. Put lipstick on a pig, you're gonna make me come. You're gonna make me come in my
Damn, son,
pants.
make that a movie.
What a fucking like a what is that called? Not even put or but because that's a thing, right? The makeup on a pig or whatever is like a
You putting
it's a
lipstick
saying.
on a pig. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like a
that's the
saying.
thing.
Make a whole movie out of
Yeah,
just a saying.
we
kind of
could.
kind of like trying to make a movie out of like when pigs fly. You're like, you made an hour and a half movie
Well, see
about pigs
that
flying.
that specifically. I don't know if I'd make a movie out of it, but that's
You
one
could,
thing
I
I'm
mean,
obsessed with.
it
And
does.
like any fantasy world I make for like a tabletop
Oh
campaign,
yeah.
gotta have pigs with wings. I love the pigs with
Oh,
wings.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
That's the thing. Well, because I don't play many, because we don't get around to playing too much of this stuff.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
You
no,
can't
pigs with
sprinkle
wings.
that in as a reference. Dang. But that is always a thing you're looking to insert. So you're
Oh
saying
yeah, oh,
like,
definitely. Yeah, yeah.
are you
It's just
saying
a fun aesthetic.
you made a homebrewed character enemy or whatever in your Mario Super
Oh,
Mario RPG where there's pigs with wings
absolutely,
that are also post-apocalyptic or whatever?
absolutely.
Hog fly hogs or something or
Dude, get out of my head.
hog wings, and they're just like they're like that fucking barnyard animals toy line.
Oh
You remember
yes.
them? Like the ones that had like command. The, it's like a weird pun on like barnyard commandos. I think is what it's called.
Yep.
Yeah, like they just look like that, where they're like super cute and cartoony and weirdly like they're like they got guns. This pig has it.
Cows.
This pig has a, 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 a light machine gun in a eye patch and
Damn
fucking
straight. Give them to your child.
and a fucking German swastika on its back. No,
He's learning about history.
it's a phase. He's just learning about his heritage. He learned that he
He's going
came
through
from a
the
fucking
origin
Nazi.
phase.
Yeah, would
Oh
that
my
be like, would that be like, no, my father was Hitler. My great grandfather was Hitler. It's like, I'm just representing my heritage.
God. My family lineage.
I know that doesn't, that like that joke doesn't fly at all in Germany, but I would say like in
We
America,
ain't in Germany.
no, I know that's what I'm saying. Like in America, they'd be like, ah, he's got a point. Like the joke, like Germany would be like, yeah, that doesn't fly. Like that's like the basically because Germans don't have a sense of humor. Like
Well,
they
not
wouldn't even let
comparatively.
that fly. But in America, I can see them being like, oh, he's got a point. Like
That's the German thing. You laugh at other people, not at
he goes,
yourself.
hey, my best friend's a Jew, and then they're like, oh, we're good, we're all good. He has a black
Yeah,
friend kind of energy
really,
that
really don't like that.
I love that part where he goes, hey, I found out my genealogy, my 23andMe. I'm related to Genghis Khan and Hitler. I'm fucked already. So don't worry. I off balance that by having a Jewish friend and a fucking what were the Mongols attacking Chinese people, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
everybody.
I have a gay Jewish Chinese man as my best friend. I don't know where the gay part came in. It just
Son's godfather.
it would just be funny for him to be like, oh they, but also have yellow face.
The god they.
Anyways, moving on.
Good.
Um, so yeah, I feel like it'd be kind of fun to do the thing where you have the people that are like, I'm gonna bail, and so they basically just run away, but they don't get any of the benefits of like post whatever. So like technically, the the dropouts and the F people with Fs or failure, the failures, like those are the only ones that are kind of like you have like your one opportunity to like fix the whole thing. So there's like technically you shouldn't strive to do this, but there's technically a good enough reward where some people might like still attend. But also the joke
Mhm.
is maybe that like you don't know exact like they keep your GPA secret as much as possible. Like they don't like how they grade your papers and stuff.
Like somebody might try and take you out before.
No, it just kind of keeps it from fully being able to like see like if you're like, well, I'll just drop out. If like basically you see you think you can like beat the system by like, well, I know I've got a this GPA, GPA, I have a 4, I'm good,
Yeah.
or I know I didn't do anything, I literally dropped out of school. They would be like, well, we're still gonna like the police that are in our town are still gonna basically. I just imagine like a scene where there's like the fucking dropout burnouts that are like they're getting like all like wrangled up like some other types of minority individuals in this country a hundred
I heard what you
years
almost
ago.
said. I heard what you almost said.
Minorities, the minorities. It's like when we wrangle up all the minorities and try and put them in a battle royale style scenario. No, I just like the.
Hey man, poor kids are just as smart and just as talented as white kids.
Did you say poor and white? Is that the
What? Hmm?
there's just poor and
What?
there's just white? The
Huh?
fuck? You didn't
What
say that.
happened?
Oh, I thought you were using the thing where you go white is like it's not black and white or like other races. It's just white and poor people. Those
Nah,
those
man,
are
that
the
ain't
only
me.
two different. Those are the only two groups in schools, right? There's
That
the
ain't me.
white and the poor.
I
Fuck,
know. I didn't say that. I never
fucked
said
up. No, I know. I put that
that.
in your mouth. No, so like I just like the visual of like people being like whatever. They're just like hanging out, and then you just see like people like running up on them and like bagging them, basically putting bags over their heads and stuff. And
Mhm.
they just hijack them and they force them to be in the graduation uh, ceremony.
Wow.
So that's why you have to.
Brutal.
Yeah, that's why you would have to flay the state.
Oh, they'd be like the meat puppets. They'd be like the slaughter animals that like, you know what I mean?
Um, no, they just start with nothing, and they start at the very beginning of the 8 hours or whatever it is. So you still have chance. Basically it's not completely
Yeah, no,
cruel.
they have a chance, but
Yeah,
like the intention is that they're basically just fodder.
yeah, like it's the what is it? The survivability is low. It's like one
Pretty
two
low.
percent or whatever, or however. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know if it's that low, but whatever. However, the average is out.
The likelihood that you're going to make it out of this compared to the high
Yeah,
GPA kids,
and
not good.
well, how big you would say? Would you say like a decent sized senior class be like 100 kids? Is that too
A
low?
decent sized class, you could get a few hundred in there.
I was thinking like it could almost be two or three. I'm like, I don't know. I come from a place where that's the whole size of the whole
I
entire
mean,
school.
here, so just to extrapolate on the idea a little
Hmm.
bit, if we're going with some sort of a like, you know, dystopia, utopia, whatever you want to call it, where
Hmm.
this elimination
Okay, yeah.
school system
Bill
is
and
in
Ted,
effect. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Burn Sanadina, whatever the fuck it's
Yeah, it
called.
might as well be like a
That's
Judge Dredd mega city, like a
mhm.
mega tower. What do they call
It is
those?
literally Bill and Ted's bogus journey, but with uh, a death uh, ceremony at the end.
Yeah.
Anyways, what?
So basically, it's the idea is that yeah,
Mhm.
the school itself
S-
could
A,
be
a mildly more
admit.
fun, upbeat version of Escape from New York. That's pretty much what I was trying to do.
Yeah, yeah, kind of. It's still rated R is the vibe I'm
Well, no, no,
getting.
I know. That's why I was saying upbeat. Is because the joke is it's kind of it would I wouldn't be taking it serious at all. I mean, enough to obviously sell the idea, but not like that's why I want it to be like this like Raimi-ified, kind of. What was the other like inspirations?
Fun, violent movie. I think I've
Yeah,
heard of those
I
before.
had Chopping Mall as an idea where like
Yeah,
it's pretty silly that like there's like people like trapped in a mall and being like attacked by like fucking trash cans with lasers or machine guns on them. Like that's fucking stupid, but
doesn't like put
it's
robots
hilarious.
in
It's
the gym
amazing.
or something.
What?
The chopping mall, is that the one where it's like people like in the gym being like attacked by the equipment and stuff?
No, it's literally a mall that gets shut down, and there's kids like teenagers like going in there for like a party. Like they go into one of those department
Yeah,
stores and they drink and stuff, and it's because they how they can
and
get
there's
away with
stuff
that.
in the mall starts killing them.
But then they have like a state of the art security system which like locks them in, and attached to that will also is the overly like thought out idea that there'd be these patrolling killing robots, and either
Yeah,
robots either malfunction and kill people, and that's not the design, or it's just that ridiculous where they do just kill people. because
I thought for sure that was the same movie where like the security system just started killing everybody in the mall.
that sounds more
And
like
I could be,
fucking. Sounds more like
I'll
the
fully
fucking
admit that between the two of us, there's an argument to be made that
yeah.
we've seen
Sounds
too
more like the
many campy, cheesy,
Stephen
violent
King
movies.
idea, the Maximum Overdrive, something like that. More.
Well, I mean, I know that, but yeah, I know that movie.
That's another kind of vibe I'd be getting, where like that movie doesn't take itself
It's a
completely
fun vibe.
serious. Or again, Romero zombie films where like there's like maybe some type of satirical comment, but it's mostly like they're trapped in a mall, or there's a there's a social hierarchy in this what do you call it, skyscraper, like the whatever it's called, green or whatever it's called, the place with all the rich people and whatnot, and
Mhm.
talking about Leguizamo. Leguizamo's like, I'm gonna be up there one day, and you're like, okay, and he's like, I got to do all these jobs, and then I can basically graduate to being part of the Green Acres or whatever, which is called like the place where he basically retires into not having to deal with zombies around all in his life anymore. Essentially, it's kind of like that. I was pretty much taking that. Once I of course woke up from this idea, I was like, oh yeah, like it's literally like, so in a world, if you have you know aspirations to do this and that, or kind of also, it reminds me of vaguely a little bit like how you can kind of uh, mix the whole, what is it, socialist commentary on uh, Starship Troopers or whatever, where it's like, yeah, that's like a little, like the very beginning has like high school kid characters and like their perspective, and he's like, I'm going to go to the military, and
Yeah,
it's more about I think it's
the
more about,
naivete.
yeah, and it's more about like pissing his parents off, and then they actually do die, and he's like, you know what, I'm actually doing it genuinely because fuck the bugs. I want a shirt that just says
It's
fuck the bugs,
a good shirt.
kill all the bugs, which people could go, oh, he's pro like virus, HIV, AIDS, all those other bugs, sexual transmitted diseases. Oh, he's
Like,
pro that.
nah,
He's,
bitch.
yeah, no.
Rutger Hauer.
Ruger Hauer's not in that movie.
Oh wait, sorry, my bad.
I,
He's the director.
oh, I don't know.
Some other German guy.
No, you're probably thinking of, was it Gregory Irons or whatever his name is?
No.
The actor
Michael
is in that.
Ironside.
Yeah, that's it. Michael Ironside. I have
The same
one
guy that did
arm.
RoboCop. Isn't it a German dude?
Oh yeah, yes, I believe he's French,
Oh, I thought it was
because
German.
they made the joke of like
But that is the
the way
same
he
director.
talks.
Like
Yes,
RoboCop
yes.
and
That
Starship
that's
Troopers.
like his like like his thing.
Paul Verhoeven.
Paul Verhoeven, yeah, that's
Paul
it.
Verhoeven. He also did what
Maybe
is
he
it?
isn't. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what he is.
Freaking
Fucking
Mars movie. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Total Recall.
Freaking Total Recall. Isn't that Paul Verhoeven?
I don't know. They all sound the same. They all sound great.
I'm just saying, there was like three
Maybe
guys that made all the good
yeah.
movies for like
You know,
20 years.
the Running Man, like all
Yeah.
those ideas are all in this idea, coated with also the luxury of knowing that there's also stories that came out after my
But is it
childhood.
queer code?
It's Cheers coded. Cheers. I don't know the fucking. I was gonna do.
Not
I was
queer
trying to. I was
coded,
gonna
it's
try.
cheers coded.
I was gonna try and like sing the intro to that show, but I can't remember it.
I don't
I
know why you didn't.
don't know the lyrics. So.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you
See,
got. Don't make me do it. I'll do the whole thing.
no, you have to
When you like
do it like,
is
yeah, like
all
super
yours,
bad, like
that will help a lot.
oh you got.
I'll fucking do it. When you like to get away.
Okay,
Sometimes you wanna go where
yeah,
everybody knows
put
you're
more
getting,
Carl in there.
where everybody knows they want to talk about One Piece.
With Jimmy,
Jimmy, Jimmy's
Jerry,
mom.
Jimmy.
You wanna go to
I want to talk about Jimmy's
Cheers and
mom.
talk about One Piece?
Fuck yeah, Jimmy's mom.
I think Ted Danson would make a really good Ikainu.
uh, but yes, anyways, no, I just thinking there's like it'd be like one of those hybrids of like the best of like those childhood like dystopian fucked up. How could they do that in real life? But then somehow oddly way, some of these things have kind of manifest themselves. I feel like in some way in
Hmm.
modern society. But then we also have the more contemporary examples that are like still like we don't live in Blade Runner right now, but like I'm sure, we're close to being in like the Running Man or other competitions that are, sign away your life and shit, and some other darker shit. The Purge, technically, people go, oh, that could never happen. I'm like, I don't know. Some people think that's happening right now in this the new reign of terror that is our new president. I'm not going to go into the details on that. That'll date the fuck out of this stream. No.
Or the details. People know what it is. They know who got elected, and either they live in reality and they know it's a good thing,
Yeah.
or they're, full blown retarded and they
I
can
didn't.
think.
Well, I didn't go full retard on fucking with my dad.
Oh no, you don't have to. He's not. Here,
Well,
that's the thing.
I
He
was
does a
going to
really
go
good
in and
job of
I
pretending to
was going
be
to commit to it.
retarded.
I was going to be like, I was going to go in and go and just like act like, Trump won in like a parade, even though I don't fucking care, but I just knew it would piss him off. I think at one point
But you're saying you should have done that, or you did do that?
no, I should have done that, but I didn't.
Oh, okay,
I feel
okay.
like I would have had to make a thing out of it instead of just have it naturally happen. Instead, the natural thing happened
You
was
just
like,
need to,
I think the
you
natural
just
thing
need to
that
give him
happened was,
a hug of a safe space. He's gonna need to cry a lot, like Jimmy Kimmel. That's how real
yeah,
men are coping
dude,
with this.
I didn't notice how much like that is all what my dad watches. I've seen Jimmy Kimmel on too many times to think it's not a coincidence.
No, it's not, dude. It's called brainwashing because that's how
Yeah,
it works.
yeah. But no, I did, what did I, the only way I was able to slip into like a conversation about barely, like not even like, but like really passive aggressive, like the best way I like to do it. Um,
Oh yeah.
what was it? The other night, what was it? Yesterday? What was yesterday? Yesterday. Holy fuck. I don't know. I don't know what time is. Um, I go, yeah, don't you hate it when your guy doesn't win or something like that? I said that. Oops, I mean woman or whatever I said or whatever. And then I just kind of
Damn.
I try to spin a little bit there, and then my dad just kind of like, like he wasn't mad, but you could tell he was like, he's like not gonna participate because
That's that.
all he
Yeah.
does, he's not even funny about it. Like that's the thing. I think that's why I like giving him so much shit. It's not even like he can't even. He doesn't. This is why I love being a. This is the one time I like being a theater nerd, an improv
Yep.
nerd. Is the yes and. You're not yes anding. You're just saying no. Don't never
You're
say
not yes
no.
ending dad.
What? What do you say?
It's like giving him shit about his politics. Dad, you're not yes ending me.
I know. Well, he would. I don't know if he would know what that means. That's why I like
That
using it and knowing that, like,
makes it funnier.
yeah, it's a thing for only those people to know. See, that's what's fun about being that type of nerd, where you're like,
Being in the know.
yeah, you're like, haha. It's you didn't yes like that's why I like making I will actually say that when people like deny my comedy, I'll go, you didn't yes and me. So I didn't do it then, but I sometimes will say that. I go yes and. They're like, what do you mean? I go, you said you denied me the satisfaction of that joke by just denying. Sometimes I have to explain it. Some other times I'm just go like in my head I definitely say it like that's why you have like that like comedians have those friends that are also just obviously usually are comedians too because they know that like you can easily spin again. This is what friends are for, right? You kind of spin that like what I'm talking about, but I don't have to say that line, that word. I don't have to say what I'm talking about. You just
And
go.
somebody else says it.
You just go with it. So I don't have to say, oh, I hope Troy doesn't say no to this joke. He'll yes and the joke. He'll add to it, even if it's like self-deprecating or he doesn't like it. He'll not saying like because like it's a good way to deflect what you actually hate. So I'm like, no, no, no. Like you can obviously like deny it, but like sometimes there is like there's you can call it, but I like to think that when I know it's not being mean for the sake of being mean, it's like, oh, I can roll with
Called
like
teasing.
yeah, teasing exactly. Roll with the punches. Sometimes no, people just go no, they just turn off, and like that's one mechanism. I guess that's one coping mechanism. The other one is like that's why I'm surprised I don't have friends because I'm really good at that, but I also don't want friends.
I think we
It's
surprised you don't have friends. You used to have a shitload of friends, and you realized you were annoyed by most of them.
yes, but also I didn't think I had a lot of friends. I just had a lot of people I just didn't choose.
You had a lot of people.
Yeah,
That's
I just
true.
didn't choose what they were. I was like, well, because I never pissed anyone off to go. Oh, Chris is an enemy and friend kind of guy. You're like, what is that? You're like, you're either in enemy list or you're on the friends list. You're like, do people do that? I thought there was a grayer area there where like you have acquaintances. You're like, does everyone? Well, yeah. The joke is everyone's an acquaintance. Or a person you've yet to, a friend that you've yet to meet, or whatever the fucking gay thing to say,
Wow,
the faggy thing to say.
that was adorable,
Yeah. What is it?
Mr.
Oh no,
Rogers.
that's what it is. Strangers are friends you just have yet to meet, or whatever. It's just like, or yet to befriend, or something.
That's
You're just like,
like
no
that's like
shit.
50% Mr. Rogers, 50% child molester. There's like no other way to take that.
Yeah, you can't half-ass child molestation. You have to.
No,
You ha- like that's why people go like, oh, that's grooming. And you're like, oh yeah, because like that's the half-ass way of not being a predator.
wow.
Like how do you not what's the most non-committal way of being a piece of shit?
Bow strat.
You're like, oh, by just incentivizing or like just alluding to being a piece of shit. Like those guys are fun when it's a comedian or like when it's someone being funny. But then you're like, oh, I don't like when they allude to the fact that they might want to rape my child. It's funny when he might allude to the fact that he's making fun of me, right? That's why like groomers and like whatever is like a fun new term or thing to you can say that easily.
And boomer, zoomer, groomer, doomer, all the same shit.
Like the Ginger showed me a new way to approach. They're not psychopaths or sociopaths anymore. They're called high conflict people. It's
Oh
it's
Jesus.
basically they didn't die. They're not dead. They passed away. They have they have ceased to be or whatever. It's like basically because I'm a Carlin head, so I'm always gonna find a reason to use Carlin terminology. So it's like
Why not?
that's one of his bits, which is like soft language. That's how he called it, right? That's his soft language
That's what
uh,
we
bit.
saw earlier when it was a very political way of saying
Hmm.
something.
Yeah,
It's the same thing. Less desirable. It's soft language.
yeah, but I'm saying that that's the Carlin in me to have to say
Yeah.
exactly what he says, which is soft language. That's the bit. It's not dead, not you killed him. It's he was whatever like soft language. So, anyways, that's the same joke, right?
I said that at work the other day. So I said something about Robin Williams, and I was like, something about him, like, passing away.
Yeah.
And that was what I said. I was like, oh, yeah, after he passed away. And the dude was like, no, he killed himself. I was like, Jesus,
You're
bro.
like, well, that is literally what happened. I mean, I mean,
I get it,
that's
but
more. That's I guess that's
goddamn.
more specific, right? Like, really, like the method.
Yeah, pretty much,
He
yeah. And
he
that's
he,
what he
he
was saying. He's like,
erotically
well,
asphyxiated himself.
passed away means he dies of like natural causes. And I was like,
Yeah.
okay, he bought the farm, he kicked the bucket.
People
Like,
who slowly die of cancer pass away. They don't die. They don't.
that's
They're
fair.
not suicidal. You're like, well, no shit. Now, what are words? I don't know. What are words? I don't know. They're arbitrary technically because we created the value that is the thing that they
I don't
are.
know what they mean. I passed away.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm too ignorant for that. I mean, stupid. Because technically, ignorance is you just have yet to learn, which is just basically uh,
I think, yeah,
the nice way of
ignorance is
saying
just you
stupid.
shooting away with not
People
having
think
to learn anything.
I think that's what people get confused with. Like that is okay. So maybe that is the problem. The subtlety and like the nuance of stuff like that, where you're like you're stupid, and you're like, oh, that's a hard word. We need to use it. You
Oh,
need
it's
to use.
100%. Well, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's also to really kind of obviously create, like we said, create uh, like teasing or whatever. It's like it's to create a feeling intentionally. You're like, yeah, we don't call you, oh, you're just, you just don't get it. And you're like, oh, that's a kind of a nice way of saying, no, you're just stupid. You're like, what? I'd rather have you say, I just have yet to learn about it. Like, either I don't have enough patience to say all those words you just said, or no. So, anyways, nice. And there are times where I go, okay, you know what? Every once in a while, people do need a soft word. Like it's like it's like when you could say the F word, you could say fuck, but you're like,
Mm,
sometimes you just find that you weren't going to take that
feel like
as
more
the
people
first
I feel like people
first.
want soft words, but I feel like more people need hard words.
Well, no, I think it's
That's my
just people need to understand the nature of the soft and hard. People are scared of boners. They're not scared of little puds, little soft
wow.
chodes, right?
I
If
don't
if
know. I
you
think
try
people
to
just aren't
if
familiar
you're
with
trying to I
codes and
mean
puds.
Granted, I did have those types of friends that probably could scare you into thinking a soft dildo could be threatening. You know,
I very much can tell you that they can be.
right? I had a I like to think that I'm doing this bit for you as well. It's like I had a friend who could make a fleshlight look like a weapon that you could be
It
in a at a
functioned like a blunt weapon. Yes.
it's like a stretchier version of like a mace, like a ball and chain.
Yes.
Like the heavy end, which most people can imagine if they've ever seen what a fleshlight is. Again, I'm doing a bit. Um,
It's out of the casing. It's the
that's the
important
heavy
part.
ball part, and the thin longer part is the handle. And if it's very pliable, very stretchy, the momentum in which you throw it towards or at your target creates an incredible velocity to where you can easily stamp the shape of a labia onto uh, a hood of a car that's very dusty, very dirty.
Wow.
Basically, that's where the joke was going.
Well, that was just one
Dust laden
technique of
labia.
the
That's my underground band.
yeah. Well,
That's my
that was
garage
just
band.
one application of the pussy hammer was the vag stamp.
Yeah, and see, you just summed it up in like 2 words, and I'm like, shut up. I was painting a
And
picture. Damn it.
I put a note on a refrigerator.
Yeah, you're like, buy food. You're like, why didn't you just say like have a shopping list? Get it? Fucking hell.
No,
See, that's the comedy. You would have a thing where it just says like a note where it just says buy food. And you're just like, okay, I gotta remember that. You're like, what do you mean? Like you need to just know to buy food? Wouldn't you just have a list of stuff that you're going to buy at the grocery store and just it's that list on the refrigerator is enough of a clue? You're
so
like,
you just go to the
see,
grocery store and
see how I'm
spend
already like
$20
this
TV
is
rack.
this is why I think I'm the greatest comedian that no one or comedy writer that no one knows and probably shouldn't know or who shouldn't care.
Eventually.
Where you go, it's kind of my that's kind of my speed, right? You have a character walk in and go, oh, I gotta remember to buy food. Like that's the fucking joke. Instead of because like the other way, no one knows the joke in the reverse, right? They don't like if you do the right if the scene has the right things. It's kind of like when you have like the wrong thing in the scene, you go, why is there that there? But if you were to put like a vase or any other thing there, you're like, oh, that normally is in that generally that's what's in that environment, right? Kind of the joke. So when you have like when you see the grocery list on like uh, magnetized on the front of the refrigerator door, and the character opens it and reveals that, it's not clever, it's not funny. But when
Yeah.
you and then he goes in and then he realizes there's nothing in the refrigerator, and he's like, oh, like this is the bit. Basically, nothing's like basically maybe like a half thing of mayonnaise and like a completely empty uh, ketchup bottle or whatever, right? Like that's all that's in there. Maybe like the tiniest little bit of butter on a dish or something. He's just like, like you don't. No one gets that joke. But if you do the same bit, but this time when he opens the door towards the camera and it reveals a note that says "buy food," and then he looks in the refrigerator and there's no food, people would I think get that joke. And then he
That would
closes.
resonate.
And he would be like, dang it, and then he like closes the door in frustration, and then he sees the note and he says, buy food. Like basically he doesn't say that out loud, but he did the
Guess I
realization of
should
like
buy food.
probably should have done or did the thing that I wrote a note for. No one thinks that's funny when you're like, oh, he just picks up the shopping list and go, oh, I should have went there and did this. It's like that doesn't explain why you have no food, right? Usually, like a grocery list is not like you have zero food to begin with, and then you have just eggs and milk and bread on the list. Like no one just, I mean, that could be a joke in itself. Like no one else, or no one just has that as like you started at zero food in the house, like you're some like cartoon character that like only if you see them eating do they actually need to eat for substance. Like no, they do, but like no one usually does it. Like no one, you don't usually see people going to the bathroom because it's unnecessary. Like It's a bowel movement is not
Like,
a
I like to see people going to the bathroom.
yeah. I mean, it usually is done for a very specific reason. It's not just
Yeah, like because I paid them and I said, "Please do it."
you're like this film is very personal to me. I mean, what I mean by that is I paid people to relieve themselves in front of a camera for my entertainment, not for anyone
Oh,
else.
for a movie. I never thought of do it that way. Okay, okay. That might go a lot
You
better.
know, people argue if there's such things as snuff films, but if you ask me, I know that there's things called a flush film.
Dude, thank you.
There definitely exists some flush films because
Thank you for your service.
mhm. I know I can put that joke on my tombstone right next to the other billion fucking shitty, stinky jokes.
You say he has a purple heart? No, he has a purple fart. Oh, thank you for your service.
I'll salute you.
I salute you. Dude, I'm dead.
It's where
That's
you
legit. I'm
salute, but the
dead.
gimmick is it has to be done like post audio thing where you go where the character goes hi and then he does the like
That's so
salute,
bad, I gotta walk away.
but then
No, I gotta
he
walk
goes
away.
and you have to have the little fart in there. A,
Oh. Okay, I'm back. I recovered.
yeah, you gotta run away. Uh,
I just sprint around the block.
yeah, from all the laughter, you just like ha ha ha. You can at least do
I was propelled by the
yeah.
stream of diarrhea shooting out my butt from laughing.
Your bowels were relieved in an instant. You know, keep keep the stream uh company.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, it's time. It's this is the Danger Doings portion of the podcast. What's Danger doing? Danger's rolling doinks and trying to figure out what in the heck I'm supposed to do with this Tactics Ogre remake I got on PS4. It's fun and all, but my God, it's like they put level caps on some of the encounters, like the how what high level you can be before you can fight these guys, and then you start fighting these guys, and they're just like fucking way stronger than you. And it's like, dude, I can't grind, I can't train and make these characters better. Like what? Like literally, what am I supposed to do? I have the best equipment that I could find. I hired up all the good NPCs. Like what the fuck? But I mean, I guess get good is also a factor. And then you can't really practice RNG. There's plenty of that at play. Look, it's a highly recommended game, but my God, the frustration. And it's also one of those games that doesn't really. It's got a lot of backdoor mechanics. It doesn't really give you everything up front. Otherwise, I would have an army of zombies by now, and then I could just fucking walk over everything, no problem.
And
No,
scene.
fucking
Thank you for your
scene. Thank you.
thank you for your audition, but I think we'll go with another person.
Ah, shit.
I don't know. That was
I got to get a new
I
agent.
was listening the whole time and I was just like, I'll just this is the bit I'm gonna do coming back.
Oh yeah,
So yeah,
introduce it.
we're gonna get back to the idea hopefully because it's fun to derail it and just talk about nonsense. So yeah, I want to try and
Most of the podcast.
I want to convince the viewer at least that like the characters and stuff would be doing this. Not obviously not all of them to their consent or whatever, but it's a non-consent. There's not full consent in this movie. Oh, Oh, talk about
What? What
soft,
else we got?
soft brains people, soft brained people,
I don't like when their brains are soft.
undeveloped. They're
Pump weights with those brains.
they call it the sunny side brain disorder. Where be careful, don't prod at it too much. It might pop. Right? I don't know.
Blunk.
Poop. That's the noise you would say. You say pop. You don't
I would
just
say
make a pop noise.
shadoop.
Shadoop. You just smack your lips. Why did they say smack your lips? Like I'm not gonna like put my hand on my lips. It's gonna hurt. Wouldn't it be more like aggressively pull apart your lips?
Wow.
Anyways, thank you. I'm here
Wow.
all night. Um,
Dang.
no, so I would feel like there'd be like a whole thing where it's like you set up the beginning, like, oh yeah, this is what I'm gonna be doing and whatever, and it's the whole classic main character is gonna be the like sympathetic, like somewhat sympathetic jock who's kind of in a hard rock and a hard place, and you kind of see like it'll be like that classic struggle with like you're the jock that like people are kind of giving an advantage to because like you'll make something of yourself someday. So like,
You're the jock that fucked my mom.
and that's why I'm letting you pass so you be my dad. I want to be my own son,
Damn.
my own father's son.
This got interesting. All right.
Yeah, don't turn it into like some fucking porn thing, some fucking black.com shit. We're not pitching your Pornhub account.
Damn.
Dang
Please.
it. Come on. Just imagine trying to pitch that kind of stuff. Holy shit, I just realized that's the funnier version of Zach and Mary make a porno. It's literally like the movie is literally about like just trying to get
I
into the
just need
porn industry.
$500,000 down to make Big Daddy MILF Stompers 3.
Yeah.
We're gonna get all
No,
of that.
it's like yeah, it's seriously like that where you're like, yeah, we gotta fundraise and it's just like, you know,
We're gonna get grassroots.
fucking just imagine UHF meets Zach and Mary make a porno. You're like,
And
I'm
that is
sold. I'm sold.
that's pretty much what happens every time I close
Y'all
my
so
eyes.
so
Yeah.
bad. So
Look at me, that
bad.
guy.
Yeah, that's how you'll bridge the gap between the two ideas. Him and Joe Rogan or whatever his name is, Seth Rogen. I,
Dude, no. We'll get
I
Joe
don't have
Rogan to
hair.
play Seth Rogen.
What? Oh, to
We'll
play
get
him.
Joe Rogan to play Seth Rogen. It'll be perfect.
Yeah, we just give him a wig.
A wig and a sweater and some glasses, done. He comes with his own bong. It'll be fine.
He'll just remind us that he's a Canadian or something.
Same difference.
A Canadian. It's weird to say that. It's like saying an American. Why would you just say it? I mean,
He's saying he's
it is
un-Canadian.
a Canadian. Like you have to put like it's like way more proper sounding for some reason. We put a in front of it instead of just saying, "Oh, he's Canadian."
A
Or
Canadian, eh?
yeah, well, yeah, that's if you put the a at the end of it. I meant to put it at the front. You stupid fucking goo- goose fucker.
You said, wow, that's definitely what they say.
You fucking. It's okay. I have a Canadian friend. Um, and he
Funny.
he would make a joke. Here you go, you stupid Canadian bacon,
Canadian bacon son of
fucking
a bitch.
maple train on my mom, fucker.
You about to make me walk away again.
We're gonna pull a maple train on your mom. That's what they say. A.
Walk away.
Oh, we're gonna drive a maple train. Fucking come town esque shit where you not a come town. Fucking Legion of Skanks esque where you're just like your Canadian's starting to sound a lot more like an Irish accent, and then it starts to slowly turn into a Rastafarian accent. That's how you know it's not racist because you're the person trying to portray that is too stupid to know how to
It's
actually,
not racist
yeah,
because you
to
turned
articulate
Irish
it.
at the end.
Yeah, which full disclosure, I am that, so I can say that. I'm a stupid
They're
fucking
gonna,
Mick.
they're gonna, they're gonna track your
Actually, I don't
genome.
even know if that's true. Like, can you just fool people? We were like, well, I'm black, but there's no way I'm from Africa. You're like, wait, 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 wait.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true,
It's
and
called
that
being
probably is.
Jamaican.
What?
It's called being Jamaican.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's called being like Australian Aborigines because they're technically
Well, yeah,
dark
I guess
skinned,
I don't know. They're
right?
technically black,
They are
but
technically,
yeah, no,
yeah.
they're technically black.
That's the only. I feel like those are loopholes, right? Where you're like, it's like the joke where you go like, oh, you ever heard of like a Polynesian call you the N word? You don't know if that's actually like if they're actually
I don't know why they
be,
wouldn't.
yeah, yeah. Like you don't know if
You know what? I mean, well, there's
you
probably a
wouldn't.
historical precedent
There's
that they
no
did.
there's no way to like be like, hey, wait a second, that's kind of racist, and you're like, I'm not gonna question it. So if I sound, even though I'm American or like very English spoken, you're like, you can say anything about Europe. I'm like, it's okay. I'm that race in Europe, which is a lot of races that leads it. That then also
Too
kind of,
many.
yeah, they leak
Get a
into
food
other,
herd.
like it's not funny otherwise because like I don't look uh like a Native American, but I also probably don't have enough of that in me to fucking facilitate that as a thing. But it'd be racist for me to say that. You're like, what?
Well, so you better say it.
Oh no, like no, whatever it is, like to not if you're gonna make a joke on that race, you're like, but he doesn't look like it. Like me and the Ginger were talking about how was it your mom's house podcast? What's that guy's name? David something?
Tom
Tenenbaugh?
Segura?
Tom Segura, that's it. It fucking sounds like the
Wow,
guy's.
you're way off.
No, I know, I don't know. It sounds like the guy from fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers or something, or fucking Rage Against the Machine. Steve Cabello, the guitarist from that. You're like Steve Segura? You're like, yeah. Doesn't it sound like fucking like a like a rock musician? At least that's what it
It
sounds like
does
to me.
now.
He he clearly looks white, but apparently his mom's like all completely a different race, Spanish race of sorts. I don't remember what it is. Peruvian, Peruvian.
Oh, Peruvian
Yes, Peruvian. And then
from Peru.
you have Luis J. Gomez, who looks like a white man, but he's technically,
What? No, he's Puerto Rican, clearly.
well, you know what I mean. The joke is he looks like a Mexican. Like he can make those types of jokes, right? The very
He looks like this. He looks
right.
like the guy I
Hold on,
would look
hold
at
on, right up.
before I picked Mexican.
Oh, right before. Oh, I'm just saying like no, no. The argument was the joke was I was saying I go one guy looks white, but probably has more, or but he can also speak full like Spanish. Luis J. Gomez can't speak a lick of Spanish. I mean, that's mostly a joke, but I'm sure he can speak like say like hola or whatever, but can't. And yet he looks Spanish or looks.
Sure,
That would be basically that's the
I don't
joke.
speak French.
It's the idea that you do okay. So you have the black man who speaks like English accent, the very like
Okay, those are wild.
the
It's crazy to
the
me that
king's
those are
accent,
like
the king's words, right?
that's crazy to me.
Well, they're also really racist about that, anyways. So
Well, good.
I'm
They
actually being
should be.
I'm actually being pretty progressive about the fact that like uh England loves their whites more so than the Americans.
Yeah,
Yet,
because England is whites, and it's always been whites. They're
yeah.
allowed to like whites.
No, I know the joke is that, like, but yeah, there's black people with those accents. But no,
It's crazy. It seems
so you have that
insane.
right. You have an English African American, right? And then you have a Wigger from America.
Oh, okay.
Close your eyes. Which one sounds like the stereotypical thing you would point at? Probably would be like, uh,
Well, I don't trust either one of them.
I don't trust either one of them. There's the there's the there's the colored that speaks properly. That's suspicious. And then there's the white man that my brother who also doesn't isn't one of me. So
One of them
that's
speaks
also
like a darky,
suspicious.
the other one speaks like a redcoat. I don't like neither one.
One of these is a traitor, and one of these is actually acceptable, but I still don't like it.
One of them sounds like he's about to mug me. The other one sounds like he's about to tax me. I don't like neither one of them.
Yeah, and yet they're wearing they're wearing each other's faces. That's the joke.
Pants
They're
down, they're
they're
biting
wearing
each
each
other's
other's.
butt.
No, that's like the whole gimmick. You're like they're wearing each other's faces. Like it's basically
God damn.
anytime they visually look different than the way they act, and then you have the backwards redneck. That's the SNL skit. They're wearing each other's faces. Take that black man's face off, you white. you white man. And then just like it's just Tracy Morgan being like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like you talk
I don't know.
to not
If you
Tracy
need
Morgan
someone
isn't a
who's
good example.
crazy about
Tim Meadows, sorry, Tim Meadows.
okay.
That's a perfect example. He'd be like, what do you ever mean, sir? And he'd be like, you're like, take that shoe polish off. And he's like, whoa, what the fuck are you talking about? He's just like, and basically the joke is that everyone else is like, well, you're really racist, dude. And he's just like, but isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? He looks but he looks like one way and he acts another. You're like, I wonder if he's ever met like an Eskimo, like a gay
I don't know who
Eskimo.
this character is you're portraying, but I want him to be president.
he's some, he just conveniently has a nice set of hair, not too small hands, and a
Mhm.
perfect rosy color,
Nobody
much
look.
much like much
Nobody
like
look.
much like a Santa Claus, much like Chris Kingle. I just
Chris
tried it.
Kingle.
Chris Kingle, Kip Kingle.
Oh no.
Only you and me can get that joke.
Hey,
And
look, man, it's not our fault the rest of the country doesn't know that we were home to the
we
original
we
Columbine.
were the first.
Dude,
Oh,
I hate
speaking of other
if people genuinely
shirts I
get
want to
mad about
wear,
that.
fuck the bugs
Dude,
is
I
one of
don't.
them. The other shirt I want is homegrown in Kipling, Oregon,
That's you're disgusting.
or 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 Kipling, Oregon, established 1998. Is that what it happened? Right?
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah. Or you go, welcome to Springfield, and then the mascot would just be like Kip Kinkle, being like, oh,
Oh no,
oh,
it's just a horse
oh.
shot full of bullets.
Oh, that yeah. Well, that's actually kind of funny. I just like to think of like the stupidest fucking. My bad.
I was going
My
for
plane don't
maximum
look
effect.
white. No, yours makes more sense. It'd just be like holes inside, like or it wouldn't have to. It couldn't be the actual mascot,
No, no, no.
but
But it would still
it
look like Springfield.
would definitely be a cult of sorts.
Well, they got that
A depiction
statue.
of said what
They got
statue?
the horse statue downtown, so that's like a thing.
Oh, the guy that's riding on it backwards, like in The Simpsons.
You can put that dude getting shot up.
Like I love how I'm mixing everything. I don't even know it's real or not. That abstract man on horse in the downtown
Whatever the
area.
fuck it is.
I always forget that that's what it is because to me it's just
Modern art piece.
yes, it's just gaudy white statue that has
Liberal bullshit.
very little. Well, it also reminds me of like that's probably got like, some of those Eugene coded stuff where the
Yeah,
artist
because
from
we
Eugene
did have
came
our
over and was
own
like,
art display.
so this will be a man. This statue will be depicting a man on horse,
Man.
and you're like, I can't see that from the blob, the one shape on top of a four-legged shape. Like it's not like a real. I'm not saying it has to be
Our
realistic.
artistic license being
Yeah,
taken.
there you. Thank you. Yeah, it's like it doesn't need to be like photorealistic, but
It
like
doesn't need to be like this.
you've got it to the abstract to where it's the complete opposite. It's like putting one colored square on a white canvas and saying art. You're like by definition. So that would be it'd be man on horse by definition because the plaque says so because society says so. It's all society's fault. That's the other character I guess I was trying to do. Anywho, so um, I decided the main character is going to be that like the jock that he's like, oh no, I'm kind of stuck in this rock and a hard place thing where like people are kind of putting me in a light that is not really me. Basically, I'm just stealing like some of the character tropes in like the Breakfast Club or whatever. But yeah,
Don't you forget about me?
yeah. So yeah, the plot would revolve around him basically being like, it sucks that I'm like a natural born leader and oh, I got privilege of yin yang and whatnot. But he's aware of the kind of how fucked up it is. So, anyways, yeah.
But he's still on board.
So yeah, I was trying to think like how to kind of piece it all together where you have to have like the setup of like in a world where this is happening, but also not so much. You can still write that into the action and all the setups where it's him going to his teacher, and his teacher's got like or is the principal. He goes, talks to the principal, and he's got like this mildly cyber or not cybernetic, but a mildly futuristic eye patch or something with like a bit of a scar leaking out of it, and you're like, what the fuck? And he's just like, don't forget, senior year's wrapping up pretty soon, and blah blah. And like his coach is like fucking with him and everything and whatever. And you're just like, you kind of get through, kind of like how you would normally start to slowly piece together things as like the main character is being kind of walking through that environment where you have like, do you know what you're gonna be wearing? And it's like it's kind of this weird morbid thing where like, I'm gonna be wearing a tactical vest, or whatever the joke is. It's like, but I want it to be pink. And he's like, okay, and that's his girlfriend or whatever saying that shit or whatever. I don't know.
Wow.
Because girls have to have their fucking guns colored pink.
You gotta have that
They
character.
have to accessorize before they pulverize. Fuck.
You should call that one School Shooter Barbie.
Oh, yeah, because we also have to make sure that we're not a profile, like it's not a stereotype to be like a white lone wolf. It's like, damn, I relate to all those things that you just described, except for the part about killing children. Fuck, except for killing people. You had me up until then. Yes, he's a straight white, misunderstood, sad lone wolf that loves Doom from back in the '90s. And he has antisocial behavior, and he killed a bunch of people. And it's like, oh fuck, like that last part where he killed a bunch of people, totally made me think they were talking about me on the news.
It was me, but then it wasn't me.
But then you're like, oh wait, but then there's the ones that are like, he really hated the, and then like insert whatever, and then you're just like, okay, now I'm really down to earth or back down to earth because like I don't think I hate that group that much. Oh
Wow.
fuck, like you probably should start with that one.
I don't hate them that much.
A known super supremacist, white supremacist. I'm like, you had to lead with that. Like, of course, I was. The bit's supposed to be that like it's blurring the lines between anyone else who could have done that, right?
You're not supposed to be able to figure it
You're
out.
supposed to think that 35 or 45% of the population is to blame, or whatever high number I'm sure of white straight
Oh,
men
Jesus.
are on single white young men between the ages of 18 and 59. You're like, what?
Young man.
Isn't that a meme? Young man,
Gotta be now.
young man. It's just basically uh, the meme version of just instead of saying you're gay or that's faggy or something, you just go young man. It's the YouTube coded. It's algorithm
Oh,
coded. Young man, young
okay,
man. Is it
perfect.
young man? Right? That's the lyric.
Yeah,
The lyric. Young man, because he's saying it to a young man. I'm assuming while he's
understand.
plowing him, from behind, sensually,
Okay.
consensually.
While he's
Fuck.
plowing him. Holy shit.
Don't you?
That song
Hold
has
on.
changed.
Go, do we have to go back to the soft words thing again?
No, no,
They're not
no,
making
not
love. They're fucking. I mean, there
they're
is technically a
getting
difference between
they're
making love and
banging
fucking.
in the showers in the
Bang.
back of a YMCA. Okay,
that's
that's what
another.
that
That's
song is.
another one I love. The part of is banging. That's like
Yep.
that's my favorite. Like Always Sunny thing where they're like, he's always banging them. Like banging is like their only word they use. It's funny. They could say like shit and stuff and like other like fucked up things other than
Yeah,
the F
you
word.
can't say they were fucking.
Yeah, but like
Dude.
I like how they wrote it in that like they have like it's almost kind of like a dialect for like certain types of like it's like but it's not a but it's only for like the inside joke of yeah him and the waitress are banging. Like they never say they're doing anything else. Like
Yeah,
there's only that's the only way to describe that it,
they're banging.
between the main characters essentially. Well,
The interaction they're having is
interaction with
banging.
everyone in that universe. So it's like, yeah, they're always banging. And it's like saying you don't have any other way to articulate yourself. But that's like it's funny because that's in a show where like every character, at least the main characters, like I'm pretty sure the gang themselves are the only ones that are saying it that way. and everyone else around them are like, what? But if the gang say it to each other, it's normal. Like
You
that's
mean to
it's
tell me
basic.
there's a secret tunnel underneath the Holiday Inn?
Yes, it's like kind of like that. The Philly Fanatics are really just dedicated fans. Really, they just they're the best. They're the best, but they are crazy. Don't mess with Philly fans.
Dude, no.
I like how someone the other day was like, "Well, you know what fan is short for?" And they're like, "What fanatic?" And they're like, "Yes." And it's like, "Whoa, big brains." I mean, I don't think a lot of
And
people do.
4D chess over here.
That's like. I mean, I can kind of understand when you go, "You know what stand means?" And I'm like,
Hmm.
"Standing for them." I don't like that. I can see being kind of like an Urban Dictionary. Like, let me look at that up on an Urban Dictionary real quick. But when you say like fan, you're like, yeah, like, oh no, I just thought it was just meant they literally are human blowing devices.
They stand around with palm fronds.
Hmm.
They
You mean
fan
you mean
royalty.
fans is short for something? Which I mean, we'll take it to for the English language to have a definite like a word like that where it's like that. No, that is the word. It is fan,
No,
and then
it's
it would
because we so many of our words are borrowed from other
yeah.
languages, so we just end up with these just hodgepodge mouthfuls of words. Fanatic. No, 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 no. Just say fan.
Well, not even that. I'm saying the joke is that like you would have like fan in the dictionary and there'd be like six versions of just the word that is made up of three letters FAN.
Fan in the dictionary. Mine's in my hallway.
So you would go, oh, you want to, so fan, and then it's like also commonly known as, and you're like,
Commonly
what?
known as murderous swine.
So then you're like, oh, but anyways, no, you know why I think people forget is because they don't put the little period after the N to denote that it's like, what is that called? They cut down the word, right? Because when you say like for like
Oh, the
description,
abbreviation.
what is it?
The abbreviation.
Yes, like description, I think is like what DESP and then a period,
Mhm.
right? Descript and then yeah, and everyone knows it means description. Either they don't need to add the what is it the prefix the suffix or the whatever. I'm not a grammar person, that's why I'm too stupid. I don't even. Yeah, this is my new bit. I'm gonna be like, just yell out a mathematical problem. I don't know it. You're like, what? Any? Yep, I don't. Do
Yell out
it. Do
any
it.
math problem. 423 times 369. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm too stupid. I don't even know that. Even if you gave me
That's
time to think about it, I'm not. I just accept failure.
that's a good bit.
It's kind of funny because there was those things like I was watching a YouTube short and they did a thing where they're like people are like having to guess the game where they were guessing before the other person and they're like the square
Mhm.
root of this and then I'm like I would just be like I don't even want to try and use brain cells for that trivia. It's not even trivia, it's like a math equation, but it's part of another series of other questions that they're going to get. I'll be like just dunk me or whatever you're going to do for the thing. It's like i'm not
Just
going to
put me in the
I'm not going
slime.
my answer is not going to be 11, it's going to be grapefruit or something, right? Because I was like, because it started out being like questions about like, what is the name of the bone in your chest, thorax or whatever. Even though I'm making these up or whatever, or whatever.
Tangerine.
No, no, I'm saying I'm making up like the I can't remember all of them. I just know that like the final one was square root of whatever 7 times whatever square root of whatever, and then he's like 11, and I'm like, and like and of course it's a girl, so she's like, yeah, I don't. You might as well just dunk me. I'm just like, I'm right there with you, girl. Like
Hmm.
you give me like what's the middle name of a fictional character that no one ever heard of? Oh, I know it. What's the answer to an easily solvable addition times table question? Shoot me in the head now. It's like what the fuck? You don't know what 7 times 4 is? 58. Fuck it. I don't care. He's like what? Uh, but no, seriously, that's how retarded I would. See, that's what's funny about it. I was like, that's how easy I was able to get through school. Like I just barely up by the hair of my chin.
Well, bullshitting. It's a skill.
Yeah, yeah. It's called acting like you can adult, but when you really get down to it, you're like, I have no skills whatsoever. I mean,
Acting like you're learning.
it's funny because I would say I'm not like enough to like gain any benefits from that. Like, there's no actual benefits to this. I'm literally just it's only just basically the cry myself to sleep kind of thing, right? Because there's that category, right? There's those people who are like they're so dumb that they're not aware of it, which
Yeah.
is fine because that's technically a category that it's like an acceptable level of stupidity. Fine, that's kind of cute. Then you have people who are smart and they know it, and it's like okay, fine, who cool, you know every mathematical equation they can think of. Oh, again, that's a bit. And then you have like people who have like mental deficiencies to where they can't probably do it, even if like you pay like found like if you put it all in a perfect scenario in which they could answer it right, they can't. And then there's me, which is I'm just intelligent enough to make fun of people who are like, "How do you drive? How do you? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know what the fucking whatever? I don't know. Anyways, right? But also, if someone was to say like something really faggy, like an equation, basically
Dude,
that's
math
a
is
joke.
so faggy.
Anyways, there you go. This is what the podcast is all about.
Yes,
Half
that's what
half
it's for.
half comprehensive, creative laden nonsense
Yeah,
mixed in with a sad display of humor that is hopefully mildly executed
humor with
good.
air quotes.
Mm-hmm. Like you have to edit all. It's like the thing where you go, oh, you got to edit all the racist stuff out. Then
Then you've got no
it'll
show.
just be my pitch, which is kind of funny. Part of me thinks that like I said, the elevator pitch of like the first minute or two is just like a pre-ramble. And you're like, I would have normally never gave a shit if you just started pitching me a shitty fucking like movie, but you started out with like such a bizarre thing that like I can't not think of the proper like that idea without
It made me so uncomfortable.
without
I
the
felt
power.
scared to leave the elevator.
Well, no, like all the stuff we've been talking about, you'll remember that was all relevant within the idea of a completely separate thing, which is like a movie script or whatever I'm doing.
Yeah.
Anywho, but yeah, you slowly kind of piss. I'm getting tired, so that's probably why I'm saying
Oh,
words
oh,
that
oh.
I don't want to actually pick from my vernacular.
You got so many to use.
I know, and so much stupidity to do.
So little time to spoonerism.
So yeah, I think he would be a good way of like kind of anchoring everyone to be like, okay, so there's this weird thing that goes on where they have to fight each other basically to the death. And I was thinking that's why I was like, hold on to the whole like they're stuck on an island, school island, oasis because
Hmm.
it's not a bad idea, but that's not where I was thinking. I was thinking it was like a thing where it's like we get to vote where the venue is to because like sometimes graduations are in like a stadium, like a football stadium or at like
Oh yeah,
like a
definitely,
theater or
definitely.
something or whatever, right? In order to do the actual ceremony itself. For some reason,
Ceremony.
ceremony. So for me, of course, I'm like, well, it's still laden with the '80s stuff. So like, what's more '80s than or early '90s? Because I think even some people like I think some Zoomers think like the early '90s was the '80s.
Oh, definitely.
Like being like, oh yeah, the brightly colored windbreakers. You're like, that's technically more '90s. I feel like ski
Well, but I don't
like.
blame people. I don't blame people for getting that
Oh
confused.
no,
I just
no,
feel
I
kind
know,
of
I know. That's what I'm saying is like,
is a gray sweatshirt.
hold
So
on, hold on. Um, let me elder explain you, my child.
explain.
This is a character.
Let me. Okay, boomer you.
Yeah. Okay, boomer. I mean, okay, zoomer. We used to have color back in the day. It wasn't all just black and white. You fucking bitch.
Why do I feel like you're doing a Jesse Ventura?
I was I was thinking it was more. It's on to me. It was like my
Okay, Zoomer, let me tell you
yeah.
about the
No,
windbreakers.
I wasn't trying too hard. For me, I was doing more of a filthy Frank to bring it back to the Zoomers.
Oh,
You were talking boomer talk with who the fucking mayor. I don't even know who this is. Who's the
goddamn sexual Tyrannosaurus.
I'm a sexual Tyrannosaurus Rex.
and he ain't got time to bleed.
I got
It
time to
was a rat
bleed.
flick, you know, Ventura.
You guys are just a slack jaw pussies. I'm a goddamn Sorry,
You remember the body?
it's a YouTube. I do. But I'm also a wrestling tard. Wrestle tard.
That
Um,
makes two.
no, I think I was doing more of a filthy Frank thing where I'm just you just talk like you gotta just do a raspy thing where you right. It's where I'm done using my regular voice because it actually kind of hurts to use my regular voice. So to kind of go like this or whatever actually doesn't hurt my voice as much
Yeah, that's how you end up losing your voice.
by
It's
sounding
like
like you already where you already
When I
sound
was
like
doing
you.
Steve-O on 4th of July, like 2 years ago, I lost my voice for like 48 hours.
Ha ha ha.
I didn't like it.
I don't know. I feel like I do enough like death metal screaming in my car alone that I've built up enough of a the actor's voice. I
Oh
can keep
no.
doing this forever. Anyways, no,
Well, we'll just have to find out.
no. Anyway, so um, yeah, it would be I don't know, just kind of fun to try and be like it's a little zany, whatever. But anyway, going back to the venue would be picked like almost as like again part of like a game show or something, or like in this case, reality show or whatever. And the
Hmm,
audience pick the mall or whatever, and the mall, of course, is the most 80s
them
90s
all.
thing. Also, again, it goes back to like it's a building that you can technically have like a ceremony, but it's also enclosed enough. And there's enough things in it, and it's
Private enough.
yeah, like you can rent it out technically or whatever, close it all down. Like it'd be a big deal too, because then it'd be like they can have like certain locations. They're like, we're not going to have it at the whatever, blah blah blah, and it's gonna and like those places have like banners of like the years that they hosted those things, and it's like a thing.
Hmm.
They're like, yeah, the indoor stadium arena or whatever will not be hosting it this year, which would be which is unfortunate because it has hosted it for the last 5 years in a row. They're like, nope, no, yeah, it sucks to be the owner of that because like the idea is that like the people who would
Be
own
that
that
guy.
stuff, what?
Just saying, sucks to be that guy.
Yeah, well, because the idea is that like the the rest of the city or town or whatever is like funding it anyways because they kind of it's kind of the incestuous thing where they're like, well, we came from these things and then we became these big things outside of the school like after we so like the idea would be like it's like saying like this is how a Rothschild is made or something, and then the
Hmm.
Rothschilds host in their mining camps or whatever the fuck they own their fucking oil fields or whatever the Rothschilds have.
Human cloning facilities.
Well, whatever they came up with in their first like original like uh, enterprise or whatever. It's usually like what oil, people, food, and something else is all the things that like early rich families come from. Diamonds, oil, people, slaves, something else. Like where like most of the old world or whatever they call that, like old money comes from. Anyways, um, trade. I think trade is technically one, even though trade would have all those as part of it. Anyways, like because like the English used to do like had trade companies, and those guys were like more corrupt than the fucking government,
Yeah.
which makes sense. But like that would make sense in an American societal thing. Like no one goes, whoa, what McDonald's would be like Hitler? Like no, that's
Hmm.
nothing. But when an Englishman hears that, they're like, that's weird because like the government runs everything and nothing is cool. It's all boring white bread English shit. That's why it's cool when they can say like cunt on TV. Like that's a big deal. We can't. That's the one thing they get to have. Actually, they can't see that. I don't think they can say that word on TV. They can
You
eventually
can't
say,
say, get arrested for posting shit on Facebook.
yeah, they can't have their dogs saluting uh highly. A famous
Well, no, I mean, it's
I love when the
shit. We're
people I
gonna
love when people say
skateboard
a
racing
notorious
stuff.
a notorious uh what is it, a notorious nationalist dictator or whatever is like the soft way of saying Hitler. I love that.
But they're still doing that kind of shit.
Oh yeah, like you think like Why isn't there free speech appearing like across most of the world? Like I
Because
can
that's
I
what makes America so
makes sense
special.
when all that stuff is like alien to us in like North Korea, but not even South Korea is like that. So I mean, and they're just next door to each other. I mean, come on, that was a that was an attempt at a joke. I mean, we're right next to California, and you think we would just be stupider? Got 'em.
I
Um,
mean, are we not,
I mean, we are. We literally are next to them, but
are we not also stupider?
yeah, we all came from Jupiter.
See,
Um, but yeah, I think it would just be kind of funny to be like, because like the guy who owns the sports arena is like a like they would just say like
he's an alumni.
yeah, thank you, an alumni of this is exact thing, and that's why they'd be like, of course I'd host it. Like it's not macabre because it's like no, no, like this is what made me have this successful life. Which is the again, which is the kind of the societal incentive where like we grow up knowing that like your dad and mom are probably like fucking basically war veteran PTSD ridden people, but they fucking have like they have uh
Really lucrative
fuck what's his
career.
name Kevin McAllister like money. You know what I mean? See how
Oh
I'm trying to
yeah.
relate it to us. I don't just say like well I can say like John Arbuckle or whatever the fucking joke I'm making.
Wow.
Uh,
John Arbuckle. That's too close to home. I don't like that. I don't like it being that
who's
familiar.
John Arbuckle again?
The guy that owns Garfield.
That's what I thought. Who's the other guy I'm thinking of? Like the guy that owns Annie, the guy in the big yellow hat. see, see where I'm getting at with my
Oh, buddy,
stupidity.
you got me, dog.
I went from like a little being owning a little child to then referencing a children's literature book or whatever
Dude, you're not wrong.
picture
It's
book.
the same thing. You're not wrong.
It's the I was doing. Sorry, I channeled my Uncle Rufus character where you just kind of blur the lines between like I saw this movie with a clown. Oh, Terrifier 3. Like no, no, no. Uh he was killing children. Yeah, Terrifier 3. No, no, no. In like in like a place called Dairy Farm, USA. And they're like, oh, you mean it? You're like, no, that's stop talking about the fucking uh, hairy guy from the Adams Family. I'm talking about the clown movie. Basically, that's a character too. But it's only funny when there's
Oh,
another person supplying me with those like parts, the parts of like, oh, I know that. Let me guess it, and then I just go, no, no, and then I have to like find a way to start describing something different, or keep describing the same thing, but they keep getting the wrong answer. I'm sure you saw that character once in a while. I did that with the payers a bunch.
I'm familiar.
Okay, that's what I thought. Anyhow, and no, Uncle Rufus is not a black man, an
He
old
could
black
be.
man. Just fuck, just because I did a voice like this or whatever. No, no, no. This is my old man
I
voice.
feel like
It's not
wanted
an
to
old
include
black
the
man
Hispanic
voice.
character's option.
You fucking bigot.
Yeah,
I like how you can just call people bigots and you just get out of whatever racist thing you said or joke you made.
that's what I usually do.
Hmm. You go, that wasn't funny, you bigot, even though you're trying to make people laugh. All right. Anyway, so I just think that also like the mall is a shopping mall reference, but also it was a big thing back in the day for those kids. And I probably think of some stuff like where like each store has some little bit of like variety to it. So you can I think it'd be boring to go to like a to have to get killed, have like spend 8 hours dying in a fucking sports arena or like a hot dog stand, a bat like a shitty like a really piss poor cleaned bathroom area, a field. It's like that's about it. Like maybe the cool like big spender boxes, maybe
Yeah,
a merch table or something or two. But the mall has like food court, you know, the whole like whatever like variety of stores and different things inside of them and kind of different. I don't know, maybe you can get a little liminal space with them. Ooh.
The mall has something for everyone.
Hmm. Yeah, and then that follows up with a character going, you know, see, the mall has something for everyone. Sorry, that would be part of the trailer.
It'll be all them like picking out their weapons and stuff.
See, the mall has something for everyone, and it's just like, I don't know. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
see,
stuck on that visual.
you're already cutting the trailer.
Oh no, he's doing it, Peter. Um. So yeah. I feel like you'd follow him where he's kind of his arc because you have to have an arc. This isn't just a
Yes.
bunch. This isn't just a bunch of haha pew pews and titties.
Nope.
Sorry, I broke the
Telling real
joke.
man stories.
So he's gonna have that like little like the catch where it's he's not the most academically sound person, but he's also an athlete that kind of get a lot of times that kind of helps ride your 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 grades in even in like the college scene,
Oh yeah.
you know. So like the idea that he would almost feel like he'd be it's almost like the joke of like I'd be living a lie that I'd be stuck in a scenario where blah blah blah. And so his first thing would be like I think what it would be is like either the caveat of it is either he does something to where he makes or he pisses them off they we just say like the what's that called the what do they call the people that they always care about like where the dean and stuff is or the superintendent is the whatever staff
The the
what do they call that?
building.
No. What's that thing where they call like the big upper people in like schools? There's like a term for like that like group of people, the team or whatever.
Oh gee, administration.
The yeah, they just call them like the head administration, right? They're not like the I was gonna faculty is not the same. Those are like the lower people. That's custodians and teachers. Like you could say like head administration or like lead administration, whatever some cool name or like a slightly more worded. It's basically the shadowed people, you know,
Right.
called the syndicate, and it's like a vague name for all the world leaders or whatever. Technically, whatever. Anyways, no, the joke is they'd be the head administration or whatever, and they are organizing the whole thing, right? So then he rubs them the wrong way or whatever, and they're like, "Don't do it. Just ride the wave that we're making for you and whatever and blah blah blah." I'm free balling the dialogue,
Yeah, dog.
and so with that he's gonna be like kind of torn, but it's like do I take what basically the gift they're giving me of you're kind of stupid kid, but like we'll give you a break, and then you'll basically the again going back to the idea that you get to start with more of privilege or more weapons or you come in later because there's an 8 hour it's like an 8 hour kill fest. So the first hour is all the dropouts, all the failures. They get nothing and they run around and so they have technically they're still alive or I mean they're still technically like valid or game or whatever. And then there's waves of people. So like D's and C's come in next with their stuff. Again, very battle royale where instead of like you just grab a backpack and
What's the Royal
go.
Rumble?
Yeah. And
Just another one comes in.
then everyone just holds their breath waiting for and then it's just like, oh, it's the great Kali. Sorry, I just thought that was the funniest song to try and emulate. Or it's Shawn
Perfect.
Michaels. I think I'm
Yeah,
cute. I make them sexy. Even though it's not the lyric. I just like to fuck with that.
it is now.
They think I'm pube. I know I'm gay. Gexy. Gexy Gex.
Wow.
It's it's like Gex from the N64 era.
And that's all we ever want.
I'm Gexy. Anyways, um, they'll so yeah, he was going to be set up for like a higher rank thing, but I think it'd be kind of fun to do the thing where he's the main character and also it's fucks with his character, where he kind of goes, "No, I kind of want to be where I want to be." That's why I think it's funny to do like how like GPAs are kind of like a reveal. to like really fuck with people. Like obviously, if you fail, it shouldn't be like a big deal. And obviously, if you really are smart, you should like it's. I like that the what do you call that? Like the range kind of starts to get into like the question marks when you're in that passable grade, which is like the C's, the B's, and whatnot, or
Mm.
like the D's, C's, and B's or whatever. And you would kind of like guess like he's either going to have a good grade that they kind of fabricate so that they can you know. But what is also weird because then you're like, wait, if they do this to people that came up before me, that means that they kind of still fuck with like some of the results essentially. Like it's not all fair. It's like those types of little bombs are being dropped on the characters or the audience too. So then he's like, "So wait, are you gonna put me in a like a favorable position so that you hope that I live long enough and you'll clearly have faith in my athleticness or my survivability, but also to give me a because it'd be like thing where it's like the um like X amount of ability to survive, probability to survive, and X amount of like just randomness that can happen. Like anyone can just die or whatever, and blah blah blah. But like if you're in like the only the last hour of the 8 hours, like, and you have like a machine gun at the end, I mean, pretty much just walking around either waiting your time out or trying to kill everyone and just be like, well, there's no one else to kill me, so clearly I can just wait. You know, when the when like the clock strikes midnight or whatever, and yeah, and then you would have other characters that would kind of be other like perspectives of that. Again, kind of like how you have like the faculty, the movie The Faculty,
Mm.
um, with Josh Hart or whatever his name is, Hartnett or whatever.
Yes.
Um, and then also again like the Breakfast Club, where you have like they slowly start to kind of come together through a common thing. So it's like, oh, our teachers are aliens. Oh, hey, the burnout is going to hang out with the hot chick, or oh, we aren't too different, you and I. Let's throw some. What was it? What's the thing they throw on the statue? I know it's like food, but it's like the one that has like olives in it.
I don't remember.
I don't know what that deli meat is. I don't eat it. Pastrami? Truly? It's probably a P word, right? Pew pew.
No, with the like I kind of oh fuck. I used to sell it. I used to work at the
I
deli.
used to sling that shit. Dude,
No,
it
seriously.
was disgusting as a
I
motherfucker
sure hope.
outside.
Yeah, no, it's getting wild.
It's Palm Olive.
Dude, it's Palm Olive Beach.
I just without expressing too much information to the audience,
Oh,
I just disclosed how if you have the window open in this room, the rain can get in because the roof is not like the
it doesn't hang out
it
all the
doesn't
way.
hang out long far enough, and since you're up in the
Yeah.
on the second floor, and there's like
Yep.
so it just kind of blows in kind of horizontally. It totally
Yep.
blew, well, for the sake of it, it totally blew my landlord's mind. She's like, "What do you mean?" Like she was like worried, like I was describing basically like a leak in the house itself. And I'm like, no, no,
Oh,
no,
'cause
like
when the window's open,
yeah,
the rain comes in.
yeah, and obviously if also the rain is light enough to be pushed, that means it's clearly also in like the perfect example of like. Then I showed her basically the seal or whatever it's called, the where it's a little, it kind of looks like when you put a you get little water rings on like tables and stuff. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, this is what happens. Because obviously there's a screen, but the screen doesn't do a perfect job
Yeah.
of catching it.
It might break it up into smaller drops, but it's still
Yeah,
getting through.
but I'm like, but you also have this kind of like open area here where like the wind just loves to perfectly channel and like either it's like a dead
Yep.
zone of air or like it's a typhoon of like gust of wind. It was like the nice
Oh
thing
no,
about the new
definitely.
development next door is like technically kind of cuts that a little bit down. Where like it only comes from like two directions now. It's like either here it's gonna blow through and blow everything left of the backyard or front yard or whatever, or it'll blow it towards the north end of the house or whatever property.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyways, no, I just thought I'd bring that random little bit up where I was just like, I'm like, you're the only other person I think would know that this is a thing
Mhm.
because I can
Oh, no,
tell.
well, Corey would know too.
Oh, I know, but it's oh no, yeah, of course I know, but I'm just making the joke. I'm like telling it to the someone who has lived here for so long, and it's like, don't you didn't know that was a thing? Like I don't know. It's like saying, I guess, telling me something I never knew about from my childhood home that I still visit. So it's like, but
It is
anyways,
funny. We have kind of like a reverse hand-me-down situation where Corey's the youngest, but he lived there first, and you're the oldest, and you've lived there most recently.
oh, out of the relationship that we three have,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
it'll happen. I'm sure we have like mirrored lives sometimes, or like
Oh
the
yeah, all the time.
stats. The
Yeah, yeah.
stats are kind of funny. Like, ain't that quaint?
But in this way specifically,
You've been
it's
constipated
funny.
more often than I have out of the three of us. What a stat!
I get more constipated. You have more diarrhea.
I mean, if you want to just tell everyone the truth, I mean, fine, thank you. I do find myself having more diarrhea than I do have non bowel movements. Is that how you?
Oh no, I get plugged up more than anything.
Okay, because I say I'm not throwing that on you. I'm revealing that I'm more likely to squirt. Sorry, I already broke.
I
I'm
Jews
more
and
likely to
Iron Giant.
squirt, and you're more likely to be a prude bitch that doesn't get off on anything.
Yeah.
Get it? See, I made I
What's
made a, I made a
funny
poop
in
joke
Iron
into a
Giant?
woman joke. What?
The bit in Iron Giant when he's trying to push the hand out the window.
Funny
He's like in the
enough,
bathroom like
funny enough, I don't think
screaming.
I've ever seen that movie fully. I've seen bits and
Oh,
pieces of it,
oh
and,
yeah.
and and people think that's like the greatest
In the
movie on the
street.
world.
In
In
the
the
street.
world.
Get out of here. You need to go for a walk.
Hogar. The character's
I
named
can't believe
Hogar or
that.
whatever.
Yeah.
Why can't people have normal names like Stitch, even though it's not a human being? Um, dude, wasn't raised with Iron Giant. I was raised with fucking Big Green and Dunstan Checks In.
Yeah, I watched those things as
I
well. You
know,
know you can watch more than
I
three
know.
movies, right?
No, not again. Hey, you're a boomer. You should know that it was only a handful of well, not even DVDs, like a handful
Oh,
of
we got to
VHS
watch when we found
tapes
out
during the
you
summer. I
VHS tapes in the
I
summer,
think I've watched
cable
the Little
TV the rest of the
Rascals,
year.
1990s Little Rascals
Dude,
more times than the Iron Giant.
dude, they built a go-kart out of a washing machine. Get out of here, dude.
hmm That dude, that also starred our current president.
Trump doesn't show up. Oh, wait.
Does
What's his name? He's the rich kid's dad.
exactly. He goes, "There's my dad"
Oh
in the
my
stands, and he's
God,
like,
dude.
it's like his own, like it's the single cameo of him just waving at him or whatever, or saying
Whoopi
one line.
Goldberg's in that movie too. Dude, Whoopi Goldberg's
Whoopee.
also in the movie.
Well, that's because that's
Dude,
Buckwheat's mom.
I know, I know.
My mom's here.
Dude, I'm losing it. Losing my
Whoopee.
mind.
Like the kids doesn't care that his mom's there, but the joke is that I never got. I don't think I really got that. Like I wasn't stupid enough as a kid to go
Not
like I
funny
didn't
of a joke.
like he just says her name, but I just realized like how kind of silly it is to be like you say
It's not a very good joke.
it's not, but I like the idea that it is like a like the way he reacts like a kid, like you when you're a kid you just be like whatever, right? So like instead of saying whatever, his name because the kid or
Whoopee.
because Whoopi Goldberg's name is not whatever Goldberg, it's Whoopi
Oh
Goldberg.
my goodness.
So he would go Whoopi, right? And a lot of
No,
people used to.
technically her name also isn't Whoopi Goldberg either, but
Sorry, it's Fred Hammerstein,
there we go.
Ronald Hammerstein. No one black has the last name Goldberg, and
Well,
unless
they
they
do
are
now.
unless they were really hoping that they could get away with it in Hollywood. Got
And
him.
I think it worked. I think it worked.
They're like, man, this Jew really can sport some cornrows or dreadlocks.
That Jew's got a hell of a tan.
I was gonna say the next, yeah. Damn it, that was the next thing I was gonna say. Wait, that that Jew's got one hell of a tan. Where'd where they vacation for their hot spugada. That's not a thing.
Damn, man. Anti-Semitic and racist. I love it.
You know what's funny? Like I think like most of those jokes that are actually halfway decent, I feel like other Jews would actually think that are pretty good. Like they're pretty good at like I'm pretty sure Larry David would be pretty okay with that.
I'm funny
And
enough. I think I'm
he's
like
like the
on
ambassador
Daily
for
joke
all the Jews, right? Him and like Mel
right
Brooks.
at this point. Well, Mel Brooks had to retire. He's like 204 years old.
Well, he still knows what's funny, right? Or is he retired from being funny or knowing what's
Well,
funny?
he does know what's funny. He just doesn't have to waste his time judging it.
Pretty Jewy.
Yeah.
No, I respect those are the people I legitimately respect as common comedic acts. I'm not being facetious at all.
I'm not being Phoenician.
um, yeah, I think we would just like have a like a cast of characters that would again you'd have like the jock, of course. You've got like I don't know, maybe just use as like his girlfriend, who's like the way you can kind of wrangle in the hot dumb bitches.
Got
Um,
to get those in.
yeah. Then you have like the nerd or the nerd like some of them will have kind of a nerdy group. Like some of them are just single like an example of a clique or whatever. But I feel like you need to have all of them, and it can be kind of fun because then you have like the super like nerdy character like giving them the idea that like the probability and everything and the variables and stuff. Like that's kind of his little fun little contribution to the movie where he'd be
Tech
like,
nerd.
yeah, where he'd be like, well, not even tech nerd because I don't know what fucking technology was
Math
in the
nerd.
80s.
Math
Calculators,
nerd.
bath nerd. Yeah, that's what they call the kids these days. They're all nerds for women who will give them their their own bath water. Bath nerds.
I no, I only buy jars of farts.
Oh man, you're on a new like trend, my friend. Then
Yep.
I've yet to hear about the gamer fart jars.
No, no, wait. You've heard of that.
Um, Not a singular incident where that is like a thing.
Hang on,
Where
hang
was where's the Leroy Jenkins like
on.
epicenter
It was like
of
a
this idea?
just 30-second derail. You
Yes.
didn't hear about the lady who was selling her farts in jars. She was eating a special diet to produce as much flatulence as possible, and she ended up having to go to her basically her doctor
Hmm.
because she like fucked up her insides by eating these like just like beans and broccoli and like all this like super gassy shit.
Yeah.
She like fucked up her guts and had
Um,
to like apologize to perverts online because she couldn't sell them her farts
that's
as
the part I laugh
jars
at.
anymore.
Apologize
Dude,
to
it's so
perverts.
good.
I want
It's
that's my other shirt. I want to say is a pervert apologizer. That doesn't even make any sense. Or have you apologized to a pervert lately? This is like the question on my back of my shirt. What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know, but
I like it
I'm
because like our
sure I have.
society really hates like degenerates, like sexual degeneracy and whatnot, right? Or
And
whatever the
yeah, I
what.
guess right.
So they would think I'd be like like, oh, so you're pro pedophile? You're like, the fuck does that pro sexual predator? You're like, no, I'm pro um, John Claude Van Damme in a lobster suit, and then they
Look,
wouldn't get that reference, and I'd be like, God, I hate being a nerd. God, I hate being.
it's you guys. You're all wrong. Not
God,
even
I hate being this fucking great of a human being.
why
Untapped
my life.
potential, man. Banger after banger. That's one thing which is the complete opposite thing that happens to me a lot of times is I'd never bang her.
Never bang her out.
Anyways, so you got the that character who kind of reveals also kind of to the audience like, well, what happens is like there's this like crazy kind of statistical significance like, oh, well, if you start here and whatever. Basically, he guy kind of goes on to a little tangent, and then someone just kind of shuts him up and goes like, it don't matter unless you all that goes out the window until you have a weapon or until you don't have a weapon. Because the idea would be that like the dropouts and everything, I think they would get nothing just the clothes on their back,
That's fair. Yeah.
or or it's like the cornucopia in whatever fucking is that the Hunger Games? Yeah, that makes sense. Cornucopia, food, Hunger Games, and they have to like run
Dude.
to it. There might be a little bit of like a little box or whatever. Like you would just it's like a bunch of a handful of random things to where it's clearly the cruel thing where you're like, oh, we put a gun, a hand rifle, or a revolver, 6 shots, or even one shot. Like could be even the joke. It's only got one bullet, a knife, you know, a, a um, like a cattle prod, uh, knuckle dusters or brass knuckles or whatever,
Yeah.
and a pair of like large scissors and maybe like a maybe there might be like a med kit or like a grenade or whatever. And you're like, oh, that's already wacky enough, but those are the only things in there, so it's very limited. There's like 5 things. They range from ridiculous and deadly to what's the point of this, and then you realize, oh, well, of course, like band-aids. You need to block. You need to patch up that gun hole that you're going to have here in a minute. That's why you
Mm.
probably want to grab onto the health pack. Every gamer knows you need to have a health pack at some point.
Every gamer knows you need health pack.
Grab it just in case. That's just in case is always the mantra you need to have. You can you always need to have that comically large brick, rectangular brick that just has a giant red cross on it, and then it's just like somehow magically attached to your body. And then and whenever you need it, you just bring it up to your face like a first person view, and then you hear whoosh, 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 and then you're healed yourself. Um, but anyways, yeah.
That's how it works. It's perfect.
But no, they would be kind of a thing where like you're setting all this like up for it, so like, but it feels like it's like almost like setting up for like prom too. So like the kids like technically like the what is that called the like the prom committee or whatever like are fucking putting up like uh fucking streamers and signs and balloons and shit. It looks like they're celebrating like a dance or whatever. But then like
Yeah.
there's these other shots of them like intertwined in between like the stereotypical stuff of like people drilling like signs up that are like saying whatever blah blah, blah some smart joke that I don't have in my the at the ready right now, or like posting or like a like hook adding like floodlights or something else like in case of like power outages or whatever, and pre- uh, uh, like suggestive like, oh, this might be a thing you might need to cower behind or grab and block something, like it being kind of awkward, like where you're like you just set stuff kind of like props and whatever. Um, maybe there is like a health aid, like like a medicine cabinet style thing where you're just like bzz, 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 and then open the thing up, put it like fucking health packs style first aid, things in it, and you're like, why would they just randomly sprout those up? But it's like because they'd be like little like ammo stations, like that's a joke. Like there might be like a little like lockbox with like you would need a code or a key or whatever, and you're just like, huh, what are those for? What does those have in there? They're for like ammo or for other weapons that are opened. Basically, setting up like all the, of course, in this case, in this movie, a lot of it's like set dressing for like future reveals for all the other stuff.
Yeah.
So when you have like the dropouts running around trying to like open stuff, and they're like, I can't open this. They're like, oh, it needs a code, and then they're like, what the hell? Like the only people who have codes are the fucking honor roll or honor list or whatever. And they're like, oh fuck, like, but they're like, oh, this one only needs a key. You're like, oh shit, okay. Anyone see a key anywhere? And like you can then like also the audience sees it like that's an aspect of like ones with keys like more traditional key locks means that there's room for them to find either a key or take it off a person who might start
Mm.
with it. And then there's that like probability that kind of comes back into play where you're like, it's not like because you can, I mean, you can torture someone, I guess, to get the code to a box, which is could be a thing that you do.
That's a little more involved.
Yeah, exactly. Like I feel like that you could set that up for like a long term like side plot, but most of the time you would be given that code, you memorize it, or it would be like a code you can easily access a bunch of different terminals or like areas that they set
Hmm.
up, or like maybe even whole shops that are like latched up, like gated up, or they're all locked up by codes. You would essentially be
Don't
able to
break up.
like unlock that whole area as like a like a B student, but you know the C student doesn't get, or the D student doesn't get, like a code that they just are given before they go out. And that's the
Hmm.
thing too. They would all have like a way to where they all can be kind of shuttled in or whatever, or like they go through very specific like, and like each entrance probably has like a, like how you would have like those like Hollywood style like hazmat kind of tents that are hanging out in the parking lot, and they're
Oh yeah.
like a little quarantine quarantine area, and then it has like a little tunnel that leads to the like each exit, main exit, or like main entrance slash exit, like the, what do you call those, like the 4 or 8 or whatever, like double door areas, which there'd be like, in this case there might just be 4 of those, like 4 main entrance exits where the biggest door number, and then you have a couple obviously like emergency doors or whatever that are either incredibly locked up where there's no access to them, or like there's like one that has a very special reason for why it's unlocked or not locked, or unlocked until whatever. Anyways, but I would imagine each wave comes through like, because they all are basically shuttled to each of those like uh hazmat whatever like tents, and that's how they kind of
Hmm.
break them up. So they're like the dropouts immediately are just they just start in the mall. Because the idea I think would be that like there's no pre like there's not like a pre-celebration. Like that's a joke of it, is that like it's there's nothing like, there's a dance and then death, then we kill each
Yeah.
other. So the idea that
Although that would be kind of fun.
no, yeah, oh yeah, the that from like a, from like a visual kind of like common, kind of somewhat comedic, kind of dark, comedy or
They
whatever.
could set up a bunch of motivation.
Yeah, oh yeah, and you have like when you're at the dance, people are like talking to each other, like, hey, what are you gonna do? Like the coercion or whatever, and I'm really scared, dude. Like that kind of shit, which
You,
would could
actually, I
work.
kind of feel like you have to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense because I know the very end. I know I have is like the people who do survive. The They're kind of like basically the spoilers. Here's the end of the movie.
Oh shit.
Um, let's say there's only like, because I haven't had the exact number. It's just I can imagine, just like it's like literally. That's why I had the joke of it being like the Breakfast Club, where it's just the 4 or 5 ish, characters that
Hmm.
survived. And they're all like, they all are kind of like, oh, and then they just got over, quote unquote, the climax, whatever it was, and then the
Yeah.
lights all turn back on, or like everything kind of turns back onto like a, like as a, or like a clock sound, like ding ding, like strike midnight, and then basically all the parents and stuff of the people who are alive or whatever, like they're brought in or whatever. Not even that actually. No, that's what it is. No, there's no family members, of course. They'll say that like, that's what it would be. It'd be like cameramen and stuff coming in, like a news kind of vibe slash slash reality, uh, what do you call it, like audio video crews, like, like walk
Yeah.
in. These are your survivor and whatever, and like say I survived graduation night, and cheese, say cheese and die, um, and and then they're like, what the fuck, and like it's that thing where it just immediately goes back to like everything's normal, like don't freak out that you just have if you have PTSD once, and the world goes back to being quote unquote normal, like once the clock hit midnight, and then like you'd see like what looks like janitorial staff, they come in and like start mopping up blood like around them, because like there'd probably be like a
Yeah.
dead corpse of like the main villain kid, or like Even maybe
Gus
like
got killed.
maybe the teacher, like one of the teachers was like, yeah, or like yeah, the because I
Oh
was
yeah.
thinking like the
Also,
what?
just like as an aesthetic, all the adults, like the teachers and the parents and stuff, should all be like missing fingers and have like
Yes,
scars on
no,
their
there would be a lot
fingers.
of like little subtle things. Like that's
Yeah,
why I said the joke would be that they have PTSD, but they're like super rich or like they're super successful. Like that's the weird like
like the Stepford Wives, but
it's almost
for
like a
warfare.
darker version of how do you make like a darker version of like the end of Back to the Future? Or like yeah,
Yeah.
they're more successful, but you can tell but then his mom got raped by Biff. But his
It's
dad
like it's that
but
Stepford
his
the
dad
Stepford
sold
Wives.
what?
It's the Stepford Wives, where it's like on surface level, it's like picturesque and ideal,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but underneath, it's like no, 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 something's wrong here. Like this
Absolutely.
is
Yeah.
not.
Well then that's what's wild about it because like you could argue that like that is a bit of a commentary on like how things like are in life where you're like
Oh yeah,
yes it's not that bad and then you're just like you don't realize like the emotional scars that your parents are hiding from you yeah the world is a better place out after school like I love that like if there's one theme I like is like no it's just like a microcosm of what will be
it's the same bullshit.
yeah it's the same it's actually even probably more depressing like you
Yeah,
if anything you get used to the kid who can't afford lunch that then translates into getting used to the homeless man that can't eat, or you get used to uh, picking on the dirty kid or the retarded kid, and then you realize, oh, people kind of still do that in adult life. Granted, some of the is like there is laws, of course, to some extent, but like still like a social kind of faux pas where you're like, I don't know. Anyways,
that
you
was
know,
good.
I would love to think that like it's like the what would it be? It'd be like the I was thinking it would do you like what you just said with the like there should be a dance. You could do a thing where it's not at that location or whatever, but there's like a dance the night before, and that's where like all the, you can get kind of more of the like what are we gonna do and I'm scared and whatever
Yeah, yeah,
and
definitely.
the teachers are like with their half missing fingers or shaking hands with the other half missing fingered parents
Yes,
and
yes.
you it's that weird thing where you get like a you ever watched the movie Society? It's a body
I
horror
think so.
movie, but it's like that thing where you get this weird like vibe of like they're oddly cool about like, and then the kids are like freaking the fuck out, like you know
Oh yeah.
that'd be kind of the fun thing
Like
where you have like
one
what?
of the dads, like one of the dads, like wears an eye patch.
No,
He got his
that's why the
eyeball
principal has
gouged
an eye
out.
patch.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's the best thing that ever happened to me. Graduation
That's
night was the best
absolutely
day
what
of
he
my
says
life.
at the that's you've got to the end of my movie, damn it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he goes people always ask me and I never tell them until you know unless they earn it, but at the end and he goes you probably guessed by now, but you know I wouldn't be here helping you, or whatever. Like it's kind of that weird thing where you can still see like a villain exists in that world, but he's
Oh
not the
yeah.
but he yeah, so he's like that it's that weird like oh
The
like
villains are just who we become.
yeah, like the principal who you might like the cool thing is you can make the principal seem like he's actually trying to like basically not like save people, but like just like in real life, you're setting up for success, but it's only as much as you're willing to listen. It's like that hard kind of thing where it's like, and you're like, you listened, and whatever. And it's just like it's like basically it's like a really like underwhelming way of basically saying like you did a good job, and you're just like, did you just see what just happened? I don't think I did a good job. I killed people,
Seem pretty fucked up to me.
but I love the idea that like they would have like the janitors coming in like setting up chairs. Granted, that gives me PTSD because I used to do that as a janitor, setting up chairs for like fucking 300 people, bunch of parents watching their kids on stage, right? So that would be where my PTSD strikes during the movie. I'd be like, I gotta leave.
That's their
I'm too squeamish.
personal horror.
The but this was why I had a puke bag next to my chair for this, not the part where there's a badass scene where a woman like or a chick slowly eye fucks the shit out of a dude with a dildo or whatever at the final scene.
Wow.
Like that, I was like, yeah. But then as soon as the custodian came out with a chair, I went, oh, I can't. It's like
Wow.
I'm a victim of setting
I'm
up.
a victim.
I'm a vi-
Society owes me.
yeah, I'm a victim of setting up for large events. Anyways, um, you never know what like will get people, right? See, that's the joke. No, but they like you can see them all coming in. Of course, they're all brown colored. Fuck, that was my first trying to actually be slightly racist. Um,
God damn.
and they're setting up all the chairs and stuff, and then like you have them like then like setting up a stage, like impromptu stage, where they like wheel up like a platform and stuff, and their podium and everything, and then all of a sudden like then Bruce Campbell walks up with an eye patch, boom, boom, boom. Thank you for being here. And it's just like the kids all slowly sit down and like the. It's funny because they put a bunch of chairs out that look like they're like for whatever reason they feel like they might need like a couple more chairs than there are people. Like for whatever fucking like that's a. I'm like that. I would be like, oh, that's a joke, and then people would be like, what are you fucking talking about? They put out like two more chairs than there were people. Again, you only get it if you were a custodian. Uh, you
Being
only
said,
get
it's a custodian joke. It's an industry joke.
me and the Hispanic guy in the back are the only ones that get it. Anyways, but yeah, they both basically they all sit down and they're all just like just fucking defeated and bloody and like oh, and then all of a sudden the ceremony of like basically essentially that's when they officially get to actually like then they like you get people like putting the fucking like I never went to my well, I didn't. I never was invited. I never went to my fucking diploma, whatever the fuck night.
Yeah, you weren't missing anything.
No, I know I wasn't. Like
Yeah.
most things in life, I'm not. You don't miss. It's mostly for your parents' stuff, kind of thing. For example,
Oh, 100%.
so that's why I was thinking it'd be like at least maybe because you can't just impromptu like, oh, these kids survived. You grab their parents and like physically, so it'd be probably easier for them to just televise it, and the parents would be naturally like waiting nervously because I don't know if it'd be televised. It would only just the results would be because like that's what you can actually get away with. Like all it's funny. It's like a pay per view event where like you can do all the setup like on like normal TV and whatever, but like you can't actually show pussy being bashed up by dick unless you pay
That's a
for it.
shame.
But
It's
you
a
will
damn
get
shame.
but you will get the results the next morning at the water cooler. Dude, you see how that pussy got beat the fuck out by that dick? Basically I'm just making a joke about how like
Mm.
UFC would be like, you see that guy his neck broken? Yeah, dude. And you're like, oh man, you spoiled the fucking championship for me, damn it. And you're like, well, if you paid $89.99 for 1 fucking hour of stupidity, then you wouldn't have it spoiled in an instant. Anyways, no, they would be like they'd be getting like mildly like forcibly like put their gowns on, so like not really not aggressively, just mildly like comedic. Where they're just kind of like whoever's dressing them is kind of like lifting their arm up and like and like easily slipping it onto them, and they're like kind of still in shock. They get their little hats and everything, and then yeah, that's where you have the Bruce Campbell being like, "All right, when I say your name, please come up to up to the stage and receive your diploma." And then that's like this is basically the ending or whatever, and everyone goes up and yeah, and it's all like, "Yeah, thank you." And then the main character goes up and he's just like, "Told you, boy, if you would you know, blah 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 blah, whatever the final thing that we were just talking about with the principal, and then the main
Yeah.
character's like, "Fuck you." No, anyways, puts shades on and I'm out of here.
Hit him with that fucking Rage Against the Machine or some fucking no. What's the song? Oh, Beastie Boys. With the, "Wah!"
Yeah. Uh,
Perfect
uh,
credits.
what is it? A sabotage. No, I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
That's not it, but
That's the one.
I'm just thinking of that intergalactic planetary. No, that's the
That's I mean, that's a great song.
picking all the wrong songs that would be ideal for that. No, what's the one that they usually do? It's the Rolling Stones. Yeah.
Oh
Boom,
no, the
boom.
Who.
Oh, that's the
Who
Who. That's
does
it. The
the
Who. Yeah, the
yeah,
Who.
yeah.
They slide across the stage with their guitar and yeah. Burn, burn,
Oh,
burn.
God.
don't mess around or whatever it's fucking called. I don't. That's the classic rock that I don't really listen to on a regular basis. Too much of
Nailed
a.
it, dude. Nailed it.
It's funny because I. It made me realize I'm kind of too much of a metalhead, even with like classic stuff, where you're like, yeah, Black Sabbath first, and then it's gonna be Led Zeppelin, and then it can be like the Who. Like that's kind of the hierarchy. Anyways,
Nothing wrong with that.
no, I'm not. I'm just like the joke of it being like, don't make fun of me because I don't know I don't know like the easiest answers to like Beatle
Oh yeah,
trivia.
no, no.
The
No,
Beatles.
I'm the weirdo. No,
Do
I'm
you
the
do you know
teenager that
Beatles?
discovered like no, I was the one that was listening to like the Beatles and Disturbed at the same time.
Yeah, no. I genuinely think that it was like a we are a generation that had like a perfect kind of like what is that like culmination where you're like you know what
It's
real
old and new.
yeah exactly the well no like the old is like the old is old enough to feel new where you're like my parents are lame and I don't
Well,
really
if
like
you're
my
like
parents' music,
discovering.
but my grandparents or like my cool
Yeah,
uncle likes this and it's you know what is old is new again kind of thing for us, but then what is actually currently temporary is also like I totally Jonathan David totally gets me, but like also so does Iggy Pop. And you're just like, what the fuck?
exactly. See?
Which I mean, some of that stuff's just timeless. Period.
It's like
Um,
I'm allowed to be Paul McCartney and Tom Morello, okay? I can be a little
yeah,
bit of both.
I can be a little bit of country and a little bit of rock and roll. You're not rock and
I
roll.
think we like that.
You're the least
Goddamn.
rock and roll I've ever seen.
This country motherfucker.
Fucking what's his name? Cher's little husband, ex husband,
Oh,
Ringo,
Sonny?
Sonny, Sonny Ringo. That's my no, I'm just kidding. I was like, that doesn't work.
Don't joke around about Sonny. He got eaten by a tree.
What would be your band member name if you were part of Marilyn Manson's crew? Do you know the how you have to do how you play that game?
Oh, I forget.
It has to be a serial killer and like a famous like Hollywood like darling. So like Marilyn Monroe. I think one's like Elvis. Some other ones. I think Sinatra or something like. I can't remember. I can't remember any of the other ones, but I know that's how they do it. So Marilyn Monroe and Charles Manson. That's obviously the one I
I'd be Humphrey Dahmer.
Holy shit! I'm gonna just type that in, and if that doesn't come up with a with a character
In his band,
in his band, then yeah, you're in trouble.
currently touring.
Yeah, I think every new person obviously gets a new one, so like that's what's fun about it is like you would then claim that one. Nope, no, I think you're good. Humphrey Dahmer
But
is probably the best answer I could think of. Like I don't even have an answer. Like I'd have to be really fucking gay and be like, oh, let me think of like the most obscure thing. Like Humphrey Dahmer is probably the best. Like that's the best thing that we've said this whole stream. And I was
if
just
all
being,
of his 3 hours was worth it.
yeah, all of the almost 5 hours I've been on here, which technically you've been on
Okay,
here about like four of those. Hold on. Now fuck. Now I have to look mine up. Fuck. Fuck. Now, ah, ah, I'm getting, you embarrassed me in front of girls. All of a sudden kind of vibe feeling like, ugh,
gotcha, gotcha.
you're the one getting pussy tonight, and I'm the one going home with my hand as a date. Fuck.
Going home with your
Um,
pud in your
um, uh, how, this is your time to shine for us. Come on. Uh, uh,
brain blast.
hold on. I think I can think of one. This is probably a really,
I know you can.
let me try. I have to quickly Google everything to look like I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just randomly picking one up. Where's the, you have to know what you're looking for to then look like you also don't know what you're looking for. Like I like when Google makes you look like you don't know what you're talking about, but you're like, but I have to know enough to start typing something in the fucking search bar. Like obviously it can be as easy as what was that Japanese serial killer that ate people or whatever that not that like got off scot free.
That fucking freak. Oh my god.
Yeah, that guy. I want his name.
That's your your guy. That's your guy right
That's
there.
my guy. I don't know. He's famous for being like basically
It's just
slapped by the
Japanese
wrist.
cannibal.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's right. Cannibal. Like
He ate that bitch. It was a French bitch that he like
yeah, he like actually
tricked
killed
into
like
coming to his
a
apartment.
gaijin. He killed a
Killed her
gaijin.
and ate her. Dude, fuck that
So
little
wait,
freak.
it has to be their last name, right? Japanese
Yeah,
names are
the family name.
family name, which is if I'm reading it, it would be the last name. Yeah. Oh, it was called the Kobe Cannibal. Because that brings a whole nother meaning to Kobe beef.
Dude, brutal.
Oh wait,
I'm hungry.
wait, this guy died? I didn't know he died. I thought he was still alive.
Nah, dude, good
Yeah,
riddance.
this guy. Oh, I don't. Yeah, he looked. I like his like if someone had to play him in a movie, they'd have to really try hard to actually make him look weird because he's already a weird looking
He's got a
character.
really weird
Yeah.
face. His
Uh,
whole head, short.
ooh, I didn't know there's a thing called lust murderer. Or well, sexual homicide. That sounds like a really like edgy thing to be like. Yeah, I'm really into sexual homicide. You're like, what? Sexy killing? You're like, no, no, like it's actually a clinical terminology for something that I'm into. You're like, it's
So
actually
while you were doing this, I thought of another name.
damn it, damn it. You're good at this. I thought I would be like the weird one that knew how to do all these. I came up with the
Oh,
game, and you're acing it. It's like Who Wants to Be a
the new
Million?
name is
You're making the Who Wants to Make the Millionaire guy like poor. Like you're making all the
dude. No, I'm
money,
going.
but I came up with
Yeah,
the damn idea.
yeah.
You're gonna.
Charles.
I'm
The new
fucking.
name.
What's his name? Hold on. I'm. What's the guy who made fucking Batman? I didn't see anything from it.
Bruce Tim.
No, old guy. Bruce Dick Sprang. I'm like Dick Sprang.
Oh,
Um,
dude, hell yeah.
that guy's name you don't have to change. So it would be let's see, Sagawa, and let's see what
Yeah.
else. What's the pig farmer serial killer? Or no, that's the other one I was thinking of. Simple Jack, Pig
Oh
Killer
no.
Canada, Picton. Picton's a good one. Picton, and then what would be like a Hollywood darling? Oh, hold on. I'm not gonna say it out loud yet. What about
You gotta write it down.
what about Carrie Picton?
I mean, that's you're not wrong.
I don't know if that explains who I was referencing in the front of it.
The Carrie part,
Yeah.
the Carrie Fisher.
Nope. I'm
Oh, I
thinking of
don't
like
know.
because it's got to be like golden oldie style classic.
Oh, okay, Cary Grant.
Yeah. So thinking Cary Grant
Okay,
mixed with like the pig farmer killer or whatever, Robert Picton. So it'd be Carrie Picton, which is not a great one. But Humphrey Dahmer, fuck, that one just
Humphrey
gets me,
Dahmer's good.
dude. You're
And then
doing
also,
you
and then
every
also,
stream. There's at least one bald Iboki that just crushes it. You literally you hit my G spot.
Balder Bonky,
You hit
Charles. Yeah,
you
Humphrey.
hit
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you hit my fucking creative slash humor G spot. You made me come.
Balder Bonky is immortal, dude.
Yeah. The only thing I feel like I have to say anything is the Pud thing. I kind of made the Pud a little bit more. Like you helped
You can put it
refine it,
together.
but I started the whole like using the word
Yeah,
Pud.
yeah.
You're like
Well,
Pud.
it's
I
your
haven't
show.
heard Pud in
You,
forever. And then I was like, and
you know,
then
you're
and then
building a
yeah.
brand.
Okay, you got another name?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
Charlton the Zodiac.
Okay, what's the Charlton? Heston?
Yeah.
What about I don't know. I do like the idea you would use the Zodiac. That's kind of funny. Uh, hold on, I got to look up the Marilyn Manson crew because we might be doubling down on some
You're
of those.
gonna
They
really
have
step on
most. They
toes.
like I know one is named like something Fish after Albert Fish. That's the only thing I think I know. Uh, band names, band member names. Uh, Madonna Wayne Gacy. That's one of them.
Dude, perfect.
Gingerfish. That one just sounds like a normal thing. You're like, yeah, they should call me
Sounds
Gingerfish.
like a
Who would be
encyclopedia
Ginger? Who's
name.
the first name? Ginger something. I know it's on Wikipedia or whatever, but it's like I'm just reading the ones that just jump out. Zaza Speck. That's a pretty good one. Like, what was it?
Yo,
Was it Zsa Zsa Gabor or whatever her name is? And then
that goes
what?
hard.
Something Speck, which I know the last name, but
Yeah, that name
something
kicks
Speck.
ass.
Yeah. This was probably my favorite one. Now that I'm reading it, because I love these two characters, or like these are like probably the most opposite people I can think of. Olivia Newton Bundy.
Jesus
I love
Christ.
Olivia Newton John. You know what they have in common? They're both dead now. Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but no, it's like imagine let's get physical. Grease, lightning, and uh, something that Florida hates people mentioning was there is Daisy Berkowitz. That's actually not a bad one.
That
Gidget
just sounds like a
Geen.
regular ass name.
Gidget Geen. I feel like you could do better. They must have done a bunch of like dry runs like this because how the fuck did no one come up with Humphrey Dahmer? That's actually good. Like these actually
They
are.
weren't trying.
Yeah, most of these are not good. Um, One's called John Five, and I don't know if that's like something. Is that a reference to like
Oh,
the no? Is that a reference to the fucking something the something five like
yeah.
like
Can't remember
like a
what, but
killer
it's coming.
murder group
Yeah,
probably? What about what was another one I'm thinking of? What about oh yeah, since I'm looking at them, I can easily cheat and go, oh, they don't have Elvis. What about Elvis Jones?
it's not bad.
You like that?
Wait, they didn't have Elvis?
Yeah, no one has Elvis as a
That's
yeah.
insane. Did anyone have James?
Uh, no.
Dude, straight up James Stalker.
What about James Ramirez, which is almost his actual normal name?
Oh, I guess you're right. You would do it that way. Yeah, James Ramirez ain't bad neither. That kicks
That
ass
that just sounds
too.
like a normal name, like a good normal name. You're like, no, it's
It's a good
fucking
Hollywood name.
yeah. There you go. Yeah. No, mine was Elvis, obviously, but then because like there's Madonna on here, so like you can do one names.
Oh, that's wild. They got Marilyn Monroe and they
Now,
didn't use
it makes me want to
Elvis.
do
It's like
makes me want to use
pretty similar
Prince, Princess
timeline.
something, Prince, and then add like where's he from? Where was he born?
Wait, who?
Prince, where was he born?
He's American.
No, I know, but like what city,
Oh,
area? Because then you could look up like a
that's
serial killer or whatever in that area, and it'd be like Prince something, right? And then you're like, oh, get it? It's like a double meaning, like Prince whatever, like it's the name of a king. You're like, no, it's Prince the
yeah,
artist.
that's crazy, dog.
No, no,
Wait, so like,
mine
so what you're
was
saying is the better the better name would have been Prince the Zodiac.
there you go, the artist known as Prince the Zodiac,
That
and
I
then
don't want to fuck with that
and
guy.
then and then
That's a
then
dark
you add
social
other stuff.
loss.
What was the one I was just said? Well, Elvis, and then you have what's his name? Jonestown guy. He's not technically a serial killer, but he technically made people kill themselves
It might as well be.
with the Flavor Aid, by the way, not Kool Aid. I don't know why people always get that mixed up. It's like saying
Because it's
Frankenstein.
the
No, it's
brand
Frankenstein's
recognition.
monster.
Brand recognition.
Yeah. No, that's they literally like fucked over Flavor Aid. Like Flavor Aid doesn't exist anymore. That's how much they fucked it. The only reason why Kool Aid exists anymore is because of Jonestown. No,
Dude, speak the truth.
what about let's see, who are the people that like fucking like imprisoned their daughter in Germany? There's two people that did this at the same time. They imprisoned their daughters to just have a rape dungeon with them and have kids with them. Yeah, and those didn't happen too far ago. It was like 2007 is when like one of them was found out, and like 2011 was the next one.
What the fuck?
They're the ones that when you see like those like Reddit video or not videos, but pictures of like the three pictures that they have. It's like this is where Anthony or not Anthony, Emily, excuse me, Emily, or Jessica, whatever, insert German name, Helga
Oh,
Gunstenstagen, um,
ooh,
spent 25 years of her life being, serial raped by her father in a dungeon that was built with fucking German taxpayers' money or something. Fritzl, that's it. And can I be Elvis Fritzl? He's not a serial killer, but he's just a serial rapist. And infest. Oh no
nothing wrong with
no
that. I
no. Technically
mean, there's
he
a lot wrong with that, but there's nothing
technically
wrong with using
technically
that.
he did allow the death of one of his children. So he is
Ooh, that's
he
pretty
did.
bad.
There is infanticide as attack type. Dude, he's like a Pokemon. You want to know his attack types? Kidnapping. Oh, can I say any of these on fucking? I know these are all the spicy
This
words
is
on
how we
YouTube.
find out.
So this Pokemon, who's that Pokemon? What's his name?
Oh,
Something Fritzl. What's his first name? Uh, Joseph. Joseph Fritzl.
it's
His attack. So
Pixel.
his yeah. Joseph Fritzl. Joseph Fritzl. The attack type. The attack.
Instead, instead of his Pokemon scream, it's just a woman screaming in the distance.
Yeah, it's just a woman being brutally raped. Yeah, good
Oh my
times.
god.
A dungeon, like how like you have like that add the dungeon effect on like fucking on like a
It's like echoey.
yeah, like you're like yeah, let's just add that on top of like a stock voice or a scream or whatever. That's my example
Jesus
of a woman
Christ.
screaming is fuck. Um Also this guy's still alive, by the way. That's a crazy thought. Um
Great.
and he's been alive since the Nazis, so um
What the fuck?
well, they didn't help that this is what created this is what happens when you have Nazis. You know, you
You
create
create
monsters.
immortal old people?
Yeah. Well, he was born in
Yeah, that's great.
1935, so he's like 80, 90, 100 years old. 89.
That's fucking retarded, dude. I can't believe that
Yeah.
shit.
So, anyways, his attack type is kidnapping, rape, child abuse, torture, slavery, child murder, whatever filicide is. Is this eating? This isn't eating your child, is it? The fuck is this? Oh, just homicide.
Suicide?
It's just homicide.
No.
And inficide. Don't forget
That's
inficide.
killing a baby.
Yeah,
That's killing a baby.
yeah, yeah. So those are his attack types, and he has various
Jesus
weapons.
Christ.
I like it,
Super
dude. I
effective.
love his D&D creature card.
Gee, yeah, for real, what the fuck?
His victims are his basically his daughter and their children, which he had like 8 of, and like 7. It looks like it says 7, 7, and like this is like a Cliff Notes version of this, but it's like 3 of them stayed with the mom, and they ended up being like basically like if they were born on the fucking in the like a space station. They were so fucked up. Like if you wanted to create like what creatures like grow in like absolute darkness and like caves, like how like there's this creepy like cave dwelling like spiders or crabs or whatever.
The fucking no,
They're
what
like,
you're describing is the Morlocks from the Time Machine.
the fuck is that? The time machine?
The Time Machine.
Time machine? I don't know.
There's a
I'm
fucking
describing that movie with the girls that spelunk with spunk all over. They get killed in spunking.
oh well, that's the Descent.
The scent, yeah. I'm just describing the descent
Yeah,
creatures.
basically the same thing. Basically the same thing.
Albino
Yeah,
killing
yeah,
men, moles, bat things,
yeah,
creatures.
yeah.
Um, or or
It's great.
or what I would say is mountain people in the Appalachians. Got them.
You can't call them that
It
anymore.
doesn't matter. They aren't listening. It's like making fun of the Amish. They don't know. They don't know. They aren't listening. Um, but yeah, yeah. So there was like 3 of them, and like one practically was gonna die because they had like 0 sunlight for like 18 years of their life or whatever. That's the craziest part where it's like obviously like all of it's crazy, right? But then you're just like there's a smaller story in a larger one where you're like, imagine the experiment that is like if everything else was normal, right? Of course, minus all the infanticide and slavery, enforced slavery, um, and child murders and stuff. The experiment that is
Casual,
have
casual.
yeah have a child in a basement, but they can't leave, which is pretty dark, but like literally and fucked up. Um, but that's still like the idea of like that will like there is like a physical uh like they will have a physiological change to them. Like they were saying that like you know we like basically like the joke what I was saying with being on the space station because like we need like Earth's gravity to do certain things with our body. Obviously, sunlight, everything else needs to be like those are the right. Basically, the why we look so
Can't
stupid.
poop in
The
space.
reason why we look so stupid is basically because we just all experience the exact same laws of physics and nature together. For the most part, I mean,
Wait,
100%, but like
the-
90% of
if you were on the
humans.
space station and you peed and your pee formed like a pee ball in the zero gravity and then you just slurped it up, does that technically count as peeing in your mouth?
Yeah, in space, yeah. In space, anytime you do something and it and you take a break and you still go do something else and you totally separate yourself from that activity, but you still end up opening your mouth and inviting pee. That is yours. Like that would be
Yeah.
different. Drinking someone else's pee is not gross or is not weird.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
It's you doing stuff and then going like and a couple hours later going like, oh yeah, I had pee that I
Oh,
saved
my pee
for
orb.
later. Oh yeah, my pee ball that was just floating in my living room and I just came back. Gulp.
Yeah.
You just open your mouth as you float past it. Gulp. You
And
know.
that still counts as peeing in your mouth. I like that.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
cool.
Like it's like the long drawn out version of like instead of like normally most of those acts happen instantaneously, right? Where you're like pee in your mouth. You have just peed in your mouth. This it's like
Okay.
you do the action and you can take a long vacation or pause between the next said action, which is then putting it in said mouth. Like like up until that point, you can still go, no, I just urinated. Like you're totally legally sound. Someone should go,
You
hey,
didn't pee. Yeah,
hey, you didn't
exactly.
pee in your mouth. And you're like, I didn't. And you're just like, dang it.
No.
But then you could turn around, walk away and go, oh, wait, hold on. I forgot something. I need to, and you just accidentally run into your pee and you're like, you did.
It,
You're like, dang it. I should have
it didn't see
never,
you do
never
it.
talk and float towards your pee at the same time.
Right.
Shucks. Anyways,
But then if they turn
yeah.
around and say, "Hey, did you just pee in your mouth?" and then you turn around and you hit them with, "What pee?
As you go, gulp, what pee?
What
Gulp,
pee?"
gulp. What pee? What mouthful of shit? Anyways, well, that was fun. I think you blew my idea completely out of the water by, I, you've made the bet. Like, it's better than Marilyn Manson. Like, I would listen to more Marilyn Manson if he just went by the moniker Humphrey Dahmer. Yeah, thought I heard a knock on my door. That's weird. That was creepy. Are you still there? Am I still there? Oh no. Am I still alive? I can't tell if I'm still alive or not. As far as I can tell, I am. Okay. Well, danger just dropped. You knew. Dang 3 o'clock internet fucking whatever they call this time period. The witching hour. Not 3 p.m. 3 a.m. What do they call this? Was it maintenance? Damn internet provider maintenance. Well, anyways, while I wait for danger, I'm going to try and go back to what I was saying about the movie idea. This would be like a movie, right? So, yeah, basically, yeah, that's how you would end it with like all the characters kind of just like all just like slowly getting all their diplomas and one by one, and then like at some point there would be like a scene where like there's like a wall or something or a window or whatever like gets broken open and like a couple characters kind of like want to leave without getting their diplomas and they're like come with us like before the final conflict and then those characters are like people who bailed before they got their diploma but technically live like live got to basically do what they were originally going to do. They're like I don't know where I'm going to go. I might just I might just head to they're in California. Like I might just head out to Oregon. You know, um, yeah. I think like the final one of the final excuse me like conflicts would be like the because like the most privileged person would be like the valedictorian. They would get like the best um, like privileges or like perks and whatnot. They would have like fully armored out and shit. And so when you have like characters like thinking like, oh, we're getting close to the end, and like I think maybe the final hour is where we'll have like that like final conflict of like the the freaking uber ready for killing, you know, happens with the final or with the valedictorian guy or whatever walking around with like crazy gear on and shit and prepared to fuck things up. He's walking around and it's like the final boss. Oh shit. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. back. Uh, Super danger.
No.
Oh no, you lost all your internets.
Did you? Well, yeah, but now it's
You lost your
the
internet
Wi-Fi is
privilege.
back from my phone though, so I think my router is just being shitty. I don't know.
Oh no, they kicked you off the internet.
I was talking about drinking my pee in space.
I know it was weird because like uh, I thought someone was knocking at my door the moment you like dropped out of the call, but I didn't hear anything on like through my headphones. So when I stood up and went to check to see if anyone was like pissed off, I was maybe making too much noise, being too loud and giggly. Um, no one was there, and then I went back to sit down and went, anyways, and then blah blah blah, and I was like, are you there? Like it was oddly quiet, and then I was like, wait, what the fuck happened? Like I got pranked by a ghost, and then the internet ghosts, took you away. So fuck,
Double prank.
double pranked. Well, I was gonna end the stream at some point anyways, so I mean,
Well,
what
that's
a
a good time. All right,
fucking
yeah.
yeah, what a
Final
fucking
segment. We can wrap
shitty.
it up.
Anyways, I mentioned quickly. I mentioned that there would be like the valedictorian, the final boss, last hour. He gets all suited up and being like the crazy geared up. I was like, that's probably what like probably be the funny finale, maybe with a teacher like coercion, and those are the people that are dead on the floor right when everyone goes, all right, woohoo, and they're like they're cleaning up brains and stuff. Like I still like the idea that they're like, I clean the blood off the floor, Hesse. Yeah,
God damn.
is the brains all on the floor? Ah, who's shooting? A lot of blood on the floor. Anyway, fucking after a while, it just sounds like someone's like falling asleep.
Nailed it.
Yeah, just the way to sound like a racist stereotype is just sound like they're falling asleep. Just fine, even though that is kind of part of the. Anyways, whatever. I wasn't trying to go that way. Anyways, uh,
Too late.
anyways, so yeah, I think that would be the case, and then you get like you get like kind of a bittersweet like, oh, that's how everything works in that universe. Then you could do the thing where like you wonder like, wait, does that only happen in one city in this whole world, or like does it only happen? And then that's where maybe you find out that like it's like statewide or whatever, and
Lord.
you can get like a zoom out thing, and like it's
Get
a
that teaser.
yeah teaser for the giant franchise that it will become.
Multiverse.
Yeah, we need multiverses in this day and age where
Dude,
all
everything needs a multiverse.
if things like Smile and Happy Death Day get sequels, come on.
Dude, for damn sure.
The chick has to relive her deaths a whole bunch of times, like Groundhog's Day, but for murder, but for like a horror movie. Smile.
For,
The
for
whole point is that there's like people that
horror movies for
smile at you.
teenagers.
Yeah. Granted, that doesn't help that those are like horror movies that have like that's like all you need for like a franchise premise. A murderous clown that has some weird like religious undertones that we have yet to figure out completely. So, anyways, yeah,
Yeah,
it's like, what did you just describe? You're like, I dare you to figure it out. Oh, I don't know. You're too much of a normie to know what you're talking about. I just thought it was one of those movies that makes people throw up. You're like,
dude,
gosh.
I'll do it for fun.
It's like when people like, they're like, it's just those like paranormal movies where like, blah, 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 blah.
It's
You're like,
only a model.
but it's like, yeah, but they had like 50 of those, you know? Like the first Insidious might have been decent or whatever, and it's like, that's all it needs. That what's crazy about those that I like the success story, but I hate when it's like, but it's that movie series. So it's like I love when you have a small budgeted film make like 5 times its budget back or whatever, and then that allows it to be in like forever sequel territory. But it's like, but it's that franchise. You know what I mean? So like, not everyone or not all of them are like created equal. Where you're like, oh, that's cool that like they're going to continue doing this, and then it's just like, oh, but like it's that franchise that I don't find actually in any way
It's
interesting.
gay.
So, anyways, that's my idea. What do you think? Yeah. And then I'm just
It's
like,
got potential.
huh. I mean,
Really depends on
how stupid of
whatever direction you want to take it.
on a scale of how stupid it was to wake up and think that was a good idea out of uh, fart. And I know you're biased about fart, but the other one was scale of stupid idea when you wake up.
Well, I wish I had a fart in the chamber
Mm-hmm.
so I could just answer the question.
You would have
rip one off as an
you would have
answer.
been able to carry the joke, yeah, carry the
Damn.
bit. Damn it.
I mean, look at face value, it is very much like you said, sort of an amalgamation of different ideas.
Yeah, it's
But
like
that being said, that's all ideas. They seem to
it's my
work.
Cabin
It
in the
seems to
Woods
mesh pretty
movie,
well.
right? The Cabin in the Woods. It's an
Yeah.
amalgamation of all the things that ever came before and after that is horror. It's like this is more like
And honestly,
the
it kind of rides
it's
that
the
line
classic
between like,
dystopian elimination death
yeah,
cult vibe
it
thing.
does kind of ride that line though, that it's like it's so simple, it almost seems dumb, but
Yeah.
it's also like so simple, a general audience would go for it.
Hmm. Like I don't find it like that's this funny thing where I'm like it's kind of oddly like pretty easily accessible where you're like
It's like effortlessly clever.
yeah like where you're like in a world and it's like the literally the movie trailer or
Yeah.
the movie's trailer would be easy to be like in a world where the high reward of becoming rich, popular, successful in life or whatever,
Yeah.
creates you know America's greatest minds and entrepreneur. Like you're selling it like it's like an advertisement
It's
for
just
the event.
lowbrow enough to be
Yeah,
really successful,
no, that'd be the thing too.
potentially.
Where I hope it wouldn't be successful. I'm not pedantic or
Well, I guess relatively
rude.
successful.
No,
What else
I'm
can you
just
say?
making a
Like, I
joke.
think
That's a
people would
joke.
see it.
Where the you know like I don't know. It's the thing where you pick things that you're like, no one's gonna get the fucking scene from uh fucking what is it called? Um like New Year's what is it called? I forget what it Thanksgiving or whatever it is. Garbage Day. It's not the movie isn't called Garbage Day.
Oh,
But it's like no one's gonna get that reference or no one's gonna understand that like I genuinely want to put like funny stuff in. You're like, I want a fake shimp, or whatever. Like, see all the references I'm making? It's funny. See how like my highbrow level of
well,
camping
I mean,
is.
that's different. I feel
Nothing's
like that's just your
nothing
voice in
speaks to me
filmmaking.
more than
That's just different.
being a highbrow, low bar. See, get it? Because you're like you got to get it, but also it's like if like like a tuxedo t-shirt, and you're like, oh, that's tacky as fuck, but like technically that counts, or whatever. Well, that's whatever.
People definitely love to hate those.
Yeah.
And that's like, I feel like people would show up to hate watch this movie, but that's still people showing up
No,
to
I
watch the
mean, I still
movie.
would want to make sure it at least was good, but I also like campy fucking schlocky shit. Like
Yeah.
it's like saying like it's like having like the red letter media guys like intentionally want to shoot themselves in the foot at being successful at like being film directors or whatever, where you're like they kind of they have that weird they ride that weird line of like on the pulse of the idea of like it's funny, but but like I meant to make it be self-aware, but also I know what is good. I love that like writing the line of like what's like objectively good movie wise, but also your tastes kind of permeate the actual
The taint.
the taint. It permeates the taint. But yeah, because I was like, I don't know, there'd be a lot of Raimiisms, there'd be a lot of I don't know other
But that being
things.
said, that's if it was a film, and that's one of those
Oh, that's
ideas you
true
could
too.
take
Yeah.
it into a different medium.
Well, that's what I was gonna
That's what I
say.
was gonna
I was
say.
gonna, I was gonna, that's the other thing too. I was like, well, I find that incredibly boring to try and illustrate that because there's nothing in my eyes that I would find to be like visual, like for me to
Yeah, no,
draw, which
it's
is
a good
always
concept, but you
that's that,
definitely
that
need to
happens, right? Where you
sort of focus a medium.
not everything you draw you have good ideas for, and not every like good concept or idea or story are you
Yeah.
like I'm the best for that fit, right? Like I think like that's why like you only get so many things that are like completely creator owned because they're like I can do all these things and make it work and fake it. Like
Not every colon quiver means a fart. Sometimes you just shit your pants.
yeah. So like for me, the idea would be like, oh, well, there's those are like movie tropes, but I'm like I could see this being like, I wrote it as a book, a comic book, but then it was good enough for someone to see it and go, oh, that's going to be a good movie. And you're like, so in a roundabout way, no one would have gave a shit about it unless it was turned into a comic first. But it's like, but if it was going to make a comic book, I'd hope that the comic book was good. Like I didn't just, you would just phone it in, where you're like, it's like no, I'd want like, it's kind of doing the thing where you're like,
This
like
concept,
aesthetically,
this
like how's it going to
concept
look?
is like, okay, so like, imagine a scenario where it's like you're on a road trip, you're on a long road trip, you stop off somewhere for like, it's like 10 o'clock in the morning, you get a beef burrito and a cup of coffee, and you eat it and you drink the
Dude,
coffee, you take a shit
Diarrhea
before you leave.
City. Didn't I tell
No,
you
no,
that?
no, 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 no.
Didn't I tell you that
You take
that's
a shit hang on.
no that no a bean burrito and a fucking coffee? Are you kidding me? That's a spell.
No,
This is a spells disaster.
no,
Anyways,
beef, beef,
I'll be. Oh,
beef.
that's still kind of same. Does the same thing for me. Beef and
Big
bean.
difference.
Bean.
Beef
Sorry.
and bean.
Anyways, go on.
You take a shit before you leave, but then you get back in the car and you're heading down the road for like, 2 hours. You're going, maybe less than that. I don't know. You're in between rest stops and you feel an urge in your butt.
Oh,
It's
oh,
probably a fart.
oh. So
It's
you were
probably a
you
fart
were
because
gonna just talk about basically poopy.
yeah.
Okay,
No, it's
sorry.
like
I was ahead of the
you
curve
literally,
of the joke.
you
Got it.
just took a shit. Like, but you're empty. You just
Oh,
took
I
a
see.
shit. So
Hmm.
it's probably just a fart.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a scare
What
there.
I'm It's a safe bet. You're a little bit nervous, and rightfully so, but it's a safe bet, and I think you could go for it.
Oh, thank you, a man that is trying to pitch me a story in an elevator that is going to hell. Plot
Exactly.
twist. Plot twist. You're like,
Plot
I
twist, we're
love
both
the,
stuck in the elevator.
damn it, I love the joke of like, I love the joke that it's like, that's not a plot twist. That is definitionally not a plot twist.
The plot twist is the
Plot twist,
studio
like that's the
executive
joke.
goes,
Sorry, that would be
you
my,
you you
that's my kind of
you give
comedy.
this guy
Plot twist.
you give
It's like,
this guy the
stop saying
pitch
that.
of you do the high school Hunger Games pitch to the studio executive, and he just turns to you and he goes, "I'm not stuck in here with you. Get stuck in here with me." And he starts having explosive diarrhea because you're stuck in the elevator. He starts pasting the walls with diarrhea.
Then you forgot
Get stuck in here with
you
me.
forgot you were rendering a 50-minute AI video of like people go and like melting into the next scene.
Yep, dude,
Like I don't think I
flawless.
feel like I don't need to take LSD. I just need to be looking at like those videos that like
No, really, no.
I because
A
I
lot
don't
of
I've never
those,
taken those types of psychedelics, but I imagine that's kind of how works.
they're very those images like, yeah.
Like
I
it's
feel
kind
like
of funny
I'm
how
on the
like
verge of like an acid
it's the
flashback when I
joke
watch some of that.
it's like the joke of like life or art imitates drugs. Like that needs to be a new like that needs to be a gimmick or like a
No,
thing.
but that's true though.
Like
But
how when they say
that's
like
true
life
though.
imitates art, you're like, well, anytime you show a weird effect, someone probably was just like, that's the closest thing I could just wait, the way to describe that being high. And you're like, really? Like, is that like a
Yeah.
is it like is that like a coincidence, like such like a one in a million thing, or is it like
No,
we just
it's a
like
real thing.
we just no, I'm just saying like we slowly were like, hey, look at this technology that we created that is essentially us just slowly realizing we've been like revealing that this is how we always looked at stuff when we're in an altered state. But now sober people can also experience it firsthand. You're like, get out of my mind. You just read my mind. I'm glad that we can get to these points. It's like when you have like, that's what the best thing about technology is. It's letting sober people.
Technology.
Yep. Technology scares people. Technology.
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, it's I like when with stuff like that. Whatever you can do to help bridge the gap between a sober person and a person who's experienced the thing that you're hoping they go, you giggle behind them. You're like, they're gonna get too far, then you go like, what is this? And you go like, huh? I don't know. What does it feel like? This? And you're on the verge of laughing. And they're like, "What is this like when you get like? Is this like a acid trip simulator?" Like, you said it. You said it. Wow. And then they freak out. And you're like, "What
I
the
mean, that's
fuck?"
kind of what some of it looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah. I've been watching the ones where like it's like, how do you look? What does it look like to fuse two animals together and like it just slowly goes, and then like a mouse goes into the foot of a rhino, and or a rat or whatever goes into the foot of a rhino,
Oh, sick, dude.
and then it like grows into like a bipedal, like furry rat faced uh, rhino body superhero
Because
villain
of course
looking
it
thing.
does.
Yeah,
Because fucking of course it does.
and I'm just like, what the fuck did I just watch? And how why does it feel like
Your
it's
new,
what's
you
crazy
just
about it is
watched
like,
your new favorite porn.
yeah, well that's what always crazy about it is like this is like an algorithm. Like it's not like someone just was like, "Hey, wouldn't it be funny if I did this like as like an animation?" Right? It's like when people like
No,
they went out of their way to like create like trippy stuff, but they had to be like, well, not they didn't have to be conscious, technic, they don't have to. They didn't have to. It's like the thing where you're like, you created this piece of artwork, completely sober, or maybe completely on balls, but it was a human hand somehow being kind of led by something, right? This is like ones and zeros going, hey, you know what will scare human beings? Is if we can pull this illusion off, which is uh, full motion photos slowly melting into each other to then evolve into another picture. And you're just like, said no computer, or said no you know technological being, but then we that's what we see. We're like, whoa, I don't need to be on drugs if the computers can simulate it for me.
I, the
Thanks,
fact that that
computers.
people would even think to do that, you got to be on drugs to want to do that to begin with.
I think for most of it that's true, but other times it's like happy accidents where you're like when you do the thing where you like especially in programming or whatever, it's like you're like what the fuck? I couldn't even I couldn't just guess that that would be the final result of me typing a bunch of shit in. Same with like some probably like oops I did this and then I did this and oop now you have an atom bomb or whatever. Like you have like these
Okay, I don't think it
you have
works
these
like
well
that.
I know but it's like you have these jumps of like you're like huh I just did this out of like an experiment. I wasn't being funny or anything. Or
I wasn't
or
trying to
or
be loofy or goopy or zany or wacky or nothing.
sometimes that happens. You can be goofy and you're like, oh, what if I did this? And you're like, you just killed everyone. You're like, oh, but no, I
Now,
don't know.
most of the time, it's when things like that happen, it's pretty deliberate.
Yeah, but I also like to
Like what was that story of
I
the
like to destigmatize the thing where you can be crazy without being like on something, right? Like
you can just be regular, good old fashioned like
yeah,
nuts.
your normal ass brain could be a not so normal
And
ass
not even
brain.
dumb. Dude, you can be crazy and smart as shit. That's the freakiest part.
Well, yeah, those don't have any correlation. Are you kidding me? I feel like
Let me just say,
we're
you would
all
assume an
sometimes well,
insane person probably is dysfunctional because they're insane. They have no grip on reality. But no, some of these motherfuckers are like
yeah.
hyper
Well,
intellectual
I
and
yeah, I
absolutely
always love
batshit.
I love doing the thing where I go, I created all this art so on fairly sober. And you're like fairly, you're like well, closest thing you can say to like sober, like you're like oh okay.
Well, I
But
mean,
like it's always the thing where they go, what were they on when they did this? And I'm like probably nothing crazy or like not during the actual like maybe there was inspiration from a prior experience like
so it
me
doesn't
feeling
count
like
if their doctor gave it to them.
well for me it's like if I felt like I was going to die because I got too high, it's not. That's not. That's. I don't think that's going to inspire me to do anything. At
He's
least.
like, I
At
have
least.
to.
Yeah.
I have to make more art. This is my last piece of art. I have to make this
Like.
right now, and you're gonna do it while you're high as shit.
Well, no, no. Like for one, I wouldn't be able to do anything while I was high, especially because I get so uncharacteristically high, like the
Yeah,
where it's like
that's what
immobilizing.
I'm saying. You smoke so much weed that you actually like statistically
The
you're gonna
two.
become the first
Excuse
person.
me. The two times I ever did that in my life, that's what's happened. I went. What
You
do I?
know,
What do I do with my life? What is reality? And then I went. Then I got
so
kind of
it's my hypothetical.
yeah. Then
That's my
well then yeah.
hypothetical though.
Then you sober up and you go, I'm gonna go back to just drawing boobies. Like what was like? There was nothing creative. Like you're too when you're too busy drowning, you don't get like I don't think you get a you don't get like a spark of like I'm inspired. Hold on, let me grab a little piece of
No,
paper.
it's not like a good it's not a good
Oh, now I'll
inspiration. It's
die.
like you realize like you smoke the weed and then you realize like when the feeling hits you, you realize that you are definitely 100% going to be the first person to die of a THC overdose and it's going to happen right now. And it totally just like breaks something inside of you and your soul just cries out like I have to do something before I leave. And you just start drawing and you spend like hours and hours drawing the most incredible thing you've ever drawn. And then you sober up and you realize it's been like 20 minutes
Hmm.
but you drew like a really great set of tits.
Jokes on you. They'd probably be not so good.
Nah, nah,
I'd be
nah.
like,
You would
dang
sober
it.
up. No, no, no.
I'd sober
Real
up and
shit.
go,
You would
wow,
sober up.
those look great. And then I was like, what the fuck was I thinking?
No, no, no. This
It's
is
like
the
when you have
best
beer
part.
goggles. You're like, I thought she was
No,
hot. She looked
no,
hot when I
you would
was,
sober up. You would sober up and be mad about how good it looked.
yeah. Where you go,
I'm
damn,
not doing that again.
damn, I can't re, was it, I can't do,
Reproduce it.
yeah, I can't reproduce that. I mean, even if you
You
got,
can't just.
because
You're
even if you
never
got
gonna try it
high,
again.
because either you have to get high in a particular, now I'm just thinking, imagining like you have to get a very specifically particularly high, like type
You
of
like
high.
dose it.
Yeah, you have to have like a perfect like calculating dose where you're like, okay, what was the, okay, a little bit of edible, a little bit of that, then I did this. It's like, okay, that's the perfect to set up a good drawing. And you're like, I'm too lazy for that. Like, if I was a stoner, that's also a joke. I'd be too lazy. Like, nah, I'm good.
Oh yeah, no, I get distracted by
Never
video games
again
and
will I
shit.
be this great. It's a shame that it's only a pair of tits and nothing attached to them.
It's literally just boobs, but they're like really good.
You know what would be even funnier is you go, oh man, I drew some great tits, and then someone looks over and you're like, you drew like a plate of eggs. You're like, yeah, no.
Fuck.
And you're like, you thought those were tits? You're like, yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy though? Like
Dude,
I
I
drew like
got
two
fucking
boiling
existential,
eggs.
dude.
A booby.
So here's the thing. I think
All
this
I did.
high school battle royale
Oh,
concept
was
should
that?
be a
Sorry, I was
trading
gonna.
card game.
Trading card game. Stop it! I'm getting boners over here.
Yeah, I think that's probably the direction you could
A
take
trading
this.
card
Just a
game.
trading card game with like lore and like a backstory. And you buy
What?
booster packs.
The game is how can you survive till graduation ceremony or whatever, or
And
diploma?
that's yeah.
Because I'm trying to think of like
You
you could.
basically have like a pre-game
Now
that you play to build the deck.
I'm serious when I was like I didn't think of it, but like I totally wasn't not thinking that like you could probably turn it into like a board game.
Yeah, well, you can just take it any direction. It's a medium.
No,
A board game
absolutely.
would be
No,
sick.
that's what I'm saying.
Actually, no, you
I'm
because
open
you've done
to
similar
any of
things
that.
before.
Yeah. Like
Dude, this
I could
actually
see
make a
that
really
being,
sick board game.
yeah, I could see that being like a, it's kind of like, you know how like there's like that I haven't played this, so I don't know if it's like this, but it's like the Thing board game where you're like, I'm assuming it's a bit of a who done it, and like you have to kind of figure out like,
Oh yeah,
because I'm assuming
it's like
that's the
Clue.
whole point. Yeah, it's like the whole point of like the Thing, like as the body invasion, body snatchers blending in
Yeah,
thing. Like I'm assuming that's the whole point of the gameplay. Like other than like surviving the elements or whatever, because I'm assuming it's also because it's called like Outpost something, and you're like, I'd imagine you just role play like you have to survive the harsh Arctic wind or climate and an alien invader that looks like your best
oh
friend, and you're just like,
shit.
no. So like that, and funny enough, that's a good example of a movie that would seems like that would be a good like mild like a light RPG board game where you have to, you're kind of role playing a little bit, but then you're also like also doing like day night cycles or investigating like you said Clue and looking into things, and your character's not acting the right right or whatever. Anyways, because there's some other examples like that. I feel like where you're like that movie makes a weirdly good board game, like not a video game but a board game. And you're like, what's the difference? And you're like, surprisingly a lot. It's like that kind of stuff, right? Where like, and obviously I'm preaching to the choir here when I say there's
Oh
a lot of things like that you can easily be like, there's a difference between like all these different mediums enough to where you're like it's significant enough to where you're like that's a very specific like experience you're trying to like approach to your
Yeah,
audience. Like obviously I can see it being like a live action campy horror slash
yeah. I'm just
whatever
this
movie.
specific
But
concept
then I'm
has a
like,
lot of
like there's
versatility.
there's kind of a board gamey vibe to it now. I can see it now. Like now that I
Yeah,
allow myself to ponder the possibilities of such, where you're like, you know, you can have like a randomization thing where you're like, you don't know when your what your GPA is, and then you'll figure it out at the very at the at the strike of 8 o'clock, and then 8 o'clock is like until midnight, and then you're like, oh, there's a clock for the game. How many turns or whatever? How many rounds is that? And you're like, oh, that's X amount of rounds. And you're like, all right. And then like each map can be again, and that would be kind of the fun replay. Like that's where the franchisee part can come in, like as a like because that's where how like there's that Final Girl game. It's literally called like the Final Girl, and it's based around like you know
oh
slasher
yeah, like surviving
VHS
like a
surviving.
slasher.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and I think it's mostly a solitaire single player solo game, and it has a bunch of
Makes sense.
expansions. Um, and then you have like a little player card, and then the slasher has their own set of rules and stuff. Something that probably sounds like something I would have wanted to do myself. Not one for one, of course, but like
Um,
you hear that it's like, oh, I've always wanted to do it, like a slasher survival slasher game. And then it's like you see someone else
That's
do it.
my idea now.
Yeah. Well, it's I like saying that. Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
came up with that idea, but then you're like, really, it's like that's the quickest way of saying, but not really, you know. But like, because I've talked to you about like the trying to do how the Z game could be turned into like other types of like horror themed like
Yeah,
scenarios where you're like, oh well, you just change zombies into like vampires or change into like a reference to like crazy Texan cannibals, which would be like the generic way of saying the like whatever the Texas Chainsaw Massacre thing, and you're like, oh yeah, well, like you still pull those off within the same kind of parameters of how the game ran, just whatever. Anyways, this I could see like you can do where like the franchise can be all the modules that you add to it and the, the expansions and stuff like that, where you're like, oh yeah, like here's like a double sided map for the starter like game, like the base game, and
exactly.
it's a high school like hyper fixed to be like inescapable, lockdown, which is like the you could say like, and you could even like
Oh, you can't call it that.
you could even well you what
You can't call it that.
call it what? I wasn't gonna.
I'm not gonna say it.
I didn't lock it. Lockdown?
Don't. Oh God, you said it again.
Why? I'm not listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Um,
Your
my brain is ahead of my words, so I'm thinking
brain
currently.
is the head of
I'm
lettuce.
only saying what I'm currently thinking right now. Um, so
Is it
yeah,
called a head of cabbage? If it's called a head of lettuce, do you also call it a head of cabbage?
yeah. Would you be considered like a cannibal, but only to vegetables, or to only to fruit, or to food? I was gonna say, yeah. What is
A
all these?
cannibal, but only to food? That's like
I,
Mayor McCheese.
well, no, someone made a joke where they're like, you eat animals, and then you're like, well, yeah, but you eat ears of corn and heads of lettuce, you fucking monster. Eyes
Dude,
of
I'm gonna vomit.
potatoes. It's basically making
Dude,
fun of
that's
vegetarians.
disgusting.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna fucking shit my
I'm not the one that
britches,
named
dude.
him this. It was other vegetable lovers, or I keep saying vegetables, but it's just food. Um,
Vegetables are food. Food is people.
yeah, no, I like to think that you can. This is one of those examples where you can kind of throw everything out on the and most of it can stick in terms of like if you're non-committal about the location, make it any of the potential sponsored, quote unquote, sponsored maps that are the different areas. So when I talked about the sporting arena, like sports center kind of area, or the school that's on an island, or like inescapable, or the mall that's retrofitted or whatever. Like all those are right answers when it comes to maps that you also can
Mhm.
then play. And then granted, this is again, it's that's what's wild about like this sounds really lame, but it's like uh, this is what's really cool about being creative. Uh, the ideas that you come up with can easily kind of be like the way you spin it. It's the art of spinning it. So like those are all sequels, but those are also like this like the what ifs. Like what if you watched a movie where it was in a different location? Same with like what if you played this game in a different on a different map? What if you played a video game or watched a comic or read multiple comic books where they're all
A
different locations?
multiplayer
See,
game with
you
different maps.
so you
You're a
can always
fucking maniac.
so no matter what medium you're talking about, you probably can always create other variations and other characters and other scenarios that play out. So again, you have like the it's like saying like you have the keys to the kingdom. How do you want to play with those elements? So having like you know replayable missions essentially or games sessions where you're like, oh well, I'm gonna play as the physically abled, like highly physically talented, jock, but then he starts out in low, at the very beginning of the game, and unfortunately which that would be changed a little bit. Like that wouldn't be very fair. It's like, haha, you played for 18 rounds and then I get to come in for the last two, and you're just like, yeah, fuck you. Like, I mean, that could be
Well,
that can be a game mode, but I think to make it more fair, you'd be like, well, you have to at least be within the first round. Say all your characters kind of go in that. I mean, unless again,
I guess it does
but
depend
again,
on like
that's the beauty of game modes because then you can be like, oh well,
yes.
the fair game mode, which would be like everyone starts at the very beginning, everyone is a fucking DFD dropout or whatever the joke is, like that you have to play off that, and then but that's also like the get good Dark Souls equivalent because then that's also the hardest thing to do because that means that you have nothing or you have less options and it only slowly ramps up to like you might not live the whole time. You're like, well, what if I don't live? You're like, you can like in the Friday the 13th game, they would let you respawn as what was his name? Do you remember the character's name? Corey Feldman and the other actor, not Johnny. Uh,
Oh shit, no, I forget.
I forgot it off the top of my head. I'm getting too tired for
Yeah, no,
trivia like that.
I can picture them, but I forget their names.
Tommy, Tommy Jarvis. I believe that's his
Oh
name.
shit, okay.
Um, you get to spawn in with Tommy Jarvis, who automatically also spawns in with a shot like a single shot shotgun, your single rounded
Yeah.
shotgun. But so you're like almost kind of rewarded with being able to play again. You don't just get to sit and spectate, which is kind of boring, obviously. Or like I like that there's room for like variety there, where you're like, oh, okay, well now I'm going to run around actually just helping the other players escape because technically you can escape as well as
What?
Tommy, but also you could also just go, well, I'll also just be the guy that just comes in and just trolls him because like really what do you have to lose other than going back to playing the game correctly? What am I, a
Mhm.
loser? Anyways, but yeah, you can do that where you can do like a game mode where like when you die or whatever, you can be like, oh, either sit out and then have to wait throughout the whole, and maybe that's why the rounds are shorter or whatever, or like things are that more brief. Or you can do a game mode where you're like, oh no, like someone will randomly be like whoever like the joke would be like you're going to die, but you don't know if any like who's gonna like come back as like the valedictorian, and you can set that as like a Tommy Jarvis kind of character, but like a reverse role where like you have to you inherently are obviously not a villain, but you inherently would have like all these like Jason Voorhees esque maybe like overpowered abilities, but then also or whatever, right? And then you're just like, but or maybe you play that role, but you have to play that role very specifically. But at least you get to play at the end, and you're just like, that was kind of fun. It was like second hand like success or victory or whatever they. It's like that's like, kind of fun too. Where like I like those games too, where if you aren't gonna win as like the main people that you started out with, at least you can be like, oh, the honorary victory is that I got to spawn in as an NPC player that kind of like joined the group as almost like kind of like a D&D where you can kind of do that where like you don't have to like usually you don't they don't we don't oh I don't know what past what tense I need to use, or what pronouns. Um, excuse me. You come back as like a pre-designed like NPC that's because there won't usually be enough time for you to roll up a whole new character in time. So it's easier to be like,
Yeah.
or you just bring, you take out an old character and just go, oh, I'm gonna guest star in this, right? You find me in the sleeping in a fucking corner of the dungeon, being like, whoa, and then you're just like, hey, and then you're like, that's kind of cool because I still have a character that I keep, but like, I didn't sit and just watch my friends play D&D for the remainder of the night because I rolled like shit the very first couple turns. Um, if you kind of, I get, which is kind of funny because it's like, if that happened to me, I'd be kind of pissed because I'd be like, the, the GM totally could have fucking like avoided having that happen too early. Like I wouldn't mind being like, well, we're gonna go for a few more, like another hour or two, if you want to add a new character or add another character, like just to kind of top off the rest, for the rest of the night. But it's like, there's no fucking way I'd be like, yeah, we're gonna be here for 5 hours and you just died in the first 10 minutes. Now you gotta play as a random net NPC guy or whatever. And you're just like, fuck that. Like, just let me live until like I fuck up again, like an hour or two later, potentially. Whatever. Anyways, because I did kind of give it like a mild thought of like, what if this was a comic book that then gets turned into, anyways. But then I was like, I don't know. Then I was trying to like imagine like the visuals, and I'm just like, I can't come to. I'm too weird. I like if I'm not drawing radioactive amphibian uh uh martial arts dudes um like things for the most part, then I tend to be like, I don't like it or can't draw it good enough. So
When it's not mushroom people.
when it's not mushroom people, it's not boobies or weird mutants. It's kind of like
I
my
get
at this point, this is where my like adult brain of like I only have this one like kind of avenue that I can go down. Like I don't have time to turn around and go, let me just reinvent myself entirely or like add too many. It's a kind of a bit of a cop out, I know, but like some people would be like, yeah, no, you don't really need to like, just make that your thing.
hmm
Like like I'd be like, oh, it's so much cooler that I drew a sci-fi space thing about people, killing each other for their bones. I'm just making a reference to Die Dark. And it's like, whoa, I don't know where that's coming from. And you're like, I can draw that weirdity, but it's like, I'm just drawing, like, if I'm just gonna draw, like, it's just about a farmer who lives on a farm, and an alien comes down, and you're like, well, the alien sounds kind of fun. That would be fun to draw, or like whatever. But then it's like, like, nope, it's not. It's like, oh, unless I was drawing it like intentionally bad, or like with with a Family Guy like style where you're like, get it? It's adult animation style. Where you're like, oh, like everything is just like
wow.
super flat and like
Wow.
I don't know. Like there's an intentional like being self aware of like, well, I know how to draw perspective, but I don't like drawing cityscapes. So what I'll try and do is I'll try and draw the most flattest non perspective street side in front of a bar. Like how like you have to like create like repeatable like backgrounds that all have kind of vaguely
Well, you don't
flat
have to.
perspective. Oh no, I know. No, I mean, for the sake of the argument, where you're like, 'cause I'd be like, nah, I'm good. Like I'm already kind of thinking about how I'm like approaching some of like the panel working in Podcast because I was like, I don't know, I kind of like the idea that maybe I put a little bit more consistency in like the panel layouts instead of being like I'm not going to be super experimental or like be wacky just for the sake of it. It's like, I don't know, because like there's some shots where I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that again. I don't know if I want to put like a diagonal panel or whatever, or these ones look too similar to where I like, but they're not similar enough that it bugs me to look at them. Like this 3 panel structure is the same, like 4 pages away, like later, but but it's good that it's not like a template where it looks like I just took like eight
Oh yeah,
eight
yeah.
different eight different panel layouts, and it was like, all right. Because then I was looking at, like, again, you do the thing where you look at Watchmen, and it's a 9 panel thing, and the only variation is when they decide to fuse some panels together to make a larger picture, and depending on how small or big it is, kind of usually creates that, oh, this means there's more weight to this story, or I
There's
mean to this
significant.
yeah, significance to this scene. But
He told
otherwise
me
it's
of the significance.
yeah. Exactly.
It will be significant.
Yeah, so like,
Fucking Kung Pao.
mhm. Like, how do you script out Kung Pao as a comic book? I just threw out a little thought experiment for you.
I
Whoa.
mean, basically, it's the exact same narrative. You just gotta give really good action art.
Oh, I was just thinking, it's
And
like,
I'll tell you how you
yeah, I think they're still,
Dragon
I don't
Ball
know,
Z. It's
Dragon Ball
Dragon Ball.
Z,
No, never mind. Just Dragon Ball. It's Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball. I mean, I don't know if that's,
Kung Pao is a comic book. It's basically just Dragon Ball.
I don't know. I'd feel like there'd be very deliberate ways of articulating the layouts and stuff, the breakdowns of all that stuff, not just it's because, like, I don't know, I don't know. You ever opened up a book before, my friend? I don't know why I'm saying it that way.
What's a book?
What's a book? No, that's why I've looked into being very self-aware of, like, or conscious of, like, what am I looking at? Because, like, some people do that thing where, like, the panel and the gutters are supposed to be, like, for the most part invisible during the reading, quote unquote, reading experience, or period or
I
time.
that depends. That
I mean,
depends.
it's not a perfect science, of course. I'm saying, but, like, it's like saying you don't overly look at, like, the margin of a when you look at, like, a book page, like, but you would notice it if it was weird or different, right?
Mm.
So, like, it's more likely that you'll be like, oh, the gutter is all just kind of, it's the beats of, like, it's like when you go, hey, well, why, oh, it's weird when they start not having periods at the end of each sentence, because usually that's how it works, and then you start losing, or then you wonder, like, either are they breaking the rules of grammar, because I'm only using this example because I don't know any other way. It's like, are they breaking the rules of grammar, like, illegally, or is it, like, actually, like, a clever way of, like, kind of like when you don't, like, again, when you don't format any writing and it's just one big block of words with the occasional, like, period or whatever, and it looks like it's all one giant run-on sentence almost. It's like that, and you can do
I
that.
mean, yeah.
You can do that with art or, like, with comics, but I feel like gutters and stuff is that
That
formatting, or
well, if you
helps
want to
kind of,
make trash.
it kind of helps you, because it's like music or whatever. Where you're like, well, these are all the beats I'm going to use, or all the instruments, but they don't just come in randomly. It's like you have to paint a picture of. Uh, I like that metaphor. Paint a picture for the music. Talking in
You got
circles.
picture painter.
I gotta musician my drawing. I gotta play my
You got to
drawing.
pick a pepper.
Just don't pick your friend's pepper. Ooh,
Don't pick your pecker.
ooh. Don't play with your pecker. Oh, pick it. Anyways,
No,
yeah, I don't know. It could easily be anything, obviously, but, like, it is kind of a fun idea to make it like a board
develop it.
game.
Draw some.
Hmm.
Draw
That I
some
can
little.
maybe
Just get into
that
practice.
maybe I can get into, like, the idea of, like, oh, that I can visually, even though the visuals would be like I wouldn't want to draw, like, a character, like, running around going, oh, I'm gonna die in a mall. It's like, but
Yeah, draw them like on
drawing
a
the
character
schematics
card.
for the mall, like the top down asymmetric grid, and
Yes.
drawing a character card with his bio, that I can think of that I can see the designing
Yes.
of, and coming up
Just
with the
start
actual
doing that and
visual.
see where the concept
Yeah,
goes from there.
exactly.
It might evolve.
See, that's where I always do that, where I go, it's one of two things. It's either what can I afford to do? So, like, a lot of times I can afford to just,
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's most
the
things.
joke is, I can usually afford to just draw on paper, and then it's the way I kind of convince people that how they perceive the paper. You're like, so this is a game. You're like, oh, I noticed the way you've cut them out in cute little shapes. And you're like, stop patronizing me.
There is
Yes.
no spoon.
Or, oh, I noticed it is something I have to read because there's words and it's stapled together in order. And you're like, yes, it's called a book. But I can't just, So to me, those things are much easier to like pitch in that way. Like those are all in my power to be able to draw something right rules and stuff, right? So, and we've always talked about this
Yes.
where it's like, oh, I can make a setting in a game, like a setting in a what do you call it, in a game engine or whatever they're called, and blah 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 and this and that, and I can write a book and I can draw a comic, but like then you start to step out of those and you're like, I really want to make a video game, and you're like, but then you realize that that's where like you start to kind of reach outside of your easily accessible skill set, right?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, yeah.
Because then you're like, I don't know how to program, and like that's a fundamental aspect of that particular craft that you feel like if you are missing that, it's kind of like I want to make music with no instruments, and you're like, so silence, great, good, or trying to do an app like trying to do something
I'll take
abstract.
3.
You're like, this painting is actually music, and you're like, no, it isn't. Like, like it either has to have like musical, like it has to be like sheet music, or like you have to like rub your finger across it and make a noise with your finger or something. Like see where I don't know, getting a little big brain for that kind of stuff. But you know, you need actors and stuff for a movie, so it's like, well, those things are where you start to kind of outreach when you're like outreach again your skill set or needing multiple like that's where I was stopped at myself where I go, if there's too many variables that are outside of my control to where progress can be hindered or like stalled, it's probably either not going to get done or it'll be or the 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 likeliness of it happening will take far more like patience and variables and like it's like saying it's not like you'll never make a movie or whatever if that is a goal, but if you're just trying to get some story out there and then someone was like, here, I'll do all that stuff for you, you're like, oh, that whole door of opportunities opens, right? So obviously if I just want it to be a
Dude,
comic book or whatever,
crazy.
I can make it a comic book, done. If I want to make it a board game, done. It makes it again, I always hate to think that like that makes it sound like those are lesser art or lesser forms of art. You're like, because one dude can do it. I mean, most art is, I would argue, most art is like a solitaire performance to some extent, and then given out to like to an audience or seen post creation, or it is alive, or a you must see it to see the art. That's where acting and
It's
live
just
acting and
like a
live music.
big pot of spaghetti.
Oh no, not spaghetti again. Is it big? Is it all
You get
watery?
out of it exactly what you put into it.
Is it 40%
Sometimes you
water?
put too much, sometimes you put not
You
enough,
got to thicken it
and
up
you
with a
give
little
it out
catsup.
and you give it to the people, and people tell you
Speaking
what
of
they think
cats,
of your spaghetti.
spaghetti. But yeah, I think it's the same.
Exactly.
I think it's the same thing with like what is possible. You're like, what is possible? Us doing Spring Tuckians, pilot. Maybe not a whole season. Just proof of concept. That's easy. You, me, and a script, and then it's like done, right? You got that, right? It's kind of like, and then it's kind of like again how any pilot kind of gets picked up. They're like, oh shit, now we actually have to really write and actually really like act if we're gonna be those roles. Like usually there is some type of contract where you're like, well, you got to be something apart as part of the creative team that is this. So you're like, oh, that sucks because like all we did was just film in front of a camper and it had a script or whatever. You're like, but what we could do with that if we had like more options. So I that's where my like I try to always bring back the where's like the positive, the brighter side, the glass is half full aspect of something that you aren't able to achieve. Like if there's one aspirational advice thing, I'd go, well, just like shoot something really poorly, but you'll see that like the writing is what elevates the shitty. If you had a better studio, it would look better, sure, but maybe that's kind of cute or fun. It's like the Trailer Park Boys looks like good based around its limitations slash intentional shitty aesthetic, right? It's like kind of like that where you're like, you know, paranormal activity isn't just done in this way to try and like reinvent the genre. It's also based around limitations slash confusion of like, what would this be like if we were just acting like if ADT home security just filmed a horror movie, you know? So, anyways, that's, you know, because I like to think that I'm like, oh, I want to make toys too. I like to be, I'm an adult. I want to make toys and comic books and fart and not have to worry about it. So
Is that the positive or the negative?
those are all positive things. What part of that was negative?
Always forget which is the positive and which is the negative when I'm hooking the car batteries up to my balls. But then I remember black is negative because of course it is.
What, and red is positive
Because black is negative.
you better be careful with that strong N word. You did
Dude, I
you
drank
put
all
a
my
strong
nog
G.
today.
That was a strong G.
I was nogging
Negative.
too hard. I
Oh,
gotta go back to the grocery store. I gotta nog up.
that reminds me. We might nog up tomorrow. So
Well, I gotta get more nog.
hold up, hold that
Dude, I'm
up,
so pissed
hold
this
up.
federal holiday shit is so goofy. I gotta go to the fucking bank. I gotta wait till tomorrow. The fuck is that?
Oh, why would you normally go to the bank around this time of the week?
Well, no, I gotta go to the bank on my days off, and one
Yeah,
of my
yeah.
days
That's
off,
what I'm saying.
fucking
I was like,
everything
you
could be
normally go to the
closed.
bank on your days off, I guess. So yeah, that makes sense. It's a bummer. Well, you're
Whatever. I
off
just
you're
means
off
it's gotta go
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, you're off Tuesday. Sometimes I do that thing where I go, do I do this on Saturday or do this on Sunday? And most things aren't like, well, they're closed on Sundays, which obviously would be a fairly obvious, what do you call it, like the the tree of choices goes straight to like an obvious one. But then other times you're like, could wait for that other day because today I have a lot of don't give a fuck. So let's see if
Yeah, they're pretty
tomorrow.
much all the choices
Yeah.
filter down to just like give up,
hmm
and that's when
Yeah.
I usually like back up a little bit, and I'm like,
Do
fuck,
do
just
I?
all right, we'll take
Yeah.
a different branch.
Do I have the energy and the emotional ability, and also is the building itself that I need to walk into open? Those two things are key.
You follow the branch all the way down, and
Yep.
it says give up.
Yeah. When do you fall off on uh, that road to success or road to shittery? Get
On
it?
a road
Because
to frozen pizza.
instead of failure or like saying shit, I mixed victory and shit, so it's shittery. Is that like a is
Shiftery.
that like a like the next best thing to like victory where it's kind of like
No,
it's
shittery.
not
No,
great,
no,
but
no.
it's
Shittery
a
is like a
success.
cross between shit and pottery. Shittery is like
Oh,
making a vase out of feces
that's
and
what I
then
call
using it to shit in.
pottery. I call
Shittery.
it dumb girl thing, dumb woman thing, dumb
I
woman art,
projectile vomit and I shit in the basket.
shittery. It's pretty mean. What did shittery ever do to you?
I don't know, but I shit in the
I like how
basket.
I have to call it that, even though I'm not like I'm like I'm upset that you're using that word, but I'm going to use it in response to you saying such mean things about it. But yeah, no, I think that was kind of like this 5 hour, 6 hour was a good realization that, and also reconfirming that sometimes an idea it just takes a minute to go. You know what? I think I have the perfect form in which I want to assault people with. And in this case, it might just be a board game, which again, it's that thing where you do. I'm like, I was open to that idea, but I didn't go down that route yet until you said it, my friend. And then I said, you know what? That I might backpedal, metaphoric backing up a little, beep, beep, beep. Now, that exit existed. It's not like it didn't exist before, like it just pops out of nowhere. I just decided I was going to continue, down the highway of possibilities. And now that you said,
Dude, life is a highway. I want to ride it
fuck,
all night long.
damn it.
Except I don't want to ride it all night long. At a certain point, I want to get off.
Yeah, at some point you either kill yourself and or other people while passing out at the wheel. So you need to get off.
Yeah, you have to. You have to get off at a certain point,
Like at least when if
voluntarily or
at
otherwise.
least if you use the shit or get off the pot thing, you can easily do that without any deaths involved. Like that metaphor is fine. No, that doesn't hurt anyone except for your laundry or your
Don't just as
bathroom
long as you don't
floor.
strain too hard while you're taking a shit on the pot, you'll be fine.
Yeah, you not choosing to shit or get off the pot does not lead to
Having one of those toilet
involuntary
holes
vehicle
installed
homicide.
in the driver's seat, where you can be perfectly relaxed driving your big rig with no pants on, just taking big hard dumps in the seat while you're cruising down the highway. Hell yeah.
Okay, that's the last theoretical I will add. Or I'm gonna end the stream with. Could you take a
Perfect.
shit? Could you take a shit while also trying to perform like being like a long, what do you call that, like a long distance like trucker?
Well, I mean, it depends.
Like
Like,
I
do I
imagine
get
it like
so the
so there's room basically for you to potentially do the act while also potentially not being in the most uh, uh, compromising scenario or like situation. Like
no, I would
I
totally
wouldn't
do it.
like I wouldn't say be a like you wouldn't be in NASCAR and trying to shit at the same time. I feel like that's
Yeah,
too
and that's something else.
you will most likely either just crash and kill yourself
Right, right, right.
or just literally get shit everywhere.
Well, and the posture doesn't seem right either.
But at least with like long distance like truck delivery guy, you can see the
Yeah.
possibility of multitasking there because I'm sure they do other
Yes.
things. I mean, they're always fucking lot lizards probably while they're on like in mid
Well, and if you've
drive.
got a toilet in your
Yeah,
truck driver's seat, it's definitely a bidet, so
just
you don't need to wipe.
just hold this thought, and you like turn it into like the what kids thought autopilot was back in the day, and then you climb
Yeah.
into the back and take a shit, but you're totally okay.
Oh,
Just imagine like it just keeps cutting to like a personless front seat on a highway, and it's just driving kind of like almost like a Tesla, but like it's clearly before Tesla was a thing. So like the joke would be
I know some people use cruise control like that.
where they get up out of their seat completely and go to the back of
Yeah, sure.
the cabin, sit down on a toilet,
Yeah.
and they spend like what feels like a good like like Stephen King novel length amount of time to maybe that's a little too long. That's like you would be on the other side of the planet by the time you finished a Stephen King novel.
Dude, hell yeah.
No, let's do
Getting
like Dean
obliterated.
Koontz or something, a chapter from Dean Koontz. You can easily be like, I just love the idea that you're just sitting there. Oh, oh, I knew it. I knew it. And you're just like you commenting on the book you're reading or whatever. And then just keeps cutting back
Yeah.
to the front seat where it's just void of anything, but the wheel slightly kind of shifts and people are still, but people are driving around you like, you fucking asshole. But the car's not doing anything crazy. It's just the fact that like,
Yeah.
they, but then you're like, like a ghost is driving it. And then you finally like, you wash up, oh, and then you like there's like a thing like the gimmick is that like all this you're able to like take your time. So you're like, oh, something's in my teeth. Hold on, and you just like grab some like dental floss, and you're like, oh yeah, you got it out there. Yeah, great. And then you like finally
Oh, there was poo in there.
you put poo in your dental floss or in your mouth. You eat pieces of shit. No.
For breakfast.
Well, that's the part where you have to multitask. You're like, you only do something. You can only drive. You can only eat and poop or drive. One of those things has to go. And you're like, all right, shit goes in the mouth now. That's my food.
Jesus
I don't know.
Christ, this
That
has
doesn't
to
make any
stop.
sense. Anyway, so you get back to the front seat like nothing happened. You just you turn off auto drive or whatever the fuck, not auto drive, but cruise control, and you just keep driving like nothing happens. And then all of a sudden, like there's a good 30 seconds of you just like and then all of a sudden, and then you just turn the wheel sharply and crash and kill yourself.
Damn.
See the irony of that? People that would have
Okay,
fucked with people's
so that
expectation,
scenario.
right? Because they'd be like, oh, what?
So
Why
would
did
you?
like a deer or something came at like in front or something, and then you went and
No,
you
no,
like
no. You just swerve.
overreact.
No, he just cuts hard.
Oh, so you would just overreact. Like you would just kill yourself
Yeah.
essentially. Like you just chose.
So
That's
would
a
you
pretty. That's a
rather
pretty
do
funny
that?
joke. Yeah, that's pretty good. Because like
So
all that
would
time,
you rather do that? Would you
yeah.
rather do that or shit
Or
while riding a horse?
can I make it look like it's the horse doing it, so I don't feel the
Well, of
social
course, you can
the
do whatever you want.
social
You just
like
gotta shit while
problems
you're
with
riding
that?
the horse.
I would like I basically I do that thing where you try and like get to the very very back of the horse, and
Okay.
and you're trying to do the thing where you're trying to like make the poop run down its backside, and hopefully it looks like, oh, that's just a naked man's ass. There's just a naked there's just a man
Shitting on the horse's
there's just a naked
tail.
there's just a naked man naked from the ass down on a horse. There's no like that's nothing wrong. Like the horse is
And
pooping.
you're just
The man can't
shitting in
the
the
man
horse's
can't
tail.
possibly be pooping. It's just that's just impossible. Just because he's completely open to do so with no restrictions,
You're
completely
just on
completely
top of that horse with your ass hanging out.
yeah,
You're just
completely.
red faced.
I know, and you're like, I hope they don't notice that I'm the one shitting, even though I'm completely
I'm
opened.
pooping.
My brown eyes completely open to everyone. And like the only saving grace is that like maybe you're doing something so cool that like, whoa, look at him do that.
You're not.
I,
You're not. No,
you're
you're not.
not. Do you like the part? You like the part where I go because I don't know what horses do when you ride them or whatever. Look at him do that. Like, like I couldn't even
That's what
think of
they say.
like I couldn't even think of like you know how you could say like well at least I could say like ollie if I'm on a skateboard or whatever. But I don't know what you do on a horse other than ride it. Like obviously you can do like there are things, but like the even the viewer is like so stupid that like look at him do that. Like just imagine him. I mean I could say that about like other
You're
sports that
doing ollie on a horse while you're
there
shitting,
you,
please.
look at him ollie on that horse. Look at that horse ollie. Oh
Do a
wait.
kickflip.
If the horse is trying to do a kickflip while I'm shitting on it
Yeah,
off it,
yeah,
I
yeah.
think I might be able to pull something there because people would be way too like be like where did they get the size of a skateboard that big for a horse?
Yeah, dude, I was gonna say that. Is it one giant
Yeah,
skateboard, or do you have with a horse on 4 skateboards?
I feel like anytime you multiply skateboards, it just turns into like you might as well have like like a rollerblade situation set up or like
Sure.
but um no no the right answer is you create it's a normal human sized skateboard but it can support the weight of a 200-pound 500 I don't know how heavy these fucking horses are
Dude, it's
200-pound
2
it's funny saying 200 pounds I'm like I'm pretty sure there's skateboarders that are can be 200 pounds on skate
oh, for sure.
without the board breaking but I'm thinking the board is human size but it's able we'll just say
So you get
basically it's able
2
to hold the
skateboards,
support of a
front hooks
skateboard
and back hooks.
so
So the horse is
the
gonna be
horse just
going
has to know how to like
sideways.
basically here's an ex skateboarder's opinion. You just need to know how to you just need to know like how to find your style, find your footing. So like you just need all I need to do is spend all this time training a horse to skateboard on a normal skateboard just so that I can get away with pooping off a horse, shitting off a horse. So like there's like
No, that's the challenge.
there's a lot of
No, no, no,
preparation.
look, look,
See,
look.
that's harder. See,
That's the
I could
challenge. Look,
easily
look.
I could easily shit off a horse and totally call that, like if like say that's a dare. It's like, yes, but you know what I need to do in order to avoid embarrassment, I need to teach it how to skateboard so that there's even less opportunity for me to be like, well, at least I taught this horse how to skateboard and they also caught me pooping off the horse. Like there's a silver lining there, right? If it was just me
Oh, yeah.
pooping, like I'd just be an asshole if I was just pooping off of a horse, especially trying to like hide it. Like I was like, oh, I wasn't the one doing it; it was the horse doing it. But if I was shitting off a horse while they were like, whoa, he taught a horse how to kickflip, I'd be like, I would be scot free of the judgment that is, wait, he's shitting off of a horse? The fuck is it? Like, what? Look at this fucking guy. Um, yeah, no, that's
But
my
here's
answer.
look, that's what it is. You've got 2 options. Your
No,
first
no,
challenge is the cruise control big rig, take a shit in the back
we're
challenge.
back to that. Okay.
And the second challenge is a horse on 2 skateboards sideways going downhill. The horse, you're gonna ride the
Big city
horse
jam.
and
or whatever it's called.
Yes, the horse has to land a double nollie, pop shove it, land in a manual, and ride that through, and not wreck. And you're on top of the horse, and you got to shit on the horse and make it look like the horse is shitting while it's doing
In a
the
video
double
game.
nollie
Sorry,
pop shove
you have
it.
to add that little last part so that it can actually be feasible. Like the joke is like, I can do that in a video
Yes.
game. In a video game, I can do that. You're like, oh damn it, he said in a video game. It's like one of those buy me a Coke moments where like you're trying to jinx them, buy me a Coke or whatever. You're like in a video game. You're like, damn it, now it's all that contextually is only can be done within a video game because he said it at the very end.
Okay, no, you're right.
See, that's
So
my
different.
cat.
I'm
See, I
gonna
already
change the
fucked with
second
it.
one. I'm gonna change. So in both situations, you're riding. Okay, so you're driving a big rig, or you're riding a horse. But in both situations, you're wearing assless
In real
chaps, and you
life,
got to shit. And you got to
I'm
shit.
like a genie. I'm like, you better fucking say the wish correctly, or I'm gonna fuck you, kid.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, continue.
Well, you're wearing assless chaps, and you have to shit. Would you rather do that in a big rig or on a horse?
Would I rather?
Yep.
Dr. Seuss it up. Would I rather in a bus or in a bussy?
Would you rather in a truck? Would you rather on a buck?
Yeah,
Would you
okay.
rather on a stallion? Would you rather in a gallon? Would you
10
rather
gallon.
on a horse? Would you rather drive a course?
So wait, I just have to shit in one of those things. That's it.
You're like while you're riding a horse
Is
or while you're driving.
Hold on. Is a horse like created to receive my shit like a toilet, like the toilet?
God put this horse on earth to be shit on by you.
Oh, so it is
But the
kind
same
of.
is
So
also
is that still
true.
socially
But the same,
acceptable? Because what I'm thinking is you're putting a toilet in the seat of a truck, which easily can be done. Like I
right,
can,
right,
someone can do that right
right.
now. No one can. So are we? So we have to go with man-made contraption in a
Well,
man-made
hear me out.
contraption,
Hear me out.
or
Hang on, hang on, hang on. Here's the catch.
nature's thing
Here's where it
doing
gets
nature's
really
thing
interesting.
on a nature's thing, right? See what I made a
Yes.
joke of? All of it is
Here's
man-made.
where it
Yeah.
gets tricky. It gets tricky because you're
And
either
I also
shitting on a horse.
make man-made things come out my ass. I'm a man. Man-made.
Exactly, but that's the
The
catch-22.
man-made brown.
The horse
Man-made
exists
treats.
for you to shit on it, but the chair in the truck is made out of leather, and the leather the cow that leather was
Ooh, and
made of
it's super hot.
is
I'm super
actually
super
was
sticky.
also yeah, you have a sweaty ass on the leather
Yeah,
seat.
dude,
Is
pleather,
also
sticky pleather ass.
the cow. No, it's not pleather, it's real leather because the
Oh,
cow they got it from was
oh,
also meant to be shit on by you.
yeah, because all four-legged things that you
No,
can
no,
mount.
just these
They're
two, just
all
one
mounts.
cow
All
and the one
mounts.
horse.
All mounts were designed to be shit on. Wait, now
Just the
you're adding
boys.
other things that I totally you've lost me in the plot essentially.
I mean, there's a backstory. There's
Mhm.
lore, but I don't want to get into it
Is
this
it
time.
like
We really need to wrap up the stream.
do I have
But
to do the thing where it's like
there's lore.
like the what is it, like the driving sim games where you drive a fucking vehicle or
Yeah.
desert? What about desert bus? But you instead
It's
it's a
what's it?
horse. It's
My
a
summer car.
horse. Yeah, my summer car. Yeah.
That's the gameplay.
Whoa.
But it's you
Oh,
choosing.
hold on.
It's
Now I
it's
can.
you choosing between like a $50,000 big rig toilet seat truck or a horse, and you're just driving down a road in like rural Pennsylvania. And you have a poop meter, and you got to decide when you're gonna pinch the loaf and what you're riding
Ooh,
when you do it.
that's a good mod where you're like you have to figure out how to like multitask. Now I just made up a new game that is basically hyperly inspired by the like summer car or whatever it's called. Where
Loaf pincher.
have you ever watched that? Like it was kind of what do you call it? Like a viral video game, the bear game, where you drop the bear's driving, and then things drop in, and then you can like pick them up and you eat it. It's kind of 2D. I forget what it's called. It was all the YouTubers.
Bears can ride unicycles.
No. But the YouTubers were really into this game. It was like one of those games. It's like this. It was like this. It was like the Slender Man game or whatever, where like everyone was playing it. I forget what it was called, but it would be like that aesthetic. But instead of being able to like have things fall through like the sunroof, and you pick them up and you can eat them and stuff. Because that's like I think what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to like eat while you're driving as a bear. It's a weird but awesome
Everyone
game.
does. All the bears do.
It's cool. It's a cool idea. Mine would be yeah, like the same thing where the goal is you have to like drive, but then there's a meter that like when it maxes out, it's you have to relieve yourself. So whenever there's a relieve yourself button that it's a third person thing, so you kind of see you don't see the you don't actually see the action, but you see your character being able to perform like X amount of action. So like from like the shoulders up or whatever, right? Your hand just disappears and then it comes back up, and you just have a turd in your hand. You and the
What?
meter goes all the way down. It drops all the way down. But now you have a piece of shit in your hand, and you're still having to do the driving challenge.
Ooh.
Now, what do you do? How do you get rid of the shit? And the meter, the meter's going back up,
You're supposed to
and you're
put
just like,
toilet paper in your hand, and you catch the turd in your hand with the tissue, and then you put it in the toilet and you flush it away.
you don't catch the turd with tissue.
With tissue.
Oh man. But no, you're basically just reaching in, pulling out turds, and having to figure out what to do with the
No.
turds. But sometimes,
No, you shit on the horse.
but it's like Tetris, right? Where like eventually it starts to speed up. So you're
Oh.
just there's like a tendency to want to just drop it and let it
Oh, dude, it's like
flop around in the
battleships.
cabin, slapping around, and it's like the physics is just
Yo,
the
imagine
physics
this.
are just tuned enough to where
It's
like
like
the
a
stool
Tetris-style
stays
game.
solid, but it leaves little
It's like a
brown marks everywhere.
Tetris-style game, but it's like the
Oh,
way the pieces come
oh,
in. It's
oh,
two guys sitting on toilets, and they're in neighboring apartments, and they're on the toilets taking dual shits, and the
dude,
shits
wait,
are
wait,
coming
wait.
out in Tetris
Who has never
shapes,
thought of
and they're
this?
filling up
Yeah,
they're upper deckering each other's toilet through the
yeah.
plumbing.
Well, no. It's just imagine like gem fighters, but instead of like the players in the center like doing little animations, it's just two dudes grunting and pulling out turds,
Yeah.
and what they pull out is what they drop into their 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 opponent's like upper deck tank, like you said, and then you
Yes,
have to
that's what I'm saying.
basically the Tetris pieces are just phony looking shaped turds, and every time you rotate it, it makes fart
Oh
noises,
yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
plopping noises.
I like the idea of like the playing field looking like a transparent outline of like the toilet tank, and they're like filling each other's
Yeah,
tanks with turds.
that's what the playable like whatever you call it, like the boards are. It's like
Yeah.
there's like a low
Ooh, yeah.
and like the water level is like the what is it, the like the dead like or like the reverse version of like or whatever when it happens like when like you get obviously game over Tetris, it's because you get to the very top or whatever. If the water reaches the
Yeah,
top,
and then this one, the toilet, the
yeah,
the tank
and
would
you don't want
overflow with shit
yeah
water,
because
and
you
the
don't
guy
want it
would
to
get
go, yeah, you don't
completely
want
blasted
you don't want
off
the
the
tank
bowl.
to fill up, because then what happens is then all the turds will float out, and that's like the
Yeah,
animation.
yeah, yeah.
There will be
You
an
get turds
animation of all the
everywhere.
turds going and then you'll just be like, oh, game over, and it's just you standing around a bunch of
I think you should get
turds.
blasted off the bowl. If you
Yeah,
lose,
that's
you
it.
get
Yeah,
blasted off the toilet bowl.
yeah. There's just like a like a cartoony like Earthworm Jim, you know, Dave
Yes.
Tenapple, Ren and Stimpy, and you just finished. You know.
Exactly, exactly.
Um, yeah, and then of course the actual background of the game, kind of like how there's like Kirby's Woods or whatever, and it's got like different backgrounds, like it's a forest.
Yeah, just it'll just be like
But then like
shit and
the
boogers
tree.
and
Well, no.
titties.
The tree trunk is like the playable space, right? But then like there's a wooded area in the back. This would be just like
And the
different version.
trees are just
It'd be different.
covered in
It'd be just
shit.
it'd be different. It'd be different locations where you could shit. It's like one would be a forest. Like the joke is they all are just
Oh,
sitting.
they're like arenas.
Yeah, like there's like the default one,
Like
of course.
battle shit
Of
arenas.
course, the default one is just like a sterile
Oh, dude, like
white bathroom
porta
with
potties
tiling
at
and
the
everything.
park.
Ploppies in the park. That would be
Like a porta john. Well, first of
yeah,
all, Ploppies in the park. That's what that
yeah,
chapter of the game
yeah. I
is
was gonna
called.
say the chapter of the game. Yeah, of course. Level of the game is
But
called Ploppies in the
it's two
park.
porta johns at
Those
the
are all
city
the,
park.
and then there's all the characters, right? You have like Ploppy the penguin. I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking of. They're humans. They have to be humans, of course. This is the best indie game that everyone was gonna want to play. and like you
And
get
you know what the name is
there's
of the
hold on.
horse that you shit on?
One more creative thing is like there'd be like special blocks or special plops, and they would have sometimes
Dude,
they would have corn in them, nuts in
our
them.
in-game currency is corn.
Uh, yeah. What,
Do you know? So
what's the
in
name of
this
it?
game,
What's the? Hold on. Yeah,
the horse
finally,
that you,
drum roll, everyone. Horse. What?
the horse that you shit on
Oh, there's no horses. Well, that is,
in
dude.
this
That's
game,
you unlock that as a special level. It's like, why is this
yeah,
guy
yeah,
shitting in a horse? Like, it
he's
would.
on it. It's like rolling down its back while it
Yeah.
gallops.
Why is he shitting on this horse?
The horse's name, Humphrey Dahmer.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're trying to bring stop. Okay, that's not as funny. That's not as good.
And
Trying
he
to.
shits spaghetti. And
Humphrey.
he's a veteran. He's got
Oh, I thought
triple
you were trying
park.
to rhyme or something. I was gonna repeat it back to you. I was gonna be like, a horse you shit on, named Humphrey Bogart. It's like an AI generated thing. uh, eat
Mom's
spaghetti.
got shit on. He better quit on. Get him up. Open
No,
up.
no,
Take a
we need a
shit
hold
on.
on. We need a working title for this game to finish off. This is officially the final thing.
It's called Poopy Horsey.
Well, no, we don't want the horse to be the main focus. That's like a special
It's all
secret
about the
level.
horse. It's all about shitting on a
No,
horse.
it's about strategically.
That's why the
It's
assless
about
chaps make sense
strategically
because you're
placing
on a horse.
your poopies in a way to where you can survive longer than your opponent.
Oh, the toilet.
That's the thing. It's poop competition where you pooping,
Well, either calling it
right?
okay. It's either battle shits or power ploppers.
I like the laugh that came out of me for power ploppers. It doesn't help
Okay,
though. Like
okay.
ploppers is like I feel like you would have to do a thing where you think of every possible title and then just
Or you
what
could call it like grunt. Call it guts and grunts.
yeah. Well, what's like a hold on. I'm gonna extend this one more second.
Ooh, we could call it strain drain.
List of Tetris clones because that's what I'm gonna use as an inspiration real quick. See if there's any variants or variations that I can kind of be like, oh, because Tetris is like what Ploptris, like whoa,
Pipe
uh,
pooping plunge pushers.
that's all too wordy.
Toilet tyrants.
Now I feel like it starts to describe something else. I feel like you have to keep it relevant, my dude. Like plop zone or
Mm,
there is a thing called apparently Tetris Splash. So plop splash or uh, plop splash. Uh,
sweaty stinkers.
what was the first one you said? Something duels?
Power ploppers.
No, the other one. The first one. That was
Oh,
the second
battle
one.
shits.
Battle shits. Yeah, I was like, you ever want to play battle shits? That one sounds like the closest thing to people like because that's also a thing, right?
It's a thing. It's a thing.
Like people will go like A5 or whatever it is, or you sunk my battle shit.
Yeah. I ruined a good pair of jeans playing battle shits. It's serious.
Oh, what the fuck? You got to take them off, my
Yeah, I'm.
dude, first.
Well, not always. Sometimes you don't
Just because
time.
they're ripped jeans doesn't mean it's in the right. The holes that are the rips are in the right spots for
You can
a game
shake
of
it out. You
battle
can
shit.
shake it out. You can shake it
Oh,
out.
that's true. Well, wait. Do you play battle shits standing up, or is that like
I'm
home?
a real man.
Is that
I,
homebrew rules where you can stand up and shake it out in case it doesn't
I
fall out
wanted
the
to
right
die on
hole?
my feet like a man.
Yeah, I want to shit like a man, and that's on my feet. I want that
Standing up on a horse.
on his on my grave. It reads, "He died shitting standing up."
He died
Dot
like he
dot dot
lived,
like a man.
standing while
Yeah,
standing on a horse.
he died like he lived, shitting off the side of a horse,
Shitting while standing on a horse running at full gallop
doing a
sprint.
kickflip with two separate
Trying
skateboards or whatever you
trying
fucking
to
added,
nollie a horse on two skateboards.
while while crashing through a wall at 1 billion miles an hour doing 950s. You're just like, what the fuck?
He had to
There's no more room on this headstone, dude.
he needed a shotgun 3 Keystone Lights while he did it.
It's a part two is on another complete different plot.
It's a different DVD.
It's where the horses that died. It's next to it.
It's the documentary about his family.
Imagine like a headstone that had all this stuff, and then the next headstone over that just said ditto. Get it? Because it would
It's
have
just a kid.
because the story would have been relevant to the person who also is dead next to him. Get it?
He's like it just cuts to a kid in like a kindergarten class doing arts and crafts. And he puts the glue on the paper and he sticks the macaroni noodles to it and he kind of looks at it and he smells it and just goes, "Somebody shit on this."
I think you're too tired, my friend.
Loose in it.
That lucid brainchild that you just created was a little
I think it was
little too
fucking
much.
perfect, dude.
Well, this is the kind of ridiculousness that I like to think that we can get to on a semi frequent basis, where there's like an underlining serious, like this is a cool idea, and then be like, oh yeah, I forgot who we are for a minute, and then just derail it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're like, wait, why did these two losers send me a 6 hour long voicemail? And then it's like, wait,
You
they
start
they
doing that.
thought, yeah,
We're not even recording a podcast. We're just sending 6 hour long voicemails to studio
yeah,
executives.
exactly. Like they're like almost personalized. Where you're like, did you get this 6 hour long? Well, I don't even know if voicemails allowed you to do
Dude,
that, but if they could, in a world where
you
they
can
get,
download these recordings. You should start downloading these and sending them out in like mass emails.
they're like, why did he send me to a link to a YouTube channel? Like, and then, well, because now, like you can do the joke where like a you
Just link random
for
timestamps
me,
in the
for me, the part
stream.
where you said plops in the park. Like, why did he send me a link to this where it just starts up with plops in the park? Um, you know, no, that'll be the thing where you'll do like a quick little like to do your resume. You'll just like upload like you doing a little like resume overview, but it's like so then you send people a link to your resume YouTube video. Like that sounds fucking cringy as hell. Especially if it's like for like acting or something where you're like, let me tell you something about myself, and you're just like, you
I
sent
promise you that exists.
yeah,
You can find that
I'm
on
sure it
YouTube
does.
right now.
Just type in cringy video resumes, yeah, and it'd just be like, I really want to work in the industry. I've got 5 years of improv and 2 years, 2 weeks of backstage production. And you're just like, what the fuck? I'm gonna watch this
I'm
person
just gonna
speak
send them a
at me for
tasteful
five
video of me
minutes,
pissing in the shower.
and then you email them back. You're like, so Jeffrey, I have seen your your video resume, and I am not impressed. I am not. Kill yourself, faggot. Ha ha ha.
Wow,
Rocket ship, rocket
that's
ship,
very
rocket ship.
Hollywood.
Don't you like when I say rocket ship? Because that's like the old school way of saying
Ooh,
penis with emoji or with
dude, he did do that
whatever
though.
that's called. Whatever that's called. The whatever the
Dick emoji.
yeah. What equal sign, equal sign, equal sign, or B, capital B, equal sign, equal sign, equal sign, equal sign, equal sign, because it's a big black one. Capital D,
Whoa.
dash or hyphen, 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 because it's peeing or jizzing. Never, you don't know. It's up to the reader or the
What's the squiggly
viewer.
line? I forget what the squiggly line.
Tilde? Is that what it is?
Tilde sounds right to me.
That's the only word I can think of that sounds like that would be
Ah,
it would
it's a
describe
tilde.
that.
We're calling it
Tilde,
tilde.
Matilda. I think the only reason
Because
why I
that's
know.
what you think
See,
of,
that's
but
another
it's
thing.
not it. It's just tilde.
What's funny is that I feel like the only way you'd be like, again, that's me being a nerd. It's like you sometimes have to hit the tilde button for like opening command windows in games. I don't know
Yes.
any other time you use that fucking key, unless you want to type
A
in
random
God mode
tilde
in
kit.
fucking Fallout or tilde. What was the other one I'm thinking? Tilde. I think tilde opens stuff in Half Life or like Source Engine stuff. Like the
Oh
little.
no, it's the key. It's the number one button you need to play our new hit game, Tilda Turds.
Oh my gosh! With that, thank you for joining me, Tired Danger, and
As always.
yes, was it Danger Plays Games?
Oh yeah,
I didn't do
yeah.
my.
I'll,
Every
I'll
time I'm
get
gonna
back
get it
on there
wrong. I'm gonna
eventually.
get it wrong every time. Danger Plays Games. Is that it? Did I get that right finally?
That's the one.
on
Yeah.
Kick or Plop. If I buy stock in Kick, I'm gonna turn it into Plop. Not much of a
Dude,
not much of
please.
an upgrade.
Dude, it'll be perfect.
But yeah, thank you, and once again, one of these days we'll have someone sitting in this uh, chat actually communicating with us and being like, "They said the magical word, plop." Yeah.
Dude, it's gonna
Yeah.
be great.
The moment I get a donation for being like, "I love that you guys you brought back plop," it's like I've made it. I made a whole dollar off of someone liking that I say plop all the time.
Dude, they're gonna pick up on it. It's gonna be a big new. We're
Mhm.
gonna be like the next big wave of nonsense slang. It's gonna come from this
Mhm.
podcast.
Yeah, we're gonna be the new cutting edge comedians of our time.
We're trend setters
Can I end on
and pants
actually a
fitters.
slightly sad note? I feel like the
Oh
people who are
no.
currently successful are our age right now. So if we haven't figured out success now, what do we
Oh yeah, no,
do?
we're cooked.
What do we
No,
do?
we're cooked. But it's fun to be
If
delusional.
other
It's fun
30-year-old
to
men, mid to late 30-year-old men, uh,
yeah.
aren't successful in those areas that we are
Yeah,
starting to see them
yeah,
in,
no, we're not going. This is as
uh
far as we
oh,
got. It was a good run. It
no
was a good
Madison
run.
Square Garden in my future, dog. Oh no.
Oh no,
Oh
no.
no. No
I only like
WrestleMania
round gardens.
59, dog. 69. Hell yeah, dude. Oh no. No
I don't
Comic
like
Con
gardens
San
with right angles.
Diego. No. No. Oh, I'm not gonna be. You're saying I can't go to the Super Bowl? No. Okay. Well, you know what? If we can't be at the Super Bowl, at least we can be at the Plop Bowl together. Right? Am I right, my friend?
Flopping
Well, again, we'll do this again